Okay, we'll make a start. We're starting a little late, but we are missing one of our speakers in this first session this morning. Dr. Deborah Schultz can't be here because she's not very well. So we'll have 3 papers in the first session, which will be Alex, followed by me, followed by Dom. But before that, let me just give you a very warm welcome to the inaugural IVAC, International Visual Arts and Cultures Colloquium at Richmond University. Following the publication of Richmond's research strategy last year, a group of faculty interested in visual arts and cultures has come together as IVAC. We launched the initiative at the What Is This Pop Art and Pop Design Conference held here in November, co-organised by Professor Alex Seago from Richmond and Professor Anne Massey at Middlesex. Nice to see you, Anne. But today is the first collective meeting of IVAC to pursue our mission of bringing together researchers, scholars and practitioners engaged with visual imagery and associated cultures in the broadest sense across disciplines, to explore the plurality of visual arts and cultures in all their aspects, from production, history, theory, media and practice, to dissemination, impact, public engagement and potential futures. IVAC is underpinned by 3 innovative master's programmes and 2 undergraduate majors taught within the School of Communications, Arts and Social Sciences, which blend theory and practice. The MA in Art History and Visual Culture, of which there are students here today, MA in Visual Arts Management and Curating, which will be launching this coming fall, the MA in Advertising and Public Relations, which will also be launching this fall, and the majors in Art History and Visual Culture, launching this fall, and major in Art Design and Media, a long-established programme. One of our objectives is to organise research and scholarly initiatives of international significance, including at least 1 annual conference and 2 visiting professorships, the one a leading scholar, the other a leading professional, as well as public lectures, exhibitions, seminars and film screenings. We begin with this colloquium, which includes papers from full-time and adjunct scholars at Richmond, covering a diverse range of themes which really are in tune with IVAC's mission, from prehistoric cave art to photography and culture in the 1960s, from book art to science fiction, and from comics to arts policy. We end the day with 2 keynote lectures which also speak to our interests in theory and practice. It's my great pleasure then to begin by introducing Professor Alex Seago, who in the bio he sent me says that he is Dean of Communications, Dean of the School of Communications, Arts and Social Sciences. He is a failed Olympic bodybuilder and internationally renowned authority on heavy metal and tench fishing. He's currently working on an edited volume on pop design and pop art with Anne Massey of Middlesex University. On the 22nd of May, he is speaking at the National Portrait Gallery on David Bailey and the photographer as cultural icon in the early 60s. And that is the subject of his talk today.
Actually, I haven't been tench fishing for a long time. Looking to start again. Okay, this is very much a work in progress. At the moment, as Robert said, I'm giving a talk at the National Portrait Gallery on David Bailey, but what I'm particularly interested in about Bailey is what he represents about cultural change in Britain in the 1950s and 1960s. I mean, as everybody knows, and there's anything about photography in that era, Bailey was part of a triumvirate of working class photographers, Bailey, Duffy, Donovan, who completely changed the face of British fashion photography. But that's common knowledge, but what I'm more interested in doing is excavating that a little bit and seeing what that means at a broader level for changes in British culture during that period. So I haven't got a lot of time, but I'm going to whiz through some of these images. And the first thing I want to focus on are ideas of elegance and photography and Englishness in the immediate post-war period. Okay. There are few photographers who sum this up more than Norman Parkinson. who was one of the chief photographers at Vogue until his star began to fade a little bit in the 1970s. This is a famous Norman Parkinson. How many of you have seen this photo before, incidentally? Yeah. I mean, this is a famous Norman Parkinson photo taken on Savile Row in 1950, and the subtitle of this photograph was "The New Formality." And the people represented in it are Peter Coates, former controller to Field Marshal Earl Wavell in India, starting on the left, okay, and now on the staff of Condé Nast Publications, this one. William Ackroyd, who won the Military Cross for his service in Normandy, and Mark Gilby, cousin of the well-known Edwardian sportsman and clothes critic, Sir Walter Gilby. Okay. Now, obviously, also, if you've ever seen Mary Poppins, this is where the idea of Englishness came from for a certain generation of Hollywood producers. This kind of image of Englishness was very much in tune with a kind of reinvention and rediscovery of an idea of English identity in the late 1940s and early 1950s. This is the front cover of the Royal College of Art's magazine Art from early 1952, and it celebrates the RCA staff and students' contribution to the Festival of Britain, specifically this building, which is called the Lion and the Unicorn Pavilion. And David Gentleman, who designed this cover, and who was one of the kind of darlings of the School of Graphic Design at the Royal College in the early 1950s, really kind of encapsulates a particular idea of Englishness, a particular idea of kind of formal elegance, but also linked with a certain kind of neo-Edwardian or neo-Victorian sensibility. So you have the kind of fairground motifs, this kind of Victorian fat-faced type, an idea of kind of structured elegance kind of permeates this. This is a photo as well, this is from American Vogue, also in 1950, of the model Lisa Fosangives, photographed by Irving Penn. It's a famous photo, which I'm sure a lot of you have seen, Lisa Fosangives in this harlequin dress. Often when I show this image to students, I try and ask them to imagine what one would dress up like this for. Okay, I mean, Henley Regatta, perhaps, Glyndebourne, perhaps, but the number of occasions that one could actually dress up like this would be fairly limited. Also, of course, the number of people that could actually afford to buy anything like this in the 1950s would be very, very small. I mean, the age of the fashionable woman as portrayed by Vogue in the 1950s was around about 35. I mean, that was the ideal age. Okay, so this is a photograph of the model Barbara Golan, photographed in New York in 1951. One of the early photos of the Dior New Look. Again, Barbara Golan from British Vogue, photographed by Norman Parkinson in 1951. And another photograph of Norman Parkinson, another photograph by Norman Parkinson of Barbara Golan, and another model whose name I couldn't find. It's a photograph from Vogue in about 1950. And rather like the first photograph I showed you, it kind of encapsulates a sort of sense of English elegance that was very much part of a general construction of Englishness in the early 1950s. Okay. This is Norman Parkinson photo from 1959 of the model Adele Collins. And the photograph is influenced by a 1919 Kees van Dongen picture called The Corn Poppy. This also appeared in Vogue. It's an absolutely beautiful photograph, of course. But also, it's by 1959, you can begin to see why Parkinson's star in Vogue was beginning to fade a little bit. Okay, because in the early 1950s, pop began to emerge as a social force in Britain. This picture by collage by Richard Hamilton, 1956. What is it that makes today's homes so different, so appealing? Appeared in the catalogue of the This Is Tomorrow exhibition. And it's a collage, and it's a good time to look at this now, of course, because there's two Hamilton exhibitions on in London at the moment. A kind of prophetic collage of really the future direction of British culture at mid-century, with Charles Atlas, the American icon. This is why I failed for the Olympic bodybuilding. He won it. But Charles Atlas holding the Tootsie Pop. His kind of glamorous wife sitting here. The TV is on. The can of ham, echoing the can of ham here. The incredibly prophetic, the comic book on the wall as fine art long before Liechtenstein and Warhol, obviously. The maid cleaning the stairs with a sign that says ordinary cleaners reach only this far, and the sound system playing the latest pop hits on all the time. Okay, and the first place that really featured writing by these members of the independent group that pioneered British pop was Art magazine. This is a copy of Art 1957, Art 19, edited by Roger Coleman. And in Art 19, there's an article by Tony Del Renzio, who's a kind of junior member of the independent group, called Shoes, Hair and Coffee. And Shoes, Hair and Coffee is probably, Anne can correct me here, but because she knows all about this than me, but Shoes, Hair and Coffee was probably the first article to appear in Britain that prophesied what Vogue would later, Diana Vreeland of Vogue would later term the youthquake of the early 1960s. Tony Del Renzio was one of the first people to write about this new generation who are more classless, who have money to spend, who are going to the coffee bars in Soho. Really interesting Richmond point is that one of our Richmond graduates, Bobby Chin, who's a celebrity chef, has just opened a restaurant on 59 Old Compton Street in Soho at the site of the Two Eyes Coffee Bar. The Two Eyes Coffee Bar was the original site of British rock and roll, which is exactly the kind of place that Tony Del Renzio was talking about in this. And actually, Bobby's kind of excavated the original mural from the Two Eyes wall. So there's a direct link between this and kind of Richmond alumni history. Okay. But this prophesies a complete sea change in the world of fashion, long before Vogue ever picked up on it. And key to this new idea of fashion, new idea of elegance, was a reconceptualization of the city. In England in the 50s, there was a general attitude towards the city and the town that really the city was, to use the parlance that would probably be used, absolutely ghastly, right? The city was definitely something to be avoided. One was meant to come from the country, okay? And one came to the city, brackets, for my sins, right? And one went back to the countryside at weekends to pursue country sports, which generally had to do with horses or chasing things about, at weekends. But one did not stay in the city at weekends because the city was vulgar. So even though a lot of, say, Parkinson's photography was urban, it was the urbanism of Bath or maybe Mayfair. It was definitely not the urbanism of Piccadilly Circus with its ghastly, vulgar neon advertising signs. But one of the reasons I'm so interested in ARC and the art school culture of that period is that you can see a new conception of fashion and style beginning to emerge before it's articulated in the mainstream press. So this is the front cover of Art. This is the last one Roger Coleman edited in early 1957, and already most of the text and illustration in the magazine has been pushed out by black and white photography. This is long before the Duffy, Bailey, Donovan people, right? I mean, long in pop terms means about 3 years. That, you know, this is a long time before this. And you can already see that a generation of art students are beginning to look at a new conception of urbanism. Colin McInnes's book, Absolute Beginners, came out in 1959, also captures this. This is this is a dust jacket of the first edition of Absolute Beginners, photographed by Roger Main, who was one of the kind of leaders of this new kind of breed of sort of gritty urban documentary photographers. I mean, Bailey was still doing national service really during this time. And then, of course, you know, moving on to how Bailey gets going and develops a reputation in photography, really the incident that really made his name was a shoot called The Young Idea Goes West, where he went over to he went over to Manhattan with, let me remember her name, Lady Claire Rendlesham, who was the fashion editor of British Vogue. And he went over there with Jean Shrimpton, who Vogue didn't really have very much confidence in because they thought that Jean Shrimpton was very scruffy and didn't really look very nice and didn't really have what it took to be a fashion model, because their conception of what a fashion model was, you know, Barbara Golan and Lisa Foson-Jeeves and those people. But he went over with Jean Shrimpton and shot this series of kind of grainy, gritty shots on a 35mm camera, which they also didn't like at the time because they thought that 35mm didn't give high enough picture quality. And they wouldn't accept Bailey's argument that actually he wanted to create that grainy, gritty urban feel. Also, Lady Claire Rendlesham in particular hated these shots which had things like kind of bins in the front. And there's a famous shot where he shoots Jean Shrimpton in front of a telegraph pole which has an image of which has a sign about dog fouling on it. Okay, but he made a point of kind of shooting these kinds of things. So, I mean, this is one of the sort of most famous shots from The Young Idea Goes West, shot in Chinatown in about February 1963. And when Diana Vreeland, who was the American editor of Vogue, saw these shots, I mean, Lady Claire Rendlesham hated these. And there was a huge fight between Bailey in particular and a screaming argument between the two of them. The British Vogue people absolutely hated them. When Diana Vreeland of Vogue saw these, I mean, she famously kind of was absolutely knocked out and said, "The British have arrived." Right? So actually it was the Americans who first appreciated this kind of new urban pop sensibility. And this really represented, if you like, the spearhead of the 60s. This is pre-Beatles, remember, right? I mean, this is a completely and utterly new conception. And what I'm going to finish up with is showing you a little bit about, there was a film that appeared fairly recently on BBC 4 called We'll Take Manhattan. Did any of you see that? Which is a film based on the Bailey Shrimpton story. And I'll show you one of the scenes from it, in which kind of encapsulates the cultural politics of the time. I hope. Yeah. Okay, see if I can get this to work. Sorry. That's it. Scene 7. That's it. This is Diana Freeland.
I know, new broom.
And that's Lady Claire Rendlesham.
Lady Rendlesham.
Well, photographer and model already had a shot. That we haven't done class in time.
You should have seen me Friday.
Friday it is. That's stuff, I think, absolutely, yes.
Okay, I'm just going to whiz forward a little bit. Okay.
There you are, Mr. Bailey, all in medium format now.
Thanks, Al.
You're welcome.
Nice job.
I'm sorry. Knock that up. Went forward too far.
Can I speak to Elsa?
You dare, John. I'll handle this.
Very well.
And make sure Elsa receives them. She would agree with me.
That's John French, who we used to work for.
Jane! What?
You know, I think they're beautiful.
Hardly.
No, I do. I think you're amazing. Eugene Trenton. I can't do my eyes off you. You have the longest, most elegant neck, the most intense eyes. You have a spine like a swan, and the most gorgeous hands I've ever seen. You have the longest legs. Fantastic.
Actually, that wasn't the bit I wanted to show you. It's still quite interesting from my point of view because the other key thing, of course, about this imagery, if I can just switch back, is I mean, the obvious difference between this this genre of fashion photography, and it's not just Bailey, it's also Duffy and Donovan, is the sort of sexual interaction which obviously radiates out between the model and the photographer. I mean, this is something totally new in fashion photography. I mean, if you compare, this kind of photography with, say the work of, Parkinson or Penn or French or that earlier generation, it's kind of sexually neutral. The emphasis is on the clothes. I mean, one of the reasons why Lady Claire Rendlesham hated Bailey's work was that she said it doesn't pay enough attention to the clothes. I mean, why do we need all this, she said, right? And what Bailey's doing is because, he loved this woman and he was incredibly sexually attracted to her and they had a very passionate affair, was that sexual energy comes through in the photography, which is also key to that whole idea of the sort of 60s and the young idea, the kind of sexual vibe to the whole thing. Okay. So what I'm arguing here really, and as I say, this is a work in progress and I'm putting this together, is that if you want to understand a new conception of Englishness, which emerges in the early, mid, late 50s, a good place to start looking is at visual culture. Thank you. Okay, it's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Robert Wallace, who is Professor of Visual Culture and Associate Dean of MA Programmes and Convener of the MA in Art History and Visual Culture in the School of Communications, Arts and Social Sciences at Richmond. His research interests concern the archaeology and anthropology of art and the representation of the past in the present, especially by contemporary pagans and neo-shamans. He has produced 6 books, including Shamans, Neo-Shamans, Ecstasy, Alternative Archaeologies and Contemporary Pagans, Routledge 2003, Sacred Sites, Contested Rites and Rites, Pagan Engagements with Archaeological Monuments in 2007, and the Historical Dictionary of Shamanism, also in 2007, and a new revised edition is due in 2015. His most recent journal articles have been on Jeremy Deller for World Art and Rock Art for Time and Mind. Robert is currently working on a book critically examining the interface between art and shamanism, and he is a passionate falconer and has written a paper on prehistoric falconry in press with the journal Antiquity.
Thank you, Alex.
Thanks.
So one of my research interests is perceived interface between art and shamanism, from the interpretation of specific rock art traditions to the broader issue of how shamanism has become such a prominent part of popular culture. I find it striking that such a wide range of art and artists have been labelled as shamans one way or another, from Paleolithic cave art to Van Gogh, Kandinsky, even Damien Hirst. As if this tells us something important and meaningful about this art and these artists, and vice versa might inform us in some way about prehistoric art and indigenous ritual and religion. Despite what I think is the currency of this topic, and have done for some time, there have only really been 2 works which critically examine this issue, or not so critically, as I think these quotes show. So my project in preparation for this book is an examination of the relationship between art and shamanism, how they've been constructed, closely associated over time, and been represented problematically and uncritically as timeless, related features of human experience. Part of this involves setting out the history of their entanglement, and I'm going to do this in very broad terms in this short presentation, so forgive me for any simplification. I'm going to begin by tracing the history of art and shamanism as concepts and how they've been entangled over time from the Renaissance to the present, so simplified. And they're going to use the interpretation of Upper Paleolithic cave art in the 20th century, a key moment in this trajectory, to illustrate my case. Of course, it would be crass to say that everyone thinks art and shamanism are linked, always synonymous, and I do think there are certain artists and artworks that can usefully be approached as shamanistic, as I've argued in earlier work. But I do think that more serious attention needs to be paid to how art and shamanism are often represented simplistically as universal features across cultures, with an apparently immutable relationship linking them. So we begin with Vasari, the father of art history, Lives of the Artists in 1550. Vasari was a student of Michelangelo, a writer on art and artists, painter and architect and collector. We all know this, right? He advocated certain core artistic values, emphasised the artist as an inspired genius, in contrast to the artisan, and celebrated artists and patrons as those who advance civilization. The 18th century Enlightenment reified these themes with a more academic frame than the province of artists and connoisseurs, so that art becomes a discrete term, is seen as separate from society, and produced by an individual genius who is divinely inspired. Kant, in the Critique of Judgment, talks about how we make judgments or distinctions between things in terms of beauty. An aesthetic response occurs when imagination and understanding are activated. He argued that aesthetic response concerned form and design alone, as opposed to history or context. an influential move away from Vasari, contributing to the development of formalist art history. In the 19th century, Hegel approached art as a form of symbolism, a vehicle for ideas, and aligning with Kant and Vasari before him, saw art as essentially representing and articulating a divine idea in material form. So from the Renaissance to the first half of the 19th century, art becomes defined and ingrained as a concept encompassing creativity and divine inspiration. Alongside this historical trajectory, the earliest recorded eyewitness account of a Siberian shaman was during Vasari's lifetime. So the emergence of art and shamanism is at the same time, and they soon become entangled. In 1557, the Englishman Richard Johnson witnessed through a Christian lens what he described as devilish rites on the northwest coast of Siberia. Almost 150 years later, the first visual record of a Siberian shaman was by Nicholas Witsen, the mayor of Amsterdam, after travelling in Russia between 1664 and 1665, and he published this engraving in 1692, of which there are reliable ethnographic elements, such as the shaman's drum, such as the dwellings behind him, but there are also fantastical elements, including the clawed feet. As with the term art then, shamanism becomes crystallised in the 18th century, as explorers and missionaries, mainly German, following Johnson and Witsen, encountered and reported back on Tungus-speaking and other shamans in Siberia. The generic term shamanen became shamanism in English, and used to refer to a wide range of ritual practices. In France, dynamic exchanges between philosophers and other thinkers at the salons culminated in the publication of the Encyclopédie, edited by Denis Diderot, which rapidly disseminated Enlightenment thinking across Europe, and in which shamans are defined for the first time in French. Diderot himself, educated by Jesuits but a self-identified atheist, took an ambivalent approach to the occult, describing Siberian shamans as impostors who claim they consult with the devil, and jugglers as magicians or enchanters, much renowned among the savage nations of America. Labelling is, of course, its own form of appropriation and control. There are numerous other references to shamanism in the encyclopedia, and shamans were a hot topic during the Enlightenment, something against which, Ronald Hutton has argued, the West defined itself. Indeed, Diderot's fascination with shamanism was not only key to the establishment of the term, but also represents a defining moment in the production and reproduction of an explicit link between shamans and art. In his novel Rameau's Nephew, Diderot focuses on the creative process, contrasting two types of creativity. Moi maintains his rationality, of course. His atonym, Louis, is the performer who immerses himself in the role, compromises his rationality and loses himself. In her book Shamanism and the 18th Century, Gloria Flaherty argues Louis represents things shamanic, and that the novel clearly shows that the performing artist was beginning to be considered the shaman of higher civilization. Continuing the construction of art and shamanism, the German philosopher Johann Gottfried Herder was one of the first to use the Germanicized shamanen in print in 1774. He thought that Orpheus was the noblest shaman, and held that the shaman is the artist of higher civilization. Most significantly, for what I'm about to discuss as a case study, he thought that cave dwellers had been so sensually oriented that images and actions composed their main means of communication. When they wanted to record them, they therefore came up with pictographs and hieroglyphs. So here in the second half of the 18th century, a clear link is made between shamanism and cave painting. Clearly, the 18th century Enlightenment crystallized and entangled the generic terms art and shamanism, based around the interrelated concepts of artistic creativity, divine inspiration, and ecstatic genius. So they are European constructs, which isn't to say they can't be useful constructs, isn't to say that there isn't art or there aren't shamans, but it's important to recognise them and their relationship as such. In the second half of the 19th century, Lyell's uniformitarian geology, present is the key to the past, and Darwin's theory of evolution, Darwin being a close friend of Lyell, demonstrated the great antiquity of humanity for the first time. And then armchair anthropologists, including Tyler and Fraser, examined indigenous animism, totemism, and magic as the origins of religion. Finds of portable cave art also were suggestive of the origins of art and the origins of religion, even though they were not authenticated as prehistoric for some time. Prehistorians in France took up the established motif of shamanism as the impetus for art and creativity and applied it to the interpretation of cave art, although an initial positivism meant that this idea was slow to take on. In the book Wayward Shamans, The Prehistory of an Idea, Paleolithic archaeologist Thomas Goffer shows how Gabriel de Mortier, a geologist and founder of the Museum of Antiquities in France, argued that early humans resembled animals devoid of any spiritual capacity, a positivist material agenda which set the tone for the research on cave art until his death in 1898. Ironically, it was Salomon Reinach, a classicist and chief curator at de Mortier's museum, who then wrote the seminal Art and Magic, which challenged de Mortier's materialism. Reinach proposed that art in the Reindeer Age was an expression of a religion, very coarse but very intense, made of magic practices whose single purpose was the conquest of daily food. Reinach was drawing on Fraser's notion of sympathetic magic and ethnographic analogies with Australian Aborigines, seeing animals depicted in cave art as totems, which were painted in the belief that the practice would cause the depicted species to breed and multiply. The key role of the sorcerer or shaman in the religious production of cave art was sustained and made most visible in the work of the Abbé Henri Bray, who, as an ordained Catholic priest, looked like the antithesis to the materialists, but, as Thomas Goffer argues, got around speaking about the question of spirituality, indirectly, by focusing on art, creativity, and magic, sidestepping the issue of religion altogether and redefining spirituality as a domain of human creativity and imagination, reproducing, I argue, the link between shamanism, creativity, and art first set out in the 18th century and perhaps earlier with Vasari. Images with spears and other projectiles, of which there are few, Bray thought, were believed by the ancient painters to effect by the magic of contagion the death of the real animal, the success of the hunt. The finds of the so-called sorcerers in the cave of Les Trois Frères, documented by Bray, however unreliably, such as this one on the right, provided the visual and archaeological evidence for this agent of hunting magic, a master of animals, an antlered shaman artist, recalling, in some respects, Whitson's engraving of 250 years earlier. The three brothers of the cave, of Les Trois Frères, the cave's name, were the sons of Henri Beguin, who became lecturer in prehistory and director of the Museum of Natural History in Toulouse, and tirelessly worked for the recognition of prehistoric art as a spiritual expression, a connection between a view of the world, artistic effort, and magic once performed by powerful shamans. The presumed and problematic link between cave art, hunting magic, and shamanism was cemented by the first decades of the 20th century, even if, I argue, Bray was just the latest in a long line of thinkers to reify the meta-narrative of spirituality as a domain of human creativity, with shamanism as its origin. The result of all of this is not only that art and shamanism became increasingly entangled, but by the early 20th century they were inseparable. Bray's image of the antlered sorcerer has since been reproduced so often that despite controversy over the accuracy of the recording, and being severed from its original context of the cave wall, this sorcerer has become the iconic prehistoric shaman artist, second only, or in relation to, perhaps, the wounded shaman, so-called, in the shaft scene of Lascaux, discovered in 1940. It's perhaps unsurprising then that the idea of shamanistic cave art soon explodes in the 50s and 60s. Andreas Lommel, for example, describes the stricken shaman of Lascaux. And all of these authors all reference the Lascaux shaft scene as shamanistic. But it's the publication of Eliard's Shamanism, Archaic Techniques of Ecstasy in English in 1964 that's crucial because of the pervasiveness of his work. Eliard saw shamanism as the origins of religion, pointed to Kirchner's interpretation of the Lascaux shaft scene as shamanistic, and sees Lascaux as the origins of art. Subsequently, shamanism has been used as a dumping bag for a wide variety of ritualistic, religious and artistic practices, and used so loosely that it can refer to almost any artist. Let's open that. So while Kandinsky, who actually conducted ethnographic fieldwork in Siberia, Joseph Beuys, who termed himself a shaman, and perhaps Marcus Coates, who today performs shamanic-like rituals, do beg to be examined in terms of shamanism, not as shamans themselves necessarily, but because they are drawing on shamanism and have been labelled as shamans. But not all of artists and art can be viewed in this way. As an archaeologist, I've always remembered Jacquetta Hawkes' axiom, every age gets the Stonehenge it deserves. In the same vein, every age gets the shaman artist it deserves, from Van Gogh to Picasso, Jim Morrison to Lou Reed, Damien Hirst, even Tracy Emin. Shamanism and art have become inseparable in popular culture. And having set out this trajectory, my next step is to examine contemporary and modern art in relation to shamanism, but I don't have time to do that here, so I'll just restate my argument that art and shamanism are often presented as immutable, from prehistory as the origins of religion and origins of art, with modern artists as the inheritors of this enduring tradition of shamanistic art. But art and shamanism are, as I've demonstrated, constructed discursive terms, and it's important to recognise this if we're to make sense of them and use them critically. Thank you. Okay, continuing the great pleasure thing, it's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Dom Alessio. Dominic is Professor of History and Dean of International Programs at Richmond. A former Canadian Commonwealth Scholar to New Zealand, he is also visiting Professor in the School of Arts at Northampton University. He's published numerous peer-reviewed articles on imperial, post-colonial history, the extreme right, gender, and utopianism science fiction for journals including Ariel, Women's History Review, Foundation, The European Legacy, the Journal of New Zealand Literature, Social Affairs Europe, shall I keep going?
Yeah, that's fine.
The New Zealand Journal of History, and other esteemed journals. He has edited 3 books which focus on aspects of imperialism relating to the South Pacific. He's currently working on 3 different papers which examine the far right and sub-state regional nationalisms in the EU, theories of imperial expansion through filibustering, and a new project involving a historical mapping of Indian science fiction. Thank you.
G'day everybody. After Alex's talk on high art and Robert's on archaeology, I feel a bit of an imposter here talking about Atlantis. But anyway, let's see how it goes. I'd like to begin with telling you about my involvement with Atlantean studies. In 2007, I set up with a couple colleagues here an annual trip to, a biannual trip to Egypt with our history students and some other students. And Aswan, as you can see here, became the basis of our studies and our stay. And I'm interested in minorities, as you heard, so I was interested in looking at the Nubians who were moved as a result of the Aswan Dam. And so we would have to visit them. It was an isolated community. We had to go by camel. You can see us here, there, on one occasion. And during one visit, I was by myself. A sandstorm blew up, and I ended up having to take shelter with a village behind Aswan. And over the years, as I went there, I became very, very friendly with the people who lived there. The last time I was there, some of the locals approached me and said they had some artifacts which were quite precious to them. They wanted to preserve, and if I could help them do this in a safe environment. So when I returned back to the UK, I spoke with our then president of the university, Dr. Norman Smith, and he used his contacts to arrange for the artifacts to be transferred to the National Museum of Cairo. Within 12 hours of these artifacts making their way to the museum, the Egyptian embassy approached us directly, Dr. Smith and myself, and they told us that a special new research institute for these artifacts was going to be established, and even a new university to house them. And Norman Smith was poached from Richmond, as some of you probably know, and went to lead Al Alamein University in Egypt. The problem was, all hell literally broke loose after. The Arab Spring brought down the Mubarak government. President Smith was forced to flee Egypt. This is a quote from the Harvard News talking about how he had to get out and wasn't allowed to have any contact with this research institute after. And the artifacts, which we believe prove the link between Easter Island and ancient Egypt, because they were written, it turns out, in the indigenous script of Easter Island, and have been carbon dated by the National Museum of Cairo before 12,000 BC. They have disappeared entirely. And we don't believe that these events are unrelated. Now, I hope you realize I'm just pulling your leg here, okay? I'm exaggerating a little tiny bit. But I thought this was a good way to introduce my topic, which was essentially lost world literature surrounding Easter Island, and its supposed links in particular to ancient Egypt. Not only did my little joke, I hope, show that such literature can be kind of fun and entertainment as part of why I do history, and same reason lost world literature, but also I hope this little joke demonstrated how the lost world genre, which I'm going to talk about today, sometimes manages to convince a readership, primarily because there is a kernel of truth, or an element, a certain amount of truth in a lot of what they're talking about. In my case, I did visit Egypt regularly. I did visit Nubian settlements. We did go by camel, and Norman Smith, as you can see here, did really take a job running Al Alamein University, and just as it's set up, they had the Arab Spring, and he lost his position. So let me talk a little bit about the way that Easter Island has been visualized and talked about in relation to ancient Egypt. Now, while historians and archaeologists now generally recognize that Easter Island and its once flourishing civilization were actually the product of Polynesian colonization, the island's visually impressive ahu, these stone platforms, and the moai, the carved rock figures, have often in literature, the 19th, 20th century and 21st century, been envisioned as work of powerful supernatural forces. They've included wizards, aliens, and what I'm going to talk about today, supposedly it's the work of an advanced, technologically sophisticated civilization known as Mu. And the latter is a hypothetical lost world, which supposedly had created a globe-spanning empire of which Atlantis was a colony. So not Mu was a colony of Atlantis, Atlantis was a colony of Mus. And according to this Mu myth, the survivors of this lost world went on to form the nucleus of the world's first civilizations, namely Egypt and Sumeria. So what I want to do in the next 15 minutes is look at the relationship between the fictional Mu and the historical Easter Island. And I want to look at the literary and cultural origins of Mu, Mu's place in lost world utopian science fiction literature. I want to look at the impact of Mu on other lost world culture, and if we have time, I don't think I do, but I want to read Mu as an example of empire literature, seeing what it says about Britain in the early 20th century, the decline of Britain. Alright, so where did the idea of Mu come from? Well, the idea, the notion of the lost continent of Mu was first popularized by a series of books by an Anglo-American writer, you can see here, James Churchward. Churchward was a British officer, army officer serving India. He then went to try his hand at getting a tea plantation in Sri Lanka. And finally, he moved to the United States, where he worked as a civil engineer, a maritime engineer as well. His first work, The Lost Continent of Mu, Motherland of Man, published in 1926, is when he really begins expounding on his Mu stories, and in this, Easter Island figures very prominently. And this is probably his most important work. It sold very well, and there are some subsequent editions which I've listed here. And these are pretty much, I think, money spinners, based on the popularity of the Mu book. Now, according to Churchward, Mu was a huge Pacific-spanning continent containing about 64 million inhabitants. And you can see here where it's reaching from Hawaii to Easter Island to Melanesia. He describes it as having been this huge continent, but sadly it had been obliterated by terrific earthquakes and submersion about 12,000 years ago. And he goes on to say it vanished in a vortex of fire and water. Now, for Churchward's evidence or for trying to authenticizing Mu, he relied on a number of sources, and I've listed them here. The first ones are the so-called Inaugural tablets. These are ancient texts reportedly shown to Churchward during a visit to India, and you can see here the same thing where I made this up about talking about my visit to Egypt. He also said there were similarities amongst surviving artifacts and scripts in Egypt and the Americas with stuff you get in Easter Island in particular. And he also went on to say the remains, inscriptions, symbols, and legends found amongst the Pacific Islands, Easter Island in particular, point to similarities with Sumeria and Egypt. Now, according to Churchward, Mu sank beneath the waves, and only its highest points remained. And these, in turn, according to Churchward, became the Pacific Islands, which we know today. Therefore, the ruins on Easter Island, as well as the islanders themselves, were linked by the author directly to Mu and its inhabitants. He said their civilization, their peoples, go back directly to this ancient lost world. Now, Mu, according to Churchward, is not the only lost world that shows the evidence of Mu. There are a few others still around the Pacific, the most famous being Namdal, which is in Micronesia, but it's much less well known, it's been much less well developed. Easter Island is known to everybody, and that becomes therefore the focus of his book. Now, why Easter Island is also intriguing to Churchward's argument is because of its surviving Ronga script, which is Polynesia's only known written language prior to the arrival of the Europeans. Churchward alleged that the remaining writing from Easter Island painted a clear picture of what life was like before the cataclysm, and he apparently was able to translate it with the help of a friend who knew someone who spoke the language again. And it depicted apparently a utopia replete with descriptions of advanced cities and parks and advanced infrastructure, etc. So where does Churchward get his ideas? Well, the idea of a continent which is sunk beneath the waves didn't emerge in a cultural vacuum. Since the time of Plato and his story of Atlantis, people had been speculating about lost lands. And following the European settlement of the Americas and the publication of Moore's Utopia in 1516, Lost World and utopian literature started to become very, very popular. They were, I think, augmented by the post-18th century growth in the history of archaeology, which Robert was talking about a little bit, with discovery of places like Nineveh, Troy, Hattusa, Assyria, and finally Machu Picchu in the beginning of the 20th century. Now, it's in this intellectual milieu, this interest in utopianism, to utopian societies, and in archaeology, that an American writer by the name of Ignatius Donnelly stimulated interest in what became known as Atlantean studies with the publication of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, in 1882. And this was an immensely popular work, suggesting that the cultural artifacts in Egypt and Central America shared a common denominator, a common point of origin for this author here, Donnelly. It was Atlantis. Now, this book, as I said, was very popular. The idea caught on, and a few years later, in 1896, another writer, Augustus Leplongeon, published Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx. And Leplongeon argued that Atlantis' real name was not Atlantis, but rather Mu, and that this lost continent, once situated in the mid-Atlantic, had been a jumping off point for Mayans to then, from Atlantis, going to South America. Now, these ideas kept being developed, and then in 1912, Dr. Paul Schliemann, who's the grandson of the archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann, the guy who discovered Troy, announced that he had found proof of Atlantis, that his grandfather had given him these vases, and inside these vases was proof that Atlantis existed. Now, Schliemann was denounced as a fraud shortly after. These artifacts never produced, but again, it got quite a bit of international popularity. Then, a more realistic scientific treatise, zoological treatise, had been produced on lemurs in Madagascar. And this treatise went on to propose that there were similarities in the ecosystems of India and Madagascar, which suggested that there had been a link between them. Now, another woman, or another writer read this text. Her name was Helena Blavatsky, and she went on to become the founder or co-founder of the kind of occultist Theosophical Society. She used this lemur link to argue that actually there was a lost continent in the Pacific called Lemuria, named after the lemurs that too had sunk under the waves. So you can see where Church was getting these ideas from, this archaeology, these Atlantis stories, and now the name Mu from Laplanche, and now the Pacific locale from Blavatsky's position. So where does this sit in terms of literature? Well, according to Lyman Tower Sargent, who does a lot of work, he's a political scientist, a lot of work on utopian settlements. Utopia can be defined as a non-existent society described in considerable detail and normally located in time and space. And Churchwood, in describing Mu's landscape with its advanced cities and towns, certainly depicted a kind of utopian good space. The fact that Mu is located in an exotic and fixed location, namely the Pacific, also reflects a long tradition of using the Pacific as a 19th century utopian locale. And Mu, like Plato or Moore, it was an island civilization too. Last but not least, what Churchill does is he does a very impressive job of making his lost civilization believable. It's a narrative device which is very good to literary utopias. However, saying that, as I think I've implied, the association of Mu with utopian literature is problematic. Utopias tend to be at a fixed point in the near present or in the future. They're intended to be didactic devices. They're devices essentially designed for implementing social political reform. They're kind of critiques of society. By contrast, Mu is set in a very distant past, with Churchwood arguing that ever since its collapse, humankind has been in a state of decay or declining further. So there's no real agenda for revolution or political change in Churchwood's text. It's backwards looking. Furthermore, the inhabitants of Mu, although they appear advanced and healthy, for a utopian position, they're problematic. There's servitude, a class system, and you don't really find Churchwood criticizing this very much. Consequently, although Mu demonstrates links with the utopian traditions, I would argue instead that Churchwood's Mu seems to fall instead into the category of what's called lost world literature, which is considered a subcategory of science fiction. And this rubric covers lost races, lost cities, and lost lands, all the enclaves of mystery in a rapidly shrinking world that features so largely in the science fiction of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Now, Pringle goes on to say this subgenre was obviously a successor to the fantastic voyages of the 18th century, but there are important distinctions. So what are these distinctions? Well, a lot of the early travel writing that was in this subgenre, subcategory, which Pringle's talking about, was being written when Europeans were still exploring. There was parts of the world which we didn't know that much about. So you had explorers like Cook, Laperouse, D'Andrade Castelnau, Philippe Gonzalez, etc. They're all going around and recording what they're seeing. The problem is, by the end of the 19th century, however, much of the world was largely known. It had been mapped. And science fiction and utopian authors, lost world authors, now needed to look for other locales to people or to locate their civilizations.
As a result, you have the rise of science fiction-like stories set in interior or even more remote lands. You've got Jules Verne's Journey to the Center of the Earth, Bulwer Lytton's The Coming Race, also underground. Haggard's King Solomon's Mines, Conan Doyle's The Lost World, and probably a bit more familiar to some, maybe James Hilton's Lost Horizon. And it was only when these remote settings also began to dry up that science fiction authors, following the V1, V2 rocket programs, of course, as well, began to turn to outer space, to alien worlds, which is the more familiar locale for the genre today. Another telling point suggesting that Mu falls into the category of lost world literature as opposed to utopian studies is Churchward's assertion that this land was historically real, strengthened by his use of, albeit questionable, evidence-based arguments. So Mu, I think, is more in the realm of science fiction utopianism because science fiction also has a pretense of scientific validity. All right, so I think he therefore into this category. Indeed, with regard to the Mu myth, by the end or by the early 20th century, geology had proven that continents could move. Anthropology had shown that now deceased and different branches of peoples had once roamed the earth, and archaeology had demonstrated that cities like Pompeii could be lost and then found. Therefore, by setting a great deal of the discussion around historically real, mysterious ruins, like those on Easter Island or Rapa Nui, Churchward appeared to have scientific truth behind his arguments, albeit a kind of pseudo-scientific type. However, despite the inaccurate translations of Easter Island's Ronga script, this brings me to the fact that there are a couple of other criticisms that we might have about Churchward's position on Rapa Nui culture. One of the critiques I have here is by overlooking the accomplishments for the Rapa Nui peoples themselves and by ascribing their unique Polynesian culture to a fictional, interestingly white-dominated race, which I don't know if we've got time to talk about later. He does exhibit a prejudice which is remarkably similar to some of the intellectual racism to be found in the late 19th, early 20th century white colonial world. He's not the only one to do this, and if anyone's familiar with the history of Zimbabwe, then Rhodesia, Ian Smith's regime made it illegal for even archaeologists working in Zimbabwe who were employed by the state to say that, say, Great Zimbabwe was built by the Shona peoples. They had to say it was built by Carthaginians or Mediterranean people by law, I think, until 1979. So he operates, you can see him operate this kind of tradition. Archaeological evidence has also demonstrated now that the stone structures on Easter Island were built between 1250 and 1650 AD, not some 50,000 years ago, as Churchward maintains. And what is more, anthropological, linguistic, and genetic data have proven pretty much that the Rapa Nui themselves had arrived on the island from settlers who had originated not from the Pacific, where Easter Island is now, but from East Asia or Southeast Asia. And they finally came to this region around about 700 AD. So they're not indigenous to the Pacific. Nevertheless, despite assertions that the Lost World genre, like utopian literature, has perhaps surprisingly little to offer, Churchward's books, I argue, are of interest. Firstly, I think they're fun. They're an intriguing story, so they have an entertainment value to some extent. Secondly, his focus on the Pacific's early history and archaeology is far ahead of its time. As Fisher says, even in the 21st century, the prehistory of Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia is largely unknown. I teach empire history. They talk about decolonization. The South Pacific is never mentioned. Always Africa or Asia, but in fact in the South Pacific it often goes the other way, with America accumulating territory, France holding on to it, in places like Indonesia or Chile, even getting more. And thirdly, I argue the popularity of his Mu story has helped to inspire an array of other World War, pre or post World War II Mu publications. I've listed a couple here. Interestingly enough, I'd love to do some research on this. Ataturk in Turkey got really caught up in this, and he spent money trying to prove that the Turks were descendants of the people of Mu. So I'd love to get to be able to access these archives and follow this up. And even today, there are suggestions. I don't know if you've come across in the 1980s, there was the discovery of the Yonganui Monument, which was off the coast of Japan. You can see some images here. And some Japanese scientists have been arguing this was a lost civilization which went underneath the waves. So in some cases, maybe Mu draws attention to this. However, it's not only the fields of literature, politics, and archaeology which have been stirred by these Mu myths. A wide range of different forms of popular culture has seen a number of Mu-inspired spin-offs, with musicians especially falling under the thrall of this lost world. The jazz musician Sun Ra had his 1966-67 album Atlantis, and one of the tracks on it was called Mu. Robert Plant used a symbol from Churchward's Mu on the album of his Led Zeppelin cover. 1980s British acid house band the KLF refer to themselves as the justified ancients of Mu Mu. If I had time, I've got a 12-minute video which I'll show, which is pretty cool. And then Planet Mu became the name of a British record label. It started out as a subsidiary of Virgin Records. So despite the inaccuracies of Churchill's thesis, there are elements that I think are interesting and also worth maybe reappraising. I think he's probably correct to emphasize some sort of link between South America and Easter Island, even if the Rapa Nui didn't come from there. It's now thought that although the Rapa Nui came from Asia, there were links, in particular the potato. They do think the potato did make its way eventually to Rapa Nui, so there was some kind of link. And although volcanic eruptions and earthquakes did not cause a fictional Mu to sink beneath the waves, geology has demonstrated that until the end of the last ice age, around about 12,000 BC, there actually was a huge continent, a much bigger continent than there is now in the Pacific. Geologists give this the name Sahel. It's not where Easter Island is, but nevertheless it is a large continent. And it consists, as you can see here, of joined up Tasmania with Australia and PNG, Papua New Guinea, which had disappeared when sea levels rose with the arrival of global warming. So I'll stop here. I don't have time, but if I had more time, what I would talk about, which is my interest as well in particular, is looking at how this Mu literature reflects essentially British history. You know, Britain was an island empire, established colonies at places overseas, also possibly going into decline. That's maybe why Churchward moves to the States, and I think he's reflecting that. There's also a really, really interesting delineation of Polynesian races. Maori peoples in New Zealand had a very separate identity to a lot of Melanesians. In fact, there was a theory going around from the 1860s, 70s onwards that they were one of the lost tribes of Israel. And the Rapa Nui are related to the Maori, speak the same language. And as a result, maybe I think Church was also reflecting some of this. Saying that, however, there are these distinct race hierarchies, and whereas the Maori are maybe viewed as a better Britons, that's the expression, or better blacks, what you hear repeated in some literature at the time. Amongst others, Australian Aboriginals, the Solomon Islanders, there's a very much different kind of race stratification. But I don't have time to talk about that too much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Of course.
So, Dr. Deborah Schultz can't be with us because she isn't very well. She's going to be fine. So we are missing one speaker, so we have plenty of time. Got the three of us for questions.
Like a seat.
Yeah. So, do you have any questions for any of us? I hope so, because we've got loads of time.
I've got a question for Alex, if that's okay. Yeah. I obviously don't know much about facet. But I have two quick questions. One is, did that differentiation between the people from Vogue in the US and UK, does that explain why Vogue America is not part of Condé Nast now, or Vogue Britain?
No,
it's not part of it.
Okay. No, that has more to do with the politics of the publishing industry.
Okay.
It has to do with that. I mean, I'm much less interested in those business structures and much more interested in a shift in sensibility.
And the second question was related to that, was looking at, I had done some work on bodybuilding in the 20s and 30s, and I know there was a real concern that when you had these bodybuilding swimsuit contests, that kind of thing, about sexualizing it. So maybe was that British tradition in terms of fashion part of that?
You realise I was only joking about the bodybuilding thing.
Not you, sir.
It does.
But in all seriousness, people like George Sanders, for instance, there was a big controversy. He was this really big bodybuilder, and there was a big concern about him being sexualized.
So Richard Hamilton, that collage, which is absolutely kind of iconic collage of early pop, in Britain. That was a collage of images from American magazines, which was first brought to Britain. Was it by John McHale, who was a member of the independent group at the time? In the early 50s, and it's easy to forget this now, there were very, very few full-colour publications in this country, and American magazines were miles and miles ahead of anything they had over here, because you had paper rationing and all that kind of thing. So that collaged imagery was like, it's from a kind of treasure trove of these American popular culture magazines. And so, I think one of the challenges of doing this kind of work on contemporary culture is actually thinking yourself back into the shoes of the people who were producing it and receiving it at the time. And that's what I'm trying to do with these Bailey Shrimpton images. Bailey, of course, by the late 60s had become, as famous as the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. And in fact, a lot of the best shots of the Beatles and the Stones, if you've gone to that Bailey Stardust exhibition produced by Bailey. But at that time, that young idea goes west was something completely new in fashion photography, and was very deeply opposed by the fashion establishment. It was only really when Diana Vreeland, who was so powerful on American Vogue, liked it, that everybody had to fall in line, but they absolutely couldn't stand David Bailey. They thought he was a vulgar, dirty, scruffy little prole.
So it was more class-based.
The class dynamic is absolutely key to it. Jean Shrimpton herself was a kind of farmer's daughter from Buckinghamshire, right? And it's quite interesting that some of the earliest photos that Bailey took as Shrimpton, kind of Jean Shrimpton with her horses on her father's farm, which were quite wearing kind of tweedy clothes. They were quite acceptable to Vogue at that time, even though the Vogue people didn't really thought she was really quite unattractive, right? Because she was kind of, they thought she was just out of Lucy Clayton Modelling Academy and really wasn't quite right for Vogue. But the big problem came when he started to take these photos with a 35mm in these gritty urban environments, and the people on Vogue couldn't understand what he was doing because the emphasis didn't seem to be on the clothes. And Bailey was trying to explain to them that what he was interested in was what he called the vibe, right? And of course, the whole idea, of the urban vibe is so key to understanding popular culture, but it was totally and utterly alien to that, to that previous establishment. Now, of course, it's, you can't understand Kate Moss without understanding that kind of thing. It's just, meat and drink to contemporary culture.
Any other questions? Max?
I have a question for Dr. Wallace, who I wanted to thank for the beautiful presentation, first of all. Not sure I can really put it into a well-formulated question, but rather if you could expand on some of the notions that you have outlined. I was particularly interested in your division, in your Vasari, Kant, Hegel sort of references of the artist in inspired genius, artist inspired by God, and artist representing the divine. And then the notion of animism that actually comes at the beginning of the 20th century with Fraser and early anthropologists, and how effectively they seem to describe, to touch upon a core of the notion of spirit, or the whole notion of inspiration as something that has to do with spirit. So I'm wondering whether or not we are actually coming full circle with the early anthropologists and looking at animism as a way of talking about the animated cosmos that, or the animated world that perhaps has something to do with an inspiration, or that is imbued with spirit. I'm not sure whether I'm making sense of this, but I was wondering whether you could see connections, or maybe draw some connections between these four sort of stages of development of the whole idea.
Well, you already have. But I agree with you. We've talked about, you and I have talked about animism quite a lot, and there's ongoing discussion in anthropology and archaeology on this subject over about the last 10 years or so, re-evaluating animism as an anthropological construct about being inanimate objects which are inspirited in some way, and re-evaluating that principally based on Amazonian anthropology, on it being less to do with the object, with who and how in terms of who you are and who you are relating to, and this being less to do with what is subject and what is object, and the world being filled with a variety of persons. So I think that animism does fit into this trajectory very well, and part of my project is to bring animism into this. Well, I have brought animism into this, but not in this presentation.
Yeah.
In that I think that if we are agreeing that there is no shamanism, but there is animism, and that shamans are key within that way of understanding and being in the world, then this puts the artist, or the shaman artist, in a different frame, and might lend new insights into those artists that we are calling shamans. I don't know how much of this I'm going to be able to pull off when it comes to the modern and contemporary material, but there are certainly interesting contemporary artists working in, say, China, who are drawing on indigenous shamanism in their work, which actually does draw more, I think, on animism, or it makes more sense in terms of animism and the new animism that I'm talking about. So I think historically animism does fit into the trajectory of the construction of the terms, but I also think that the reframing of animism in a new way in anthropology recently might also be useful in understanding that trajectory.
Yeah, thank you. It's very useful to see how you see all these ideas connecting. But what I'm wondering is whether or not basically what Vasari or Kant or Hegel are trying to describe in their own terms effectively is not saying much of what we are trying to say today within modern anthropology. In terms of, I mean, obviously translating the ideas through their own, discursive constructions, but effectively talking about when Hegel talks about the artist as representing the divine, I'm wondering whether or not what a possible shaman artist may have done in describing something imbued with spirit, or perhaps having that connection. So that core notion of the spirit being all pervasive, effectively, and giving the language or to the shaman or the artist rather to describe it. So.
Yeah. There's a problem with simplifying. I mean, I have covered a huge amount of time very briefly, and it's going to be interesting to get more into the nitty-gritty of this and how there are nuances to the framing of the terms over time.
Yeah.
But I think that spirit counts as one of those as well, because our current modern understanding of spirit is very much a late 19th century phenomenon coming from Durkheim and others, isn't it? In the sense of there is spirit and there is matter, and they are separate, and that actually when we look to indigenous ways of thinking and being in the world, that division doesn't hold. So how then Vasari, with a Renaissance understanding of spirit, which must be different from that, it's going to be interesting to get into that, and that the creative spark, whatever that might be, and how that's drawn into the discourse. So I'm looking forward to, when I have some time, to get more into the nitty-gritty of it. Any other questions? It'd be great if there were more questions because we've got loads of time. Ollie?
This is a question for Alex. I was wondering if you've been considering at all France and the French vote within this context, and what's happening there, and how are they?
Well, I have to contextualise this. I was asked by the National Portrait Gallery to do a talk on linked to the Bailey exhibition that's on at the moment, linked to what Bailey represents in terms of British cultural history, essentially. So, I mean, as I said when I started talking about this is very much a work in progress because I'm trying to get my head around this brief at the moment. Okay, so what I could talk about French Vogue, but because it's very different, and actually French fashion has a different relationship to the city. That's what I'm really interested in. I'm interested in class, urban, rural contrasts, and visual culture as represented by fashion photography. And one of the reasons I'm particularly interested in this period is between, say, 1950 and 1965, there's such an enormous seismic shift in terms of visual representation of fashion that it must have been caused by something. Now, actually, the way it happened in France was a bit different. And I think that had a lot more to do with the relationship between French fashion photography and French cinema. I think that cinema has a particular influence on French fashion photography, but also the whole notion of chic that you have in France is coming from a very, very different kind of cultural space. The trouble is, if I start talking about that, I mean, one of the difficulties of doing a short, it's very different giving a talk in a gallery, a public talk in a gallery, to a random audience, you don't know who's going to come, and giving a talk at an academic conference. Because if you give a talk at an academic conference, it has to be footnoted and people want to understand references. But if you do that in a gallery, in an evening talk, it's a disaster. Right? You have to try and make it engaging. You have to make key points, but it mustn't sound like an academic lecture. It's a different kind of skill. And that's really what I'm trying to do here, right? So, yeah, I think actually the contrast with French Vogue would be really, really interesting. And also what was happening in Germany at that time, because at that time you have this magazine Twen in Germany. It was started by a guy called Willy Fleckhaus, who came out of the new Bauhaus. And that grainy blow-up look, because, you know, obviously the film about Bailey was the film based on Bailey was called Blow Up, starring Harry. The whole idea of the blow-up actually was pioneered by Twen in the late 1950s. And models like Nico, who later on went to be with the Velvet Underground, came out of that magazine. You know, I mean, so that's a different kind of thing again. And also the Italian thing is very different as well. The relationship between, you know, the whole kind of social space that Italian fashion photography inhabited was different. But if I go off there, then you get into a book rather than into a public lecture.
You know, but it's interesting because even today, when you look at Vogue, if you compare all the Vogues that you just mentioned that represent the different, you know, they're all.
Well, it's really interesting from a Richmond point of view because I used to have an advisee at Richmond in the late 90s called Gaia Trussardi, who's now taken over running the Trussardi fashion line, and I saw a clip of her talking about her new collection for the Paris shows which had just finished. And she was saying that her latest collection is heavily influenced by French New Wave films, right? Which is it's interesting for me because there are certain historic kind of, you know, cultural historical connections. You can also tell she was a fashion sociology graduate because she's talking about, you know, deconstruction and all those kinds of things, but in a funny, fashiony sort of way. Which I quite like. But yeah, it's a different thing. I'm cultural historian, and I focus on this period, so that's what I'm trying to do here.
Anne?
Yeah. I just wondered, what's the only connection between Bailey's work and being out in the West End and kind of earlier stuff, like Nigel Henderson's anthropological sort of.
Yeah, well, there's a very good book by Charles Harrison called Young Meteors. You've seen that book, which is about British social documentary photography in the 50s and 60s. And actually, I think one of the things that hasn't been written up very well is the fact that Henderson was part of that, and so was Roger Main, who's a fantastic photographer whose work has often been overlooked. He did this wonderful series of photos in Uppercase magazine that Theo Crosby edited of North Kensington, Paddington. That era. Also, I think there's a connection there with the kind of social realist British filmmaking tradition. Films like Loneliness of Long Distance Runner. And what are some of the other ones? Sporting Life. Those kind of. What's the one about the factory worker that has the affair with the older woman?
Oh, God. It's just been redone.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. But again, the other interesting thing about that era of British filmmaking is that it was very sexually direct, and that kind of link between, urban environments, working class or lower middle class artists, and sexual directness was something totally new, which was very, very important for the 60s.
There's also a connection with Vogue, British Vogue, with Lee Miller.
Yeah.
Married to Penrose at the ICA. She did that great scrap with them.
And she did modelling as well, didn't she, Lee?
She did early on, and fabulous photographer.
Yeah.
There's that kind of as well.
She was a war correspondent for Vogue.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah, she was.
Photographing it as well.
Yeah, concentration camps.
Concentration camps, which she never really got over. So there's that kind of connection there as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff to kind of pick around with there. I'm just at the stage where I'm kind of trying to make creative connections between all these things. So.
What year was the idea goes west?
1963. February 1963. But of course, there's also kind of some fairly disturbing sexual politics to it as well, because in The Young Idea Goes West, Bailey got Shrimpton to carry around this teddy bear all the time, which is kind of like quite, sort of infantilizing her in this sort of urban environment, which is a bit creepy in one way. Yeah, well, I mean, Mary Quant's early collections are kind of like that. You were supposed, it made you look about 14. Sorry. Well, they did. I mean, it was if you compare them to those 50s, hourglass-shaped fashions. I mean, the Quant stuff was based on a completely different body shape, wasn't it?
I have a question for you, John. Do we know what Churchward thought of indigenous peoples such as the Maori and how they might fit into the origins of Mu and Atlantis?
Yeah,
Were they seen as fossils or?
No, they was just like the Rapanui. They were seen as, I think his expression was the highest, the best examples of race culture. So there, he references them and the Rapanui as being very distinct from the rest of the Polynesians in general as being very distinct. So, and then you still have that artificial line between Melanesia and Polynesia. They said the Melanesians is the equivalent to the Aborigines, the lowest rung, the savages, but the Polynesians all in a more better black scenario.
I think one of the really interesting things is the way in which, you know, I mean, you talked about Led Zeppelin and all this kind of thing, you know, I mean, the way in which popular culture absorbs these kind of ideas in a very kind of half-baked and unthought through. I mean, I always think about this is Spinal Tap and the Stonehenge.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's you know, I mean, the way in which these things are adopted and adapted by popular culture is always in a very sort of one-dimensional or two-dimensional way, isn't it? I mean, I suppose it has to be.
But everything from Topolino was the thing we moved to Korean video games today. There's much more than that I've just shown you. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Takes it as a starting point and moves from there, which is the fun bit. That's what Churchill was doing. He was picking bits of different things and doing it himself.
One of the first books I ever bought was Rider Haggard's She, mainly because it had a picture of Ursula Andress on the cover. But I was really disappointed when I tried to read it. You know? But anyway, teach you to buy books.
I have a question for Dr. Alessio. You picked on the Japanese finds in the Megalithic finds in Sea around Japan, and I was wondering, given your reference to Ataturk and how Turkish national policy has actually incorporated some of his ideas, I was wondering what was the response, if you know, of Japan towards...
It's a bit of an extreme position, the Inaugural monuments. It's primarily a number of one scientist in particular who seems to have a few followers, but he's been making quite a name for himself doing this. I don't think there's a definitive Japanese position. I don't think the Inaugural monument is being accepted as being an artificial monument of nature geological fissure. So there's still a bit of discussion. Just a few scientists, one in particular who's not even in archaeology, I don't think he's in biology, has been arguing that this is a lost world. I don't think the Japanese government is taken.
Similar cases with Serbia, I think, or Bosnia and Herzegovina, where they found these reportedly pyramids and they're trying to sort of build arguments about the importance of these finds for the Balkans and the antiquity of the Balkans and so on and so forth, civilization. So there is always an attempt to reincorporate some of these findings in national narratives.
Yes, the uses and abuses of history. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And archaeology. First thing the Nazis did was, when they invaded Poland, was excavate for German remains.
Right.
But again, this stuff has been written in the 30s. You know, so I think that I'm just amazed I couldn't find more Nazi links to the Apsianas. That's what I was surprised about.
It is actually surprising that some suggestions point towards the lost tribes of Israel.
Yes.
Precisely at the same time.
Yeah. And even earlier. I mean, the lost tribes is 1870s, 1880s. That was being argued. Yeah.
I mean, the Americas presumably were populated by the lost tribes, as they used to say.
And that was one explanation for the way they tried to justify that what they did in the South Pacific was different from what they did in Australia or South Africa. Because these guys are more civilized, we can deal with them differently. They don't have to be slaves, and we can allow intermarriage. I mean, New Zealand's pretty unique in allowing intermarriage with those communities, which you don't have in South Africa, for instance. So it was used to justify, or the other was used to justify this better history of race relations, supposedly better history.
I think under Portuguese colonialism, it was also forbidden to say that the Benin bronzes were created by indigenous peoples. The official line was that the Benin bronzes were the product of some lost European nation that had lived in Africa. And it's true. You couldn't admit that the colonized people were capable of art of this high order.
That's interesting because the Pope took a different position on it, which was why like the Spanish should kick the Jesuits out.
The irony there is that with Benin, the most peaceful relations between colonizers and the indigenous community was with the Portuguese in the 15th century as traders. And it was only later, particularly with the British and the punitive raid in 1897, when it gets extremely Okay, I think we're sort of approaching the right sort of time now, filling in for a missing speaker. So we're due to reconvene, or to start at 1:30. So I suggest we reconvene in this room at 1:15. That gives us a lot of time for lunch. So thank you to our first three speakers of the morning, and look forward to seeing you inside. Hi. I went on a trip to Iceland once, which involved going on a bus around the island. We had this tour guide. We were on and off this bus quite often, looking at waterfalls, geysers, and sights from the sagas and things. And every time we got back on the bus, he'd pick up the microphone and say, "So, welcome back." So, welcome back. Sorry, shouldn't be in the pub. Right, it's my great pleasure to kick off the afternoon by introducing Dr. Nicola Mann, who studied fine art before gaining a PhD in visual and cultural studies. While based in the States, she conducted research on the cultural sustainability of Chicago's public housing in light of the city's recent urban renewal initiative. She documented the historical importance of community gardens and allotments to the creation of social solidarity within projects such as Cabrini Green and other efforts to re-image subsidised accommodations. Nicola is particularly interested in the legacy of new media initiatives in the social attachment to place. She currently helps to facilitate Reading Museum's History Pin project, an online archival platform enabling local residents to upload historical photographs to Google Maps. Nicola teaches at Richmond and also works for the Happy Museum project.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you. And speaking of Reading, those of you that saw earlier versions of the lineup for today might have seen that I was intending to talk about Reading and the work I do in the history of Reading, but unfortunately I wasn't able to get hold of the images I wanted to for today because we're just about to release a book through the museum and the images are embargoed. It's all very political, so it's kind of exciting too. So next presentation I'll be talking about Reading's history. But today I'm going to be talking a little bit about something quite different, which is two superheroes, one real and one fictitious. And so really quite different. And this is research that I started a few years ago, I've been working on gradually over the years, and it's coming out in a book chapter this summer. Okay, so I'm going to start by setting the political scene in the 1980s. During the 1980s, conservative cultural theorist Charles Murray dominated understandings of African American women with his infamous critique of the American welfare system losing ground. Instead of empowering people, Murray argued that welfare created a dangerous dependency on government aid, a process that destroyed people's initiative, preventing them from acquiring the productive skills needed to succeed in America's market economy. Ronald Reagan's oft-repeated 1984 anecdote about an irresponsible breeding welfare queen who takes public funds to support a lavish lifestyle encapsulated the sentiments of the administration at the time and located this pathology firmly in the hands of female residents of public housing. A slew of subsequent scholarship continued in this vein, alternatively identifying solo mothers as seeping contagious infections or cancerous individuals who, quote, breed criminals faster than society can jail them. But while various academic, political and journalistic commentators contributed to this rhetoric, there was perhaps no greater critic than popular culture. Television, in particular, magnified imaginings of single mothers to ridiculous proportions, none more so than the Saturday Night Live character Cabrini Green Harlem Watts Jackson, played by, would you believe, the classically trained Shakespearean actor Tanisha Vance. As a sole African-American female performer on the show at the time, Vance's character encompassed a hyper-caricatured cross-section of urban single motherhood. Cabrini Green in Chicago, Harlem, New York, Watts, Los Angeles, and Jackson, Mississippi, geographically locates each of the US city's most notorious housing projects, famous for high rates of employment, crime, welfare dependency, and single-parent households. Taken together, within the context of her name, they encapsulate the pervasive national spread of the single mother infection. In other words, not only is Cabrini Green Harlem Watts Jackson a resident of public housing, but she is also a single mother. This dynamic works to conflate environmental notoriety and single motherhood into a single dystopian mantra. In her racial, educational, marriage and environmental deficiency, this mother came to represent the ultimate other. Okay, and here we see Martha Washington. Well, many 1980s media outlets promoted destructive representations of single mothers. A revisionist characterization found its way into the comic book pages of the series Give Me Liberty, An American Dream. Set in the near future, it follows the superhero Martha Washington from her birth to a single mother in Chicago's Cabrini Green to her death as a highly respected superhero. A nod to Patrick Henry's call to the people at the beginning of the American Revolution, give me liberty or give me death, the comic series not only rescripts the familiar trope of the white male superhero, but also reimagines an African-American woman as an empowered individual. In reference to her 18th century political namesake, Martha Washington becomes the First Lady for the 21st century. In this paper, like I said, I'll go into a lot more detail in the book chapter, but in this paper, I tie the resilience at the heart of Washington's character to the work of the late Chicago activist and single mother B.T. Turner. Until her death in 2011, Turner worked as a journalist with the newspaper's Residence Journal and the South Street Journal. In addition to her journalistic achievements, Turner's fame stems from her now infamous and so-called ghetto bus tours of Chicago's gradually shrinking public housing neighbourhoods. Travelling throughout the city and into the homes of single mothers, the tour aimed to highlight the political mobilisation of those who advocate for the improved management of their living environment. In helping to puncture the stereotypes of non-productivity regularly attached to single mother subsidised housing dwellers, Turner emerges as a real-life superhero. In order to chart Turner's and Washington's individual journeys towards superness, for want of a better word, I follow a chronological trajectory. Creator Frank Miller characterises the sequential nature of Washington's story in the following terms. She journeyed from housing project prisoner to drugged-out victim of an insanity ward, from soldier to explorer to saviour of the world, to a mother, a new generation worthy of your name. And Gibbons, who did the art on the comic series, exploits the kind of dialectical nature of the story by inserting dates between panels, which is intended to chart movement in time and focus. Turner, meanwhile, also approached the ghetto bus tour experience from an autobiographical perspective, relating the sequence of stops on the tour to a variety of her own life experiences. The historical linearity of Turner's tour locations reaffirms the characteristics of endurance and survival common to some residents. Okay. So Washington's challenging start to life is made unmistakably clear in the opening few pages of the Give Me Liberty series. Dominated by police brutality, the comic locates Cabrini Green as a stage for oppressive environmental obstacles. As you can see here, black smoke billows from broken windows, while canary yellow graffiti tags stating simply "No, no, no" puncture exterior walls. This traumatic opening pen reaches a crescendo as we find a now 7-year-old Washington pursued by a crazed paedophile running for her life through labyrinthine alleyways, past syringes, crowds of drug-addled homeless people, and puddles of lime green vomits. Tiny close-up fragments of Washington's wide-eyed face and narrow elongated panels showing the attacker closing in on our terrified hero enhance the feeling of mental and physical confinement. When Washington manages to hide from her enemy in a disused locker room, Gibbons gilds the scene in a sickly seafoam green, petrifying public housing with the omnipresent spectre of death. The green colour bleeds into her body like an infection, an artistic strategy that implies that her living environment has consumed her. She is Cabrini Green. In its emphasis on nihilistic despair, the comic illustrates the vice-like hold of late 20th century representations of single mothers from public housing. Projected into our living rooms, televisional manifestations of single-parent households came to solidify a certain kind of social boundary, who belongs and who does not. A useful example of this border control can be found in the form of the CBS series The Vanishing Black Family from 1986, which reported on the social changes caused by the disappearance of two-parent black families in New Jersey's inner city. Viewers are introduced to 17-year-old single mother and welfare recipient Linda Henderson, who justifies her single status with the defiance mantra, "I wouldn't want no man holding me down." Later, as credits roll against a darkened, lingering image of Henderson, Moyes turns to address the white middle-class viewers at home, asking, "Is this fair for us?" Moyes' direct interpellation joins law-abiding taxpayers to a normative, idealised racial and class subject, hard-working whites, thereby defining the racial and class fault lines that run through the discourses to eradicate the welfare establishment during the 1980s. And we can see here the artistic strategies that were used during filming. There's a lot of pixelation around her image, so she became a very, very otherworldly figure in the series. Now, Give Me Liberty manipulates the reader's view of public housing in order to define these kind of social parameters. Following the frenzied opening, 7 panels chart the movement of a police helicopter approaching Cabrini Green. The comic book equivalent of a filmic zoom, the reader views the helicopter and the building to which it is headed from below, above, and then again from below. These jumps serve partly to heighten concern about the location as a scene of crime surveillance, but also, perhaps more importantly, to place the reader at a really impersonal distance. We see the buildings not as the residents see their homes, i.e. from inside, but from a peripheral bird's eye view, thus maintaining our distance above, beyond, and superior to those inside. Compounding this visual attack, the phases work of the helicopter blades perform a linguistic and ideological function, common to outside designations of public housing. It is content to work from a distance. Okay. A power shift from a peripheral point of view to a personal point of view takes place in subsequent issues of the series. Washington, as we see here, sheds her green epidermis of earlier panels, regaining her natural skin colour. She begins to face the viewer at an intimate eye-level perspective. Also, in contrast to earlier detached references to Washington, first-person pronouns begin to litter the comic panels, signalling a narrative bridge for the remainder of her life story. Driven by a desire to defend the rights of her fellow residents, a now 15-year-old Washington signs up for the military. Gibbons documents the pinnacle of Washington's achievements in the form of a spectacular physical fight with her corrupt superior, Lieutenant Moretti, which we can see here as a double-page spread. Save for the crack, which we see at the bottom right here of the injury, the final triumphant panel is free of accessories, a technique designed to focus attention on the narrative importance of her triumph. The final panel is also notable for its lack of frame and border. Comic book aficionado Scott McCloud refers to this white space as the gutter and identifies it as one of the most important narrative tools in comic architecture. Its use in this instance holds importance for the ideological aims of the Give Me Liberty series. Trapped within the darkened pixels of the Vanishing Family documentary, television portrayed Clorinda Henderson in a way that presented her as the cause of her own situation. Through selective editing choices and sultry lighting, the show cast Henderson as a shifty, apathetic foil to Moyer's white male authority figure. By merging into the pure white space of the gutter and revealing the questionable morals of her male colleagues along the way, Washington rescripts such narrow framing devices. Another useful example of this desire for spatial possession occurs in a spread placed immediately after Washington's fight with Moretti. This panel features an undeniably phallic-looking rocket blasting off into outer space, leaving a broad patina of white crayon in its wake. The effect illustrates, in the bluntest terms, the comic equivalent of a cum shot and the ultimate catharsis of victory. While mobility has always been a key feature of the comic book genre, Washington's elastic movement through space is particularly unique. A number of compositional techniques and symbols support Washington's physical and mental ascension from powerlessness to power. For example, these motion lines, or well, zip ribbons, imply the effect of Martha's body on the surrounding environment. While her victims fly out of the panel foreground with their backs to the reader, Washington's defiant frontal stance and accompanying bold streaks of colour convey a sense of spatial ownership. The motion lines become rainbow-like declarations of intent, implying the gestural arc of Washington's bodily performance and ambitions. She is here, but she also affects there, and thus she is pure energy. Washington's journey comes to an abrupt end on the eve of her 100th birthday. Breaking free of the concrete frame around her, Washington's presence in the liminal space of the gutter, along with the implied presence of a diegetic horizon beyond the comic frame, pulls the image forward in time and space, hinting at the broader implications of her fight for future generations. Washington's death then signals not an end, but merely a stage in a broader political and social fight for female residents from public housing. Miller enhances this real-world identification by separating Washington from most traditional crime-fighting action heroes such as Catwoman or Wonder Woman. In place of unrealistic superpowers, she possesses natural super endowments such as speed and fighting ability, and the logical faculties for which we can all aspire. Plus, she gets beat up a lot, she cries a lot, she's always bloody, so she's not immortal. In other words, she is an everyday superwoman. In the absence of the requisite superhero adornment, the mask, Washington comes to personify every public housing resident in every American city who secretly feeds the hope that one day there can emerge a superhero capable of making the same life-altering decisions as a superhero from Cabrini Green. As if in answer to this plea, Beauty Turner now enters the frame, lifted out of the pages of the comic book and into the real world, driven by an ambition to overcome the social divisiveness generated by the city's current urban renewal initiative. Like Washington, Turner experienced an unusually traumatic start to life. At the age of just 15, she married a very abusive local boy. This instigated a cycle of abuse that lasted for the next 20-25 years. But keen to escape a string of failed and abusive relationships, Turner moved herself and her family to Robert Taylor Homes in 1986. While the project provided the family with much-needed refuge, it also served as a vantage point from which to observe the community's problems. Disgusted by what she considered an apathetic response by the Public Housing Authority to its rampant poverty, building mismanagement, which you can see here, residents were literally caged in, and gang violence, Turner became a vocal advocate for tenants' rights, airing her neighbours' misgivings to the mayor, the governor, Chicago newspapers and popular magazines, and it should be said that she wasn't well liked. She was not well liked at all. She was very, very vocal. Anyway, moving on. So here's Beauty. She was a character, very much a character, and had a penchant for a lot of bright red lipstick, leopard print, and high heels. After serving as a local reporter for several years, in 2007 Turner established the Ghetto Bus Tour, offering outsiders an insider's take on public housing. And I got to know, when I did my work in Chicago for the research project, I got to know Beauty quite well. The first time I was on the Ghetto Bus Tour, but we kind of formed a bond after that, and I worked with her a little bit subsequently over the years. So let me run through the tour a little bit. Okay. The tour began with the overall aims, really, of her mission, which is a historical re-education of Chicago's public housing history. So the tour started by travelling through the area known as Bronzeville, where tour-goers and I learned that the rather austere-looking disabled high school, which we see here on the left with the shutters out the front, once counted Quincy Jones, Nat King Cole, Staple Sisters, and Jennifer Hudson as students, Mr. T as well. Okay. After driving north, we hiked into the concrete high-rise Dearborn Homes, at the time one of the few public housing buildings in the city yet to be demolished. Here I met 63-year-old Carol Wallace, who showed me her collection of photographs of living and deceased local activists. And I should say that these are not photographs that I took, these are photographs that I got from Beauty's blog, which is still active even after her death. Can't really go into it now, but I felt kind of uncomfortable taking pictures. I felt uncomfortable anyway going on a ghetto bus tour, but I felt very uncomfortable taking pictures in people's homes. But this is just to give you, I talk about it more in the chapter, but this is to give an idea of what it looked like. So Wallace then called my attention to a series of articles published by Turner in 2006, which exposed the problem of relocating public housing residents from the inner city to the suburbs. The series revealed that moving to those areas not only reinforced traditional patterns of racial composition, but also led to increased levels of violence. This expose prompted city officials to assign more police to some of the dangerous locations highlighted by the article. The series also earned Turner numerous prestigious awards, including Curator's Voice, Black Pearl, and Women of the Century. And we should also note that she was also served as a public housing advisor for Barack Obama when he spent some time working in politics in Chicago. In 2006, Turner featured in a Wall Street Journal cover story celebrating her life as a writer and activist. This cover, which unfortunately you can't really see, but it's there. This cover represents a vital traversal of traditional power dynamics. Over recent years, scholars have come to recognise the work of female public housing residents who extend efforts beyond the home into transgressive politics in the public sphere, engaging in organised rallies, marches, radio show interviews and newspaper articles. Residents like Turner carve out spaces for themselves on the national stage, contest the dominant ideologies surrounding poor African American women, and defy the boundaries that separate them from the white, male-dominated public sphere. These examples of active citizenship stand in explicit contrast to the conservative rhetoric of isolation usually attached to black single mothers at this time. To appreciate the full extent of this hyperbole, you need only turn to the titles of various psychology books on the subject. Thanks to traditional conceptions of citizens as active participants in the workforce, single mothers who depend on assistance to survive become social exiles, relegated to the margins of society as diminished citizens. Recent scholarly debates, however, emphasise the importance of thinking about citizenship as a lived political experience. Could list a couple of books here, like Rhonda Williams' The Politics of Public Housing, highlight the resourcefulness of grassroots tenants as political citizens. Turner echoes the sentiment expressed in these tales, refusing dominant ideological framing by strengthening the confidence, skills and claims to citizenship of single mothers, enabling them to fulfil valuable civil roles through public sphere-based activism. In her tireless quest to advocate on behalf of her fellow residents, Turner exuded a kind of immortality. Therefore, when she died suddenly from a stroke at the age of just 51, the Chicago public housing community was left reeling. Commentators likened her to Philip Randolph and Ida B. Wells. Heeding calls to maintain this legacy before the Housing Authority wipes away the last traces of the city's public housing, which is we're nearly there, Turner supporters helped to preserve a downtown exhibition space, which once served as a final stop on the ghetto bus tour. It's immune from the fate of the Wrecking Ball and exists as a call to arms for future generations. Photographs of Turner at demonstrations in the early 1960s line the walls of the gallery next to framed newspaper articles and colour photographs of celebrity tour visitors like Jesse Jackson. A notice board placed next to these artefacts informs visitors about upcoming public demonstrations and meetings. This montage of images, memories and people is a neat microgeography of the tour experience, highlighting not only the sensation of viewing, but also the viewer's responsibility in the construction of this vision. Through bodily and perceptive complicity, the ghetto bus tour participant deconstructs fields of objective linearity, eventually engaging in dialogue with the infectious single mothers of Charles Murray's disdain. Gibbons and Miller asked comic book readers to participate in a similarly intimate act of reconstruction, while the passengers must break through the screen, or the window, of visual representation by disembarking the bus and interacting with the subject of their observation. So the comic book reader too encounters a similar interface, analogous interface. The gutter functions as an essential component in this participation. Here, in the space of the gutter, the viewer becomes what Scott McCloud calls a silent accomplice, in deciphering and linking the singular moments described on the panels into a continuous, unified whole. Travelling back and forth over the surface of the comic book page, McCloud calls it, you act as almost like a trapeze artist, moving from panel to panel, moving through to their own imaginations. Readers animate a three-dimensional space of inquiry and the possibility of multiple narrative approaches. Tourgoers and readers alike experience Washington and Turner's rocket-like movement through city space as an act of self-possession and liberation from the constraints of those who attempt to constrict their agency. Their individual journeys towards political awakening and personal empowerment reanimate single mothers in the American visual imagination, placing the reader firmly in the driving seat on this narrative pathway to a new way of seeing.
Thank you very much, Nicola.
Thank you.
Give me lots of food for thought. Are there any? We have time for questions. Are there any questions?
Just a quick one. I may have missed this. Can you just tell us a little bit about the circulation of that magazine?
The circulation of the comic book. It's Black Horse Comics, and I actually have them in my office. I stupidly threw them in.
Like at the time, so you're looking at historical images.
Yeah.
How were they kind of circulated at the top of the subscription things, or did you pop it out of the local shop?
Frank Miller,
Yeah.
Gibbons. Yeah, they're available in shops and via the internet when they came out. But
They were online, were they?
they're now partly online. You can access them online. Actually, what's happened is that now there's a great big tome, literally a tome that came out about 4 years ago, costing $300. It's called The Life and Works of Martha Washington. It's a huge thing. It's a collection of all the stories related to her life. They're even going to make a film about Martha Washington's life, going to be released in the next couple of years.
But I'm trying to work out the relationship between the kind of target reader of the people who were reading them at the time, and possibly the different relationship that you have with them.
Who was reading it at the time? I think, well, from what I can gather via the reception of the book at the time, the comic books, they were just like regular comic books that you could buy in. They were not a niche thing. You could buy them at comic book stores. Well, I spoke to some residents because I did work there for a while and made them aware of it. And I think I'm not sure if it's absolutely necessary that the residents there at the time were aware of the text. I think the fact that there's going to be greater dissemination of the work now via film and online and things like that, for people who don't live there anymore, because residents have been displaced. I think the idea of it being circulated to the ex-residents now is perhaps important in that sense. But at the time, it was just a large part of a much larger body of work from Frank Miller and Dave Gibbons. Okay.
Any other questions?
Who's up keeping her blog now? You were saying that, was it Beauty Tanner? That her blog is still going up. And I wonder about that just because I think it's interesting. And also, you said that she kind of took on a spokesperson role to a certain extent. And I guess how did other people feel about that? You were saying that she wasn't very it's like she kind of took on this speaking role. So I wonder about how that conflict played out, or who are the people who disagree with what she was saying, or how she represented the issues.
Okay. Well, the first part is her niece is keeping the blog going in conjunction with the continuation of what's called the Ghetto Gallery, which is also a recording studio as well, where Beauty's son is a recording artist there as well. So it's all a family institution, really, keeping her legacy alive. And in terms of who she pissed off a lot of people, and she had a certain a slam way of addressing people, which didn't go down in a lot of meeting settings where you had to meet Chicago Housing Authority officials. She was kind of no holds barred, and she kind of went against the idea of what a journalist should be, i.e. being impartial. She was not impartial at all.
I guess I was wondering more if she upset people within the ghetto itself. Well, not necessarily if she didn't realize the conflict was more with the officials or things like that.
Well, the time I spent with her, she was very well liked within. She lived on Robert Taylor Homes, and she was very well liked by the residents that I encountered as well. It was really weird the Chicago Housing Authority officials that regarded her as just a nuisance that wouldn't go away. Basically, when I was with her, everyone, people used to. She was like a national, like a local celebrity, basically, for bringing attention to what was going on in Chicago at the time. And she called everyone love. It's like, no matter if she'd only met you once, she loved you, basically. she was a really unusual character in that sense. But yeah, I'm sure that she did annoy some people within the local community as well. And I write about this a little bit more within the broader chapter. But yeah, she didn't fulfill the regular criteria of being an impartial journalist.
I have a quick question, which is, how do men fit into this, or do men have another role in this outside being abusers and not there for their children?
I should think they do. Beauty's brother was actually like her he was kind of behind the scenes a lot within the ghetto bus tour experience, providing kind of backup for Beauty. Throughout when she was giving the ghetto bus tours, etc., etc. It sounds in this paper like it's a lot of male bashing, but I flesh it out more thoroughly in my broader analysis. But no, they definitely had a role with Turner's mini organisation and Residence Journal, which she was once, it's a public housing run local newspaper. I worked with them a little bit too, and the Ethan, who was the main director of the journal, was a man. So it's not just women. But I think the thing is that the idea of poverty within Chicago, there's a lot of scholarship to suggest that it's quite gendered, particularly with the people, there's scholarship that I talked about in this paper referring to what they call queen bees within public housing environments who served as community leaders at times when no one else would, like functioning community laundromats, that kind of thing. So the gendering of poverty within Chicago is very clear in recent public housing history.
Thank you. And where can we read this chapter?
It's in a book called Engaging the Woman Fantastic, Palgrave Macmillan this summer.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Nick. Right. I'm now delighted to be able to introduce Charlotte Bonham Carter, who has worked as curator of art on the Underground, commissioning artists to make new work that engages local communities, London Underground staff and the London public. From 2009 to 11, Charlotte was curator of visual arts at the Institute of Contemporary Art in London. Charlotte has worked as an assistant curator in the collections department of the Irish Museum of Modern Art of Dublin. And from 2008 to 9, she was an assistant curator at Barbican Art Gallery, where she worked on the exhibitions and commissions. Charlotte is the co-author with David Lodge of the Contemporary Art book, reprinted a number of times, most recently 2013, a large-scale survey of the most influential artists on the global contemporary art stage. She's a regular contributor to Flash Art and has written for numerous other publications. Charlotte is currently Associate Professor of Art History and Visual Culture at Richmond, where she teaches courses on professional practice. She's also completing a PhD in Cultural Policy and Management at City University, London. Thank you, Charlotte.
Sorry, I'll just take a moment to load this. Great, thanks. So I may be shifting gears a little bit here in that this presentation isn't going to talk so much about the visual, but more about the institutions and policies around art and visual culture. So just get ready to enter a different frame of mind. So the title, this is all a work in progress. But the title of my presentation today is Instrumental Cultural Policy and the Governance of Contemporary Art Organizations. And to try to whittle that down to one question, essentially what I'm asking is this. To what extent has instrumental cultural policy affected the structure and purpose of contemporary visual arts galleries in London that were regularly funded by the Arts Council England under New Labour? So I will dissect this question in a moment. It's probably important to say that what I'm interested in is this particular sphere of galleries that are regularly supported by the Arts Council. So in this period, actually, they were called regularly funded organisations. They're now called national portfolio organisations. And there are about 700 right now that are supported by the Arts Council. So in order to understand this presentation, this is a key term, which is actually becoming more and more widely used. And this is really sort of at the crux of this presentation. So I'm going to be talking about instrumental cultural policy. And very simply, that means using culture as a means or an instrument for attaining goals in non-cultural areas. And to put that another way, what that essentially means is that we can no longer say, perhaps we haven't been able to say for a long time, that art is important for art's sake. So we can't say that culture is important for cultural reasons. It doesn't work with the government. Just to give you, I suppose, a little bit of context to what I'm trying to do here is essentially work in an interdisciplinary fashion and link a few fields, which is why I'm sort of spending some time on some of this vocabulary. I'm drawing on some aspects of political science and cultural policy, which is already itself an interdisciplinary discipline. My experience in arts management, but I'm also interested in how this influences practice and what are the connections between these sort of three research areas. So let me say a little bit more about instrumental cultural policy. It's important to understand that our conception of the museum today wasn't always the way that museums were perceived. So museums actually began as storehouses for private collections of the rich and the aristocracy. And they were often sort of, warehouses to demonstrate the wealth of the monarchy. It was only sort of middle of the 19th century that the museum as a public institution came into being. So with that shift, our expectation of the museum changed greatly. So as a public institution, we then expect certain things from the institution, certain public benefits, essentially. And at first, that was very much about using the museum as a kind of civilizing agent. So to bring in the masses and the undereducated, the lower class, to raise, expose them to culture and raise, civilize them essentially. In the UK, museums then became quite linked to education reform. So as the role of the state became increasingly involved in educating its public, that mission became quite linked to the museum. So what I'm interested in is the last, sort of 50 years, as the role of the state has changed, further changed, from this, highly engaged, supportive welfare state to a more minimally engaged neoliberal state, that has changed the expectation of the museum on the museum. And what it has meant is that museums now have to argue both their purpose, but also their value for money. And this is a strange concept for museums. I mean, essentially, we think about the NHS in this way, is it cost effective? How do we apply that kind of language to museums? And we can see that there is always this kind of tension between what I'm calling the instrumental arguments, or what is known as the instrumental arguments, and the art for art's sake, which is also the sort of intrinsic argument. So at this time, a lot of the public sector underwent a change in that not only did they have to argue their sort of worth and their value for money, but importantly they had to prove it. So this is what has been termed by some theorists the auditing explosion. So a lot of the public sector went from working in a manner in which processes were important and processes were protected, to working in a manner in which the process didn't really matter, but the results mattered. Okay, so what's important and what's interesting here is how does that work when it's quite hard to prove things, okay? So we can immediately see how this is particularly difficult for culture, that our sort of personal experiences of culture may be difficult to prove, take a long time to, how does those visits to museums in your childhood, how has that affected who you are today? Creativity, that may inspire leadership, but how do we prove that, And one of the interesting arguments that sort of emerged around looking at this kind of issue is that we set targets that are the best we have, kind of proxy indicators of how things are going. And they're supposed to tell us, how museums are doing. But what can happen is that instead of telling us and measuring existing activity, they come to shape activity. And I'm going to return to this, but one of the main sort of targets or evaluative measures that is used to judge the sort of success of a museum is audience numbers. Okay, so what does that mean when that moves from something that measures existing activity to something that museums and galleries are striving for? Okay, so I suppose it's difficult to say when this sort of instrumental argument began, because I've just said, actually it's always kind of been there, that, art for art's sake is not enough. But it became most explicit during the Thatcher administration, maybe not surprisingly. So it was during that time that cultural policy was very explicit about the fact that museums and culture had to contribute to the economy. Okay, so that was the first sort of explicit narrative in cultural policy about what role museums had other than, for culture. And this was very much linked to sort of using museums for regeneration and revitalizing broken neighborhoods and communities. I am specifically interested in this period, 1997, under New Labour. And this is interesting because this is the moment when arguments shifted, arguments shifted towards museums and culture having to have social impact. And this actually was kind of one trajectory of policy that originated in the central government. And under Tony Blair's administration, he set up something called the Social Exclusion Unit. And this was working across different departments. And what it was about was essentially, here are some definitions, but it was about providing opportunities to engage individuals labeled as socially excluded. And that term is already complicated, but we can sort of understand it as those members of society that kind of suffer from a combination of linked problems such as unemployment, poor skills, low income, poor housing, etc. This is interesting for a number of reasons. This originated, again, as a sort of interdepartmental policy in central government. It was then given as a sort of directive to the Department for Culture, Media and Sport, who are the department tasked with looking after those things. That policy then goes down and is relayed in some way to the Arts Council, and then that Arts Council then feeds that policy to the institutions that it funds. So it's interesting to me that this kind of directive goes through sort of, and as we'll see, like a sort of game of Chinese whispers, almost down to the institutions that are actually supposed to implement this directive. So that's one thing that's interesting. But to point out, so after this sort of central government directive that, social inclusion should be prioritized, it ends up in 1999 that the DCMS publishes a paper that says this is the purpose of museums, is to work on social inclusion. And the title of that paper was Centers for Social Change, Museums, Galleries and Archives for All. And I think what I like to point out here is that this is actually a very dangerous position for museums and galleries to be in. If we remember back to what I just said, that this was all about sort of cost effectiveness. So on the one hand, museums and galleries are hesitant to challenge this directive because they may risk further funding. On the other hand, if they go along with this and they are proven to be not the most cost-effective way of delivering social change, they also endanger their position. The other thing to say about this is, it's never really defined how museums and galleries can go about working with or working towards social inclusion. Okay, it's a very poorly defined directive, and it gets mixed up with a lot of other concepts that are related, but lacking the precision of terms that you would expect in this kind of environment. So social inclusion gets mixed up with access, it gets mixed up with increasing audiences, and it gets mixed up with cultural diversity. Now, all these things are related. It's not actually clear to museums and galleries at this time what they should be doing, and importantly, how they should be doing it. So there's quite a bit of literature on, how could you ever prove that you are achieving, social inclusion? And this scholar has done a survey and come up with various measures that are and were used. And these are you can read them here. I mean, very hard to apply these to museums and galleries, and particularly museums and galleries of contemporary art, which is the subject that I'm looking at. So what I put this up here to make the point that it's perhaps not surprising that museums and galleries really sort of zero in on this first one, attendance and participation, okay? So during this period, there's a lot of emphasis on audience numbers. And I hope what I've just shown is that part of that comes from the policy documents, and part of that is because there was nothing else to latch on to demonstrate that museums and galleries were having social impact. So what's interesting is, and here are finally some pictures, what's interesting is how does that impact programming and practice? And what we start to see is that this works okay for some institutions, and my sort of emerging hypothesis is it works okay for larger institutions with more resources. This is one of the highest audience, in terms of audience numbers, highest figures for the Hayward Gallery. This is the light show. It was a really fun exhibition. It was, I took my 6-month-old daughter to this exhibition 3 times. It was very popular with other, young mothers, lots of lights, but lacking some criticality, not the most challenging show, a bit like going to the Science Museum. No offense. Here's another, again, really interesting piece. 2003, the Weather Project. Oliver Eliasson, very interactive, brought in loads of non-art world people, because you sort of lie on the floor and look at the sun, and it's great on many levels. But is this what we want from all of our cultural institutions? So interestingly, in this this kind of dilemma is, I think, intensified in this period of austerity. But interestingly, in this period of austerity, these big venues are attracting bigger crowds than ever before. So Tate Modern recently announced that it had 5.3 million visitors in 2012, which was, again, the highest annual attendance ever. Of course, there was Damien Hirst in the Olympics, but even Tate Britain managed 4.3% increase. And this is just the trend. It just sort of goes up and up. Some of you may have been familiar with this piece, the Rain Room in Barbican's Curve Gallery. This is an installation digitally controlled so that you could walk through a gallery that was raining and not get wet. It was hugely successful. It attracted 77,000 people, which is way more than any other exhibition in the Curve Gallery. It had extended opening hours. I actually went 3 times to see it, and I couldn't see it because I didn't want to wait. The queues were up to 8 hours long. So, all on YouTube and everything. So what I'm interested in is sort of, is this social inclusion? No. But is it some mixed up version of that narrative? Is it, are these participatory, performance-based practices cultivated by this cultural policy environment at this time? For many museums, these kinds of projects and these blockbuster shows, and especially if they're interactive and they're participatory, they do tick a lot of boxes. We also see that institutions are becoming bigger. So again, in this period of austerity, a lot of the smaller, radical, more community-centered institutions like the Whitechapel just underwent, or in 2009, completed a major expansion. The Serpentine Gallery, again, in this moment of economic uncertainty, opened a second gallery in 2013. And of course, the Tate Modern is expanding by 50%, and in 2012 opened the Tate Tanks, which have shut for further renovation. But it's curious to me, what is the end goal? Is it bigger, is better, and what happens then to those small to medium-sized institutions that can't compete? So this is where I bring in this discussion of the ICA. In 2010, the ICA, which has been in existence since 1947, was in a very serious moment of trouble. This is an article from the Times detailing that moment and raising the question, just what is the point of the ICA? And I think the ICA is in a position like a number of these, again, small to medium-sized institutions, that they either have to compete and become bigger, like the Whitechapel and the Serpentine, or they need to return to more specialist audiences that have some already participating in the art world. So this is actually how the ICA was founded. It was actually a kind of collection of anarchists, and it was a members club, and it was an institution for people sort of already in the know. And this has been theorized by Howard Becker, who sort of theorized the art world, and it's what he calls serious audiences, those audiences that already have some participation in the art world. Why do we need these kind of venues? Well, these serious audiences are more likely to, or the best audiences to test projects, to accept failure, and to engage really experimental practice. So what I'm interested in is not suggesting that every institution needs to only engage serious audiences, and I'm also not suggesting that every institution needs to become bigger and strive to have ever-expanding audience numbers, but to create a cultural landscape that is diverse and is deliberately addressing different audience groups. So this is just to sort of give you some insight into how I'm approaching this study. There are, I think it's, these are all the visual arts galleries in London that are funded by the Arts Council, and there are other visual arts organisations, but that are not physical gallery spaces. So I'm interested in this kind of middle bracket, and as you can see, I mean, the ICA I've talked about is still going through a kind of identity crisis. The South London Gallery has recently undergone an expansion. The Photographers Gallery has moved. We can begin to see how this particular medium-sized group is particularly challenged. Okay, so these Smaller galleries, they are not expected to raise or to see the same kind of audience numbers as these larger galleries, but this middle column is kind of stuck between two purposes, and I think they are in danger. So just to conclude, these are, as I said, this is a work in progress, but these are my hypotheses. Essentially that in this period, galleries did place undue emphasis on audience numbers. Part of that was sort of written into policy documents, and part of that is perceived. I think that there are disjunctures between what the galleries value and what they report to funding bodies. So sometimes these emphases are not actually what the galleries view as their core values, and maybe not so much has changed, it's just what they report to funding bodies. Okay, so that's something I'm interested in looking at in more detail. As I've said, that I think these small to medium-sized galleries are particularly have a hard time working towards these performance indicators such as audience numbers, and efforts to increase footfall may take these specialist institutions away from their core values. And lastly, this kind of policy may have encouraged, or at least provided, a kind of fertile landscape for the cultivation of certain art practices over others, such as participatory art forms and performance. And that's it. So take questions now? Yeah. I don't know if I have much time. But...
Thank you, Charlotte. Are there any questions or comments for Charlotte? Nick first, and then
Hi, Charlotte. Thank you very much. That's very interesting indeed, and I can now see why Robert's place is straight after you. So this seems
purely happenstance.
I think I'm kind of interested in your model of this idea that we've gone from a kind of benevolent notion of or the notion of the art gallery as something benevolent to something which is, as you call it, neoliberal. I'm just wondering on what that's kind of founded, because, for example, the Arts Council of Great Britain, founded in 1946, by Maynard Keynes, as you know, that came out of Keynes's thinking around unemployment and about how you kept artists employed in the conditions of the war and things. I don't think it was ever, let's do something philanthropic. And I think this is kind of quite interesting. And so I think what your description of the kind of these kind of economic models and needing to account for the gallery, measure the gallery, and everything has become so kind of accentuated and absurd that no one can really move. But the idea that it was once benevolent and now it isn't, I think is
yeah, well, I think I tried to. I think the key change is that it has become more explicit. So as I tried to say, I think this has been the role of the museum has been linked to you know, kind of other agendas since it became a public institution. But what has changed more recently are those two things: that now cultural policy is more explicit about aligning culture with other agendas, and secondly, that it has to be evidenced. And I think it's that particular shift and this notion that those evaluative measures become targets that shape the activity rather than kind of, you know, do what they're supposed to do, which is measure existing activity. I think that's, for me, the key shift. I don't think I'm suggesting that, you know, that the Arts Council was, or that culture was ever seen, you know, in a kind of, with the intrinsic argument. I don't think that's
interestingly enough, it is sold to us as if it's welfare, part of the welfare state kind of thing, certainly by ACE, by the Arts Council. But I think you're absolutely right, and I think what's interesting there, when it was set up, the Arts Council, it was set up, talking about non-interference, it was set up under the Treasury. You know, there was no DCMA. Because and Kings put it under the Treasury because they were too busy to be involved. In other words, they wanted to keep their noses out of it.
Yeah, well, I think that's kind of another trajectory which I haven't explored so much, but I find is emerging as something important is this kind of notion of the arm's length model, and these institutions that I'm looking at are called independent institutions because they're not, nationally funded like the Tate or the Victoria and Albert Museum or some of, British Museum, larger institutions. But many of them rely kind of heavily on the Arts Council, who relies on DCMS, who, gets. So it's a sort of, I'm interested in how kind of hands-off or arm's length that really is, and how that's actually changing as in the direction that we're heading, which is that the private sector is picking up more of the responsibility to fund our cultural institutions. That's the direction that we're moving in. Thanks.
You have a question?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm interested most on your last hypothesis, talking about cultural policy affecting what's being displayed. I'm just wondering, in terms of the participatory art, what sort of effects do you think it's having on the production of art versus the choice of display and curation? I mean, do you think it's having as big an effect, or is the art world, are the artists changing their shift on what they're creating to suit this type of cultural policy, or is it based on what the galleries are choosing to display?
I think that's really a key question, and I'd be very hesitant to suggest a direct link. In fact, you could even argue the opposite, that kind of policy is responding to practice. But I think at the moment my position is that art galleries are sort of more likely to program this particular kind of activity because it does tick a lot of boxes, and performance-based work does tend to draw, sort of bigger crowds, and so it has created an environment that's kind of comfortable for those kind of practices to grow, I think.
It's commercializing again, so I mean the artists
are
creating to create something that will be popular.
Yeah.
The V&A is an Arts Council funded, is it?
It's funded by DCMS.
Yeah, because I was really interested in the David Bowie exhibit. I couldn't see the point of it personally, but it was just seemed like a huge. I couldn't see any point in having an exhibition about Bowie. What else don't you know about him? And it just seemed to be like an enormous excuse to get everybody into the shop.
Well,
it was massively successful, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the most.
And sold out. When I went to see it, I think it's one of the most disappointing exhibitions I've ever seen.
Well, this is the other thing, is kind of big blockbuster shows, that, I mean, it again, I don't know, I mean, attendance numbers basically are just going up and up and up.
Yeah.
But I guess my question is, at what cost? And I mean that kind of literally, in that some of my research has looked at marketing departments within these institutions. So for example, the Whitechapel went from 3 people in marketing to now they have 9. So, that's, I'd like to find a kind of measure to audience numbers, and, but at the same time, curatorial staff as a percentage of total staff hasn't changed. So there's a imbalance.
It was interesting at the David Bowie, because we went, didn't we, Robert? Remember, we both had a similar reaction, and then we came out and there was a little exhibit outside, which was about the Tudor and Stuart court's relationship with Russia, which was absolutely fascinating, and I learned masses from it, which I haven't even thought about. I thought to myself, this is what the V&A ought to be doing. Not kind of pretending to be, a rock venue.
You wouldn't have gone.
No,
well that's a good argument.
Have gone, actually. I mean, but then I suppose the V&A's trying not to aim at people like me anyway.
And on that note,
Yeah.
I'm sure that this interesting conversation will continue because of Nick's presentation, which is next. So thank you again, Charlotte.
Sure.
And let me now, with pleasure, introduce Nick Ferguson.
Yeah. So
who is
you're
an
going to rubbish
artist.
everything I just said?
Nick is an artist and writer.
Okay, good.
Nick Ferguson is an artist and writer working collaboratively and independently. He's a lecturer in art history and critical studies at Kingston University and a researcher at Goldsmiths College, University of London, and an adjunct professor at Richmond. Theoretical concerns include the figure of the artist in relation to art and state or corporate power, agency, status and circulation of objects. Nick has exhibited as part of London Festival of Architecture at Cube Gallery, Manchester, Static Gallery, Liverpool, The Economist Plaza, Piccadilly, APT Gallery, London, and Whisper Gallery, Poland. He's spoken at Tate Liverpool, Tate Britain, and Whitechapel Gallery, and his PhD thesis, Target, Absolute, Art, Place, and the Politics of Indifference, is due for completion in the summer of 2014.
Thank you, Rob. I've got kind of quite a lot to get through, especially in response to what Charlotte said. I kind of, where I'm kind of going with this this thesis on the politics of indifference, or as I've got it here, the aesthetics of indifference, is certainly in the answer to some of your questions about how we respond. But unfortunately, I'm not going to kind of get to that point today. That will come in another instalment, hopefully. I kind of want to set this up, this question of the kind of problem of being kind of invited to think about art as being useful and socially productive and stuff. And kind of trace that back to a kind of moment in the 18th century, actually. And that's kind of what I'm going to do today. So I'm going to whip through some stuff at the beginning just to kind of stage it, although I think Charlotte's done a lot of that kind of groundwork for me. So one of the narratives that we kind of just stand up because you can't see me. Kind of, where is it best? Here? Is that all right? Away. Okay. So one of the kind of narratives that's told about art is that it emancipates us. It sets us free from certain kinds of problems that we have, both socially, in terms of our relations with each other outside, and economically, and in terms of our personal selves and so forth. And one of the kind of versions of that, which has become kind of very, very dominant in the last 30 years, is that we get to participate in public life through art in ways that we didn't previously do so. So this is something that's kind of been developed or articulated particularly in the US in the 1990s and is increasingly happens here. And I haven't got many visuals, by the way, so I kind of was wondering what to do about that, Robert. This is a kind of visual thing, so I've kind of gone for a load of book dust jackets. So have to look at dust jackets while I talk. Here's the first one. Okay, here's Suzanne Lacey, classically. To search for the good and make it matter. That's kind of what art does, okay? Very much of its time in 1990, okay? We have here Situation, kind of another version of it coming through. Notice this published by the Whitechapel, you can't see that, it's published by the Whitechapel Art Gallery, which we were hearing about earlier. This idea of kind of place and the kind of where we are in art kind of digs itself into particular environments and sorts out everybody's problems. Here we have Javier Teles being catapulted across the border of the US-Mexico border. In fact, it's not him, it's a stuntman. But there we are, kind of, sorting out a kind of border problem. We've got lots of kind of phrases for this. Another phrase for this kind of art, dialogical art. Here we have a book cover of Grant Kester's book, not his latest, but the previous one, Conversation Pieces, that art opens conversations and things.
And then, of course, as we know, there's relational art, there's participation art. Okay. And these kind of artworks, these types of art, these kind of ways of working, sort of kind of forms of choice for public funding bodies. There's a lot of this type of work that's getting public funding and also is getting corporate funding. It's important that public funding is actually minimal in relation to funding that's available for art. It's getting huge money from kind of corporations. By getting people involved, in terms of the public funding, the artwork enables governments to fulfil their democratic mandate. How do we justify spending on the arts? Well, we make work that everybody feels part of, and that's kind of the kind of line of the New Labour government that came, you know, of the 97. And the purpose of that, obviously, if you've got more numbers involved, then you can justify spending on the arts. But there was also, right at the heart of that, is this idea of that art somehow enables us to form this public sphere, and we all get talking, and then that's a kind of democracy. But also that, here's Tessa Jowell, Government and the Value of Culture, 2004. The government should spend on the arts because they're a means through which Britain can alleviate the poverty of aspiration. So that's kind of classic statement. There's a little picture of that. So this is the kind of context that we've got. And here's Grisdale Arts. Here's one of the arts organisations which actually still, as I speak, actually has some funding. So Grisdale Arts in Cumbria. So you kind of have a London-centred thing and then a rural-centred thing. Grisdale is ready to be idealistic. Here's the statement. To relive the commune, to re-establish the work ethic, ready to be useful, to contribute, to be political, to be economically relevant, and ultimately to be emotionally and spiritually driven. It seems very much that this is an example of an arts organisation that is a kind of product of policy, if you're not careful. Nevertheless, there are significant problems. Oh yes, and I can see that's Matthew Arnold in 65. So 1865. Why have I written 1965? Well, there we have it. So you can kind of see a kind of coming round again kind of thing. So there are huge critiques of this which are emerging, and Charlotte's kind of talking about, and I've also talked about to some extent elsewhere. Then there's the question of whether this kind of art, so-called in the public interest, interests the public. And does it actually interest anybody? And how do you kind of get them interested, and so forth? Okay. So what if it doesn't interest the public? What if the social potential of arts is not realised through kind of fusion with life, this kind of becoming everyday kind of idea, but that it comes out of some kind of singularity, something that's utterly different about art. And that's an argument which is made by Claire Bishop, and it kind of really lays into these kind of models. Okay. So there is a kind of taking for granted that place, because these are all rooted in a kind of notion of place-making, whether that place be a particular suburb of South London, like Peckham, for example, and the funding of the South London Gallery, or Grisdale up in Cumbria. There's this kind of assumption that place is a kind of inherently kind of democratic concept, okay, that's kind of good for us all, okay. So the kind of, and I think that assumption needs challenging. Here is a little photo of where the new runway is likely to go at Heathrow. I couldn't help noticing. I kind of went to look at the spot and found this little picture. This view of these dogs looking at. Kind of very divided place. I mean, there's a kind of masking over. So I want to hear one of the people that kind of starts to talk about the problem of this, of art kind of being used in this way, George Giudice, in this book, The Expedience of Culture, absolutely brilliant book on, and here we have Alfredo Jar's work. Alfredo Jar, an artist who, there we have a balloon being lifted into the air let into the air for everybody who's died crossing the border of the US and Mexico. So kind of potent piece. I'm not going to talk about Alan Sekula. That is the Titanic model that was used for the ship. I want to kind of move on then. Given these widespread critiques, how would we change strategy? What would it mean to withdraw, to kind of employ some strategy of non-engagement, of not being interested? And might that be kind of politically more compelling? Might there be something historically actually more continuous and coherent about that than engagement and participation? So what would those strategies look like, and how might we theorise them? So I want to look at the first question and use the kind of remaining time to situate the kind of philosophies of indifference within these discourses that have opened up: publicness, liberalism, emancipation through art, that kind of thing. So the first thing I'll say is that the idea that indifference might be politically productive is very counterintuitive. Indifference stands beyond kind of any work, any idea of labour. There's no duty, there's no notion of having to do something for somebody. There is no action involved. So there is no orientation towards anything. We're not being invited to kind of face things. Okay. So it instills no passion, no desire, no thought, no empathy, no anxiety. It is then a kind of a negation, an utter kind of negation to Western political thinking. So if there is indifference as a kind of strategy that I would say is actually at play, believe it or not, within much of this work, despite the appearance, then it would seem to be quite contrary to the rhetoric that's surrounding it. So this idea of indifference is talked about historically in all sorts of negative words. So Arnold says it's the opposite of compassion and concord. The Italian novelist Alberto Moravia speaks of indifference as a kind of inertia. It's born of routine, greed, libido, materialism, and a number of Moravia's films kind of have these kind of extraordinary kind of, Moravia has been taken to the screen by Bertolucci quite a lot. Il Conformista, amazing film in which we see these kind of people just living in these kind of states of great kind of interiors and things, and then sort of just changing their mind at any political opportunity. And I think another one, Pasolini, I was watching this last night, where this kind of guest comes and stays with the family and has sex with everybody in turn before kind of just leaving. You know, and you see these kind of big estates, and these portrayals of indifference are really horrific. They utterly reject it. So what I'm saying is that in order to kind of put forward this idea that indifference is kind of productive, you have to look at it in beyond some of these kind of depictions, interesting though they are. I think one of the Bruno Latour, a sociologist, writes about making things public, big kind of exhibition and things that he did. Indifference, he says, is incompatible with a democracy. Okay. Speaking of the parliamentary, he says that the indifference of the Chinese to participation in public debate is the seat of that incompatibility. One passage reads as follows: "The Chinese are more than happy to take their seats in the global amphitheatre of multiculturalism, similar seated but with tiny differences of angle to witness the same spectacle, but wish to remain indifferent to our own, meaning Western ways of being all-encompassing. Differences we could absorb. We thought we could absorb under the decaying but still some solid dome of the Holy Roman Empire. But indifferences, ? Kind of this thing that's just kind of impossible to deal with." And I think Latour, of all these kind of commentators, kind of gets to the heart of the Western anxiety with indifference, that it is the antithesis of participation in public life. Okay. Again, another major theorist. Oh yeah, I couldn't help putting Barbara Kruger in there, self-interest. Thinking of self-interest in relation to indifference, a kind of little ironic twist in there. Another kind of great thinker, speaker of indifference, obviously Hannah Arendt, writing on in the kind of aftermath of the Second World War. She understands the atrocities of Nazi Germany as a form of indifference. Okay, so at the end of her report on the trial of Eichmann here, she, the Nazi collaborator, Arendt concludes, Eichmann is not unintelligent, but banal and shockingly devoid of thought. That's kind of her kind of definition. And she says, in another text, in the Human Condition, action is the condition of all political life. Yet, indifference, there is kind of a tension with indifference. There are huge numbers of thinkers who kind of argue or speak about it in other ways. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, perhaps one of the, so let's start with Plato. For Plato, good governance is carried out by those who have no desire to govern. Okay, kind of paradox of politics. Okay, good governance is carried out by those who have no desire to govern. The idea, a kind of key thing in this, kind of being desire-free. So this kind of what I start to build in is this definition of indifference, this kind of thing that's free from desire. When Jean-Jacques Rousseau contrasted the freedom of the savage, and this is going to come back to this in the 20th century, with the fettered nature of civilized man, he identifies the savage's, quote, profound indifference to every other object, end quote, as that which permitted him to breathe peace and liberty. For Friedrich Schiller, idleness. Schiller, obviously, on the aesthetic education of man, and this is where we first start to see aesthetics and indifference coming together. Idleness and indifference are merely a more human name for the freest and sublimest states of being. That's Schiller in the aesthetic education of man. So these affirmative accounts, very, very affirmative accounts that start to kind of really come through in the 18th century, they're not limited to the 18th century. Major American novelist Herman Melville really starts to build up this kind of model of the kind of indifferent figure. Obviously, he picks up on Rousseau's idea of the savage, and we have, for those of you who know the story, Quique represented here. And the kind of first impression that he has on the kind of protagonist of the storyteller, Ishmael, the storyteller, you might remember. And he says there he sat. This is not a picture of him sitting, but he kind of sees him in his room for the first time. He's very indifferent, speaking a nature in which there lurked no civilized hypocrisies and bland deceits. And we see this coming through in a much more not famous, but much simpler novel, Bartleby, the Scrivener, this guy who just prefers not to do anything all the time. Profoundly disruptive. And another kind of 20th century figure who kind of develops this, Roland Barthes, in The Empire of the Signs, this idea, he describes himself kind of going off to Japan and finding himself wonderfully kind of cocooned from having to listen to people's kind of their racism and their kind of there's all their kind of unpleasant characteristics. He just hears their language as noise. And he finds this very, very refreshing. So we find, just to kind of gather together some things here, we find three kind of basic notions of indifference coming through positively in terms of a kind of spirit of liberation through the 18th century, 19th century, 20th century, to some kind of political affirmations. Indifference disrupts absolutism. Indifference puts the citizen beyond instrumentalization. Indifference brings equivalence to all beings, places, and things. That last one is the French philosopher Jacques Rancière. So we see. Now, what I want to then say is that there is then this tension within the thinking around this concept. It's a kind of very, very potent theme. And what I want to say is that art kind of inhabits that tension. Art has kind of occupied that. It's kind of sort of taken over that tension and wants it both ways. It kind of wants the kind of positive and the negative, and it's kind of constructed out of it. So I think one of the most influential stagings of that contradiction with indifference and its relationship with citizenship is in Kant. So for Kant, the figure of the artist, concerned as he is with judgments of the beautiful and the morally good, remember for Kant, beautiful and morally good are the same thing, and passing such judgments, quote, independently of all interest, but rather for delight in the things that possess these attributes. So you kind of have no interest to get this kind of aesthetic judgment. So for Kant, that is the model citizen who will act in public, because he, and it was a he thought, he worked without thought for private advantage. Okay, because that's the kind of big difference that Kant makes of it. Okay, so you're looking at something for the love of itself, back to the kind of art for art's sake thing that we were hearing about earlier. But in Kant's political scheme, this figure who's just doing something for the love of itself and therefore has this kind of higher state of relationship to the world and is a real model for how we might behave in public, either that is, we kind of get involved in politics because we think it's good, not because we might get something out of it. Seems to be that that's the step that Kant makes. So in that scheme, that figure is to be found in a kind of public use of reason, a public and democratic order that will be founded out of that, that's going to challenge the kind of monopolies of church and state, which he says is totally just self-interested. So that's the kind of logic. But, seemingly incompatibly, Kant's artist qualifies as a citizen. He is only a citizen, and able to be a citizen, because unlike the artisan, here we have a difference between the artist and the artisan. The artisan exchanges only labour. The artist is an autonomous individual engaged in free commerce and a holder of private property. Thus, the artist stood alongside other liberal people of letters who deserved a say in matters of state, landowners, entrepreneurs, investors, and for whom the public sphere might open opportunities through which to pursue their private interests. Okay. His rationale, by the way, his rationale is quite kind of curious as to why a citizen must be an owner of property. And that is that being an owner of property, and this is very, very important to kind of understand the difference here, being an owner of property in Kant's scheme gives him independence. That is to say, it puts a distance between his judgment and his appetite, this notion of appetite, that might distort his judgment. He explains about going to a Paris eating house. He says, you know, a hungry man can't judge whether food's any good in a Paris eating house. You know, you've got to be full first. And he'll tell you anything's nice. You know, it's got to already have what you want. So you must be an owner of property to be kind of a citizen. And he goes off on one, he's obviously had a bad haircut, he goes off on hairdressers can't be citizens because they just simply trade, they just cut hair, you know, they don't actually exchange any material things. So this argument that he stages then is an addition to an existing set of ideas. He doesn't make this scheme up, he builds on an existing scheme which is going on for a while. Where the received wisdom with respect to the role of the landowner in 18th century Europe, and is now being, so this was already received wisdom, it's extended to the owners, so to all property individuals. Okay, so we see here the landowner, the London-based political satirist, I haven't got a photo, Bernard Mandeville has put it, in 1714, the landowner was a citizen of leisure whose private vices would bring public pleasure, public benefit, sorry. So that's Bernard Mandeville. And one of the ways in which this was sought to work, bizarrely or not, was that the landowner's refined taste, rather than his crude appetite or his desire and pursuit of material wealth, would translate into employment for artisans. Industriousness on their estates. Here we see them all being industrious and the landlord looking on nice and relaxed. So this would contribute to the economic health of the nation. Another really important argument, and this is a kind of argument that I'm very aware that Rancière picks up on, was that citizens of leisure had time on their hands to think and to educate themselves, so that the citizen of leisure is better positioned than those without estate to make informed decisions about matters pertaining to the health of the nation. The artist then was a relative newcomer of this social class, and who would hold influence. His ability to hold influence was inseparably bound with his accession and acceptance. Now, to be accepted, he had to look indifferent, and it was, as I said, it was a he. Artists were only just becoming accepted into this social group. They were trying to define themselves over and against artisans. So what they actually went about doing in the 18th century, and well, right through from the 16th to the 18th century, was walking around, being, behaving, trying to write indifference into the surface of their art, believe it or not. And one good example that I found of this, Svetlana Alpers' amazing book on Velázquez, talks about that courtly behaviour, this idea of courtly behaviour as first described by Castiglione in the Book of the Courtier in 1516, and later by Gracian, Balthazar Gracian. What she says is that Velázquez, he wanted to make presence in the surface of his canvas as he was trying to kind of become a knight of the order. And he wanted to show that he's like a kind of knight. What's his courtly behaviour? So he's got to kind of look nonchalant. He's got to look like he's not trying very hard, like he's not really doing anything. She uses this to account for the fact that we have this kind of really lousy painting. This kind of skein that kind of just goes across the surface of the thing, just kind of holding the whole thing together. This all-at-onceness that you kind of get in the painting. He's got to look like he's not putting any effort in. Okay. So that's kind of interesting. So in order to get him kind of self-received, oh yeah, you don't look like you're a toiling labourer, is the kind of thing. So disdainful ease was a kind of key phrase that was used in Castiglione's account. You need a kind of disdainful ease. Okay. So that set his class of authorship over and against that of the labouring artisan. Okay. So lack of attention to facial detail we see, his application of white, this kind of white everywhere, and a kind of withholding of effort and a kind of coolness that we see this coolness come through right through into obviously into pop and all sorts of things. I'm not trying to remember her name now. There's a critic who talks about this in pop. Moira Roth is the critic. Talks about this in relation to it kind of coming through through Duchamp. So what I'm saying is that Kant sets up this kind of stage, and he sets up the artist as indifference in two senses. The first is a function of his refined taste, refers to his lack of appetite for the things of the world, for his lack of care for how the artist might be affected, either advantaged or disadvantaged by decisions of state. And the second, meanwhile, is a kind of function of the fact that he is a member of an emergent mercantile class who is part of the new economic motor of the nation. This was kind of a time of kind of expansion, global expansion to the various different colonies and things. And a kind of opening up of trade, very, very important. So in that latter sense, his indifference refers to a lack of regard for the interests of others. So we have lack of kind of appetite and then lack of regard for the interests of others. They're not quite the same thing, and yet they become the same thing. So these meanings that are at once discrete and interdependent, and both, I would suggest, integral to the conceptualization of the citizenship that's expected of the artist in the role and the production of the public sphere at that time, and then as it comes through into the 20th century. Now, what's kind of difficult is, how many minutes have I got, Robert? It's gone. 2 minutes, okay, I'll just finish off then. So it's kind of hard to gauge the extent to which Kant saw this kind of contradiction in his characterization of the artist. He was clearly aware of the difficulty of establishing who was and who wasn't a citizen, and it may be that he didn't see the tension. If he didn't, I kind of think that his rationale gives a measure of the extent of the difficulty in the attempt to kind of grasp 18th century notions of indifference from the perspective of the 20th century. at which the 20th century notion is still kind of hugely dependent upon in the way that funding has worked and all sorts of things which there isn't time to talk about now. So you have the institutions and mechanisms that have given rise to allegiance are kind of totally absent. Their allegiance is now between the corporation and corporate patronage and stuff, which are totally absent from the kind of 18th century. And I'm talking about the corporation, I'm not talking about patronage, a very different thing here. So the idea of belonging and owing one's welfare to the corporation, to the idea of corporate indifference, whereby indifference refers to the corporation's protection of its own interests and to its shareholders' approval, publicly accepted use of indifference for financial gain. Kind of different idea than was necessarily there in the 18th century in quite such a fully fledged way. And also, beyond the ken of the 18th century was the direction in which the nation-state self-understanding would develop, so that in relation to art, that it would see as part of its task in creating industrious and dutiful citizens the need to fund the art schools and then fund the arts. It's kind of a very interesting book on how this kind of came through in the 19th century. It's just come out by Malcolm Quinn, if you want to look at that in relation to that. Unfortunately, it cost 70 quid, so just you borrow it from the library so you can see I did. So, last thing then. So we must recognise the elevation of the artist to the mercantile class was relatively new, and that the artist's claim to a public role was still untainted by a kind of imbrication within the systems of corporate greed, state formation. And so that, as well as articulating the operation of indifference in the 18th century, Kant's account, because of its infancy, flags up the need for caution in attempting to stitch together 18th century and 21st century ideas, which I'm going to go on to do. However, I think that indifference has been mobilised, and that's a kind of important word, over the course of the last 200 years by artists themselves, by critic, by curator, by funder, to the extent that it is through promises and contradictions of the philosophy of indifference, rather than through a more straightforward theory of engagement, that we should seek to understand the relationship between art and civility in the present. So that's
Thank you, Nick. We have time for a quick question, if there are any questions.
It's that time of day.
It's a dense paper, though, too. It's a dense presentation. I thought it was really, I'm liking the three papers together so far. It seems really interesting that they're calling all of these tensions to the politics of art, and the politics of culture, and thinking about who it is that decides and who is it supposed to be oriented to. And when I was hearing you speak, I was wondering what you're thinking of indifference, and you're talking about it in terms of not having an orientation or being a withdrawal. Is it from the state that you're always thinking about this too? Like, could it, and I guess I was thinking about this in terms of Charlotte's paper and thinking about who is the audience of, like, what is the intention? Like, is it towards building a different sort of public? Like, is the public always the state that we're supposed to be appealing to or participating within? And I guess maybe you could comment on that. Like, what is it, the indifference to what? Like, is it...
That's a very, very important question. And I think that the difficulty that you're having is precisely what I'm pinpointing in when I'm saying it's difficult to think about this from the 21st century, looking back at the 18th. Indifference, as far as its kind of main proponents were concerned, had a kind of, was a kind of gaze which would disrupt liberalism. It would disrupt the possessive individualism that people like Francis Bacon were concerned about, Hobbes and so forth, and it was first kind of put forward as a concept by Anthony L. Shaftesbury, as a kind of gaze which is kind of going to disrupt something. However, what I'm going to come on to say, obviously not today, is that because of its ambiguity, has been quite mobilised. Actually, it comes within liberalism. There is that split there. It's not like there's this kind of indifference and there's that kind of indifference, and we've got one word for two things. That's the kind of easy answer. In fact, they are the same thing, and that kind of ambiguity is kind of is the kind of the potency of how art is kind of being used now by within. People were talking about regeneration. So so indifferent to one's location, indifferent to one's public, in terms of indifferent to what. So to sightedness is kind of how I'm interested in it.
I got kind of lost in there, in that paper. So, I mean, I understand the different varieties of indifference, right? So, and I mean, obviously being English, I understand this sort of British skepticism about enthusiasm. I mean, I grew up in a school where I went to a boarding school, and the idea of being keen about anything apart from sport was regarded as really the lowest form of activity. I mean, you were not supposed to be enthusiastic about academic work.
Yeah.
And if you were, that was kind of regarded as, just idiotic. You were supposed to be enthusiastic about cricket. You weren't supposed to be enthusiastic about anything academic, for example. I mean, that was regarded as very bad form indeed, right? Which is, I suppose, a sort of hangover from what you're talking about, isn't it? You were supposed to be effortless. You were supposed to be effortlessly successful at things.
This was a sign of a higher kind of state
it was supposed to be a sort of higher thing, and this actually being enthusiastic about academic work was regarded as something female.
Yes.
Right. But I don't really see the relationship between that and Hannah Arendt's analysis of Eichmann. Because Eichmann wasn't a Nazi collaborator, he was a Nazi. And he was actually a very keen Nazi, an enthusiastic Nazi. I mean, I think what Arendt is arguing is that he was really he was just basically a run-of-the-mill bureaucrat that went up the ladder, and he could have been, a chicken farmer, which is actually what he was anyway. Right? I mean, but I don't really quite get the link between that and that kind of aristocratic sang-froid which you're talking about.
Well, as you know, because you're familiar with that text, I mean, she's interested in the idea that she talks about him as having a kind of sang-froid. Actually, she doesn't think of him as enthusiastic. She thinks of it as just doing his job, not thinking. It's not that he was. If he'd been enthusiastic, that would have been a kind of a bit more all right. But he wasn't. He wasn't enthusiastic about anything. He just took orders and did this thing utterly coldly. And I think that's her anxiety.
But then, what's the relationship between that and artistic production?
Well, gosh, that's complicated. It's by using that as an example, I'm trying to expose the kind of difficulties of claiming difference as productive. So that is a relationship. Now, the relationship between indifference and artistic production is that artistic production is well, I'm talking about the link that I make is indifference is a kind of desire-free gaze. That's established by Shaftesbury, who I've mentioned, and it's picked up by Robert Smithson when he goes off to the Yucatan. That this idea that you look at your surveying of the world, your attempt to look at things is not with a view to what's in it for me. What can I collect? The impulse of the kind of colonial gaze of possession. So this is seen to be productive in certain circumstances, not in all circumstances, but in certain circumstances. There are conditions under which this is kind of useful to us.
I can see we need more time for this discussion. and we better leave it there and move on to our next paper because we're running out of time. Thank you very much, Nick. Our final speaker before we have a break and the keynotes is Dr. Fred Vermerel. I don't have a biographical note for Fred, but what I can say is that Fred teaches at Kingston and at Richmond. And Fred has written 2 controversial biographies, one of Kate Moss, one of Kate Bush, and he's written about the house where Tracy Emin lives in a short essay, which is the only thing that's made me laugh out loud on the tube. And with that, give you Fred.
In other words, celebrity and phantoms and presences and so on is what that kind of work's about. And this is something a bit different. Okay, I'll try and, what I'm going to try and do is introduce you to Michael Whitaker, who you will never have heard of. Anyone heard of him? No? Anyone seen The Avengers?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know the cat suit?
Yeah.
He designed it. Okay. But he did a lot more than that. I'm also going to kind of focus in on sources. You know, how can we kind of approach the past? Is it possible to approach the past? What sources are available? Can we create sources? Are we stuck with the kinds of agendas that we receive when we start to study an area? And the area that I was particularly interested in here was 1950s London Bohemia. What went on there? Who was involved? And I read all the standard sources, and I felt I was getting nowhere because I'd read it all. We know it all. We know all that stuff. We know all the anecdotes about Francis Bacon, Colony Club, and all that stuff. There must have been more to it, perhaps, or maybe there wasn't. So I constructed a project, which is a kind of derive around this topic: the murder of Jean Townsend in 1954. She was a young fashion designer who worked for Berman's here, theatrical costumiers. I'll go into that in a minute. And she was, it's an unsolved case, which is one reason I'm interested in it, and also I'm interested, as a lot of other people are, is into kind of the background of the case. Why, for example, is her case file sealed until 2058? 58, yeah, halfway through this century, etc., etc. So I constructed this project around with those two things in mind. So it's a kind of, as I say, derive through different kinds of sources and trying to access personalities I'd never found out about and seeing what I could find out about them. The first thing I discovered, you may be aware of this, Berman's. Monty Berman, I'll read you some of this. The company started in 1900 as a military tailor. Morris and Max Berman were Jewish emigres from Russia who started it. The original premises were bombed in World War II, and then they moved to 18 Irving Street, which is just near Leicester Square, where there were lots of tailors and so on. And they started to specialise in theatrical costumier work, and also it became a massive enterprise. It had extensions in Rome, Los Angeles, all over the world, in fact, in Paris as well. And they had they actually made costumes for most of the major movies made in the mid-50s, like Moulin Rouge. All of that stuff was made by Monty Berman in this kind of factory of talent that he created. He was also very instrumental. Berman. You don't confuse him, by the way. There was another Monty Berman who was a film producer. This is not the same guy. This is another guy. He was also instrumental in funding productions. If he found a group of young people he thought were enthusiastic and interesting, he would actually put his money into the production to fund it, which is, again, I thought was quite interesting. So this company now, why don't we know more about this? Well, it's a sad story of archives. I was trying to, one of my strategies is to, when I find something interesting, I try and access private archives. I mean, obviously I go to the public archives like, Kew and so on, and I scour all that stuff. I also go into the academic databases and all the other databases like the newspaper databases, which are very useful, especially since nowadays you can access things like the Daily Express and the Mirror and so on, as well as the Times and so on. You can track a lot of information from that. But one of the most interesting ways I've found is to try and access, databases. Sources, which are private archives which haven't been looked at. Now I thought there must be an archive of Berman's, and so I basically found out no, there isn't, because it was taken over by another company, a rival company called Angels, around about 1998, after Monty Berman, just before he died actually. And there was some bitterness between the rival companies, and I was told by the company archivist at Angels they burnt it. They burnt the archive, which is priceless. It had all that information, all those designs and so on. But there's a sad story of something gone up in flames, which is kind of a dead end. However, I was able to just kind of paint a few more facts about Berman's. During the Second World War, they were involved in creating Nazi uniforms for these intelligence services to be parachuted into Europe. Also, Monty Berman dressed, I don't know if you've seen A Bridge Too Far, that's his work, and also the rock opera Tommy, and Berman's is also where the Beatles got their uniforms, for the Sgt. Pepper thing. So it's a kind of key institution, and it was very, it was very involved in the early development of television as well. Now, to get back to June Townsend, she went to an art college she was brought up in a suburb of London called Rice. She went to an art college, and then she was employed by Berman's. By the time she was 21, she'd moved all the way up from being a designer in their haute couture department to being manageress of the movie section, the female movie section. And that's when 1954 was when she disappeared, because she was killed. Now, I wanted to find out more about the background. So this is a picture which kind of spurred some of my interest. I kind of heard about this guy before, but it's a picture of June Townsend there, and she's with a bunch of models, and they're all about to go to Le Touquet to do a fashion show, because Berman's is also involved in putting on fashion shows. In the middle is this guy, Michael Whitaker. It says that Michael Whitaker and so on, and there's Jean there as a bit of an outsider. She was, in fact, his personal assistant, and much more than that, she would co-design stuff with him. But who was Michael Whitaker? How can you find out about this guy? No one's ever heard of him. If you go onto Google, the only thing you can find out about him is the Avengers connection. And through that, you can go onto this database here, which will give you some kind of scanty details about the guy. There's no photo of him online, and those are some of the productions he was involved in. I realised by reading this that he was also an actor, and he was a kind of multi-talented guy. Really, he acted in movies, had sort of small parts in quite big movies during the war. And then he became an actor in the theatre, and then he dumped that to become a designer, a theatrical designer, and also a costume designer. And then he moved on later on in his life to become a major fashion impresario. In fact, in the 50s, he was very, very well known indeed, and he was called Mr. Fashion because he was the guru of fashionability at that time. If we just look down here, you can see. You see, it references the Avengers and Men of Sherwood Forest, The Black Rose, for which he was nominated for an Oscar for his design work and so on. So I started to wonder, well, there's quite a lot of achievements here. Why don't we know anything about him? Why isn't there any information about this person? Was it because he was inconspicuous, modest, or inconsequential? It's easy to think he was inconsequential because we don't know, we don't have the sources. And that's half of what I'm going on about here. We judge history by the sources that we feel are appropriate, or that we can find quite easily, quite often. Okay, now, one of the ways I access private archives is I find out when people are dead. If you've got an obituary, that's great. He didn't write an obituary, in fact. but because he died after his peak had long passed. But I then, one of the strategies I use is to go trundle down to Chancery Lane, where there's a Dickensian institution called the National Probate Office, which keeps wills. If you can find someone's will, you will often find the next of kin, obviously, and their address, and also you get an idea of who he left stuff to, and whether there's an archive somewhere. And often you find, somewhere there's a relative who's hung on to stuff. In this case, it wasn't a relative, and I didn't find him actually through that route. I found him by going through Company's house, because he had a company called Michael Whitaker Enterprises, and traced. I then discovered some of the directors who were long retired. I found one in particular who then put me onto this woman, Anne Graham. And Anne Graham had a very close relationship with Michael Whitaker. She was the girlfriend of Michael Whitaker's boyfriend. Yeah, so quite complicated. But she was very kind of passionate about the guy. And she, after he died, she looked after him while he was dying. He died in hospital. She looked after him. And she thought, this is somebody whose life counted. And she went around the house scooping out everything and dumping it in this huge suitcase called Whitaker's Life. She filled up 3 big folders full of his work, put it in the attic, believe it or not, and there it stayed for years and years. She didn't know what to do with it until I turned up and said, yeah, I think that's quite interesting. And she gave me the whole thing, and on the understanding that I'm going to give it to the V&A when I'm finished with it. So that's one way I started to find out about this guy and put together bits and pieces of his life. Just to give you an idea maybe of some of the stuff that he'd done. I was then able to put this together from the. There were hundreds of documents, photos, and all kinds of letters and so on in this suitcase, all kind of in no order whatsoever, which is good. It's a good sign. When things have been ordered, they've been weeded. I just mentioned as well, there was nothing in the academic databases. No PhD had ever referenced this guy. Which is surprising. There's nothing in JSTOR or any of those kind of academic databases. Someone should have kind of paid attention maybe to this guy at some point, but they hadn't done. Nothing in the private archives and so on. I was helped, by the way, I just mentioned this, by a student from this place called Philippa Harrington Griffith, who I was put together. I forget the name of, what was the name of the programme that I got her on? There was a programme that you used to do here, which put together students with lecturers to do research.
I think it was the first social research module.
Was it? Yeah, okay. Well, it was great for me, and I think it was quite good for her, because I got her involved in this, and she went and interviewed this director I've been telling you about, and did other stuff as well. Whitaker, I won't go through. I mean, he did masses of stuff, but for example, his theatre work. In the 1940s, he acted in major roles in over a dozen theatre productions, several in the West End. He was a passable singer. A Guardian review, Manchester Guardian review of the operetta A Cousin from Nowhere comments favourably about him. During World War II, he played opposite Anne Todd at Prince of Wales Theatre, etc. By the mid-50s, he'd created stage sets and costumes for 12 theatre, opera and ballet productions, including Pygmalion, Tosca, Figaro and Sadler's Wells productions. Many music reviews made a point of praising his designs. Additionally, Whitaker dressed a variety of revues and floor shows. Meanwhile, he also designed clothes privately for actresses like Vivian Leigh and Joan Greenwood. And he also found time to become a major producer and compere of fashion shows. His style here was speedy and theatrical, in contrast to the stilted fashion parades then common. He boasted of showing 228 garments on 24 model girls in less than 80 minutes. He crafted scenes and moods with music. That was his style, and he was very provocative, very risque, and that's why people liked him, because he was kind of edgy. You never knew what this guy was going to say next. This is some of his design work from the folders. As I say, it was kind of, this is actually from inside her house, before she'd given me the stuff. some of the stage sets. There were masses of photos and all kinds of things there. This is him playing in Which We Serve, 1942, which is a World War II movie, and probably, can you see that? It's a bit blurred, is it? Basically, he's in a theatre production there. And here are two pictures of him by Angus MacBean. And again, I was interested in that because you probably know Angus MacBean is he's a celebrated figure and quite written about. And I think it's really because of the connection with the Beatles more than anything else, and because he overlaps into the 60s, which Whittaker didn't. And these weren't just photos, they were lots of them, and they were photos as well of Whittaker's mother and his aunt, which we'll come to in a minute. And they were signed by Angus MacBean, and in a way that suggested a very close relationship. And yet when I contacted MacBean's major biographer, he'd never heard of Whittaker. He'd never heard of him at all. In fact, I'm pretty sure they were lovers. This is some more of his work here. This is him as posing as an actress, and some of his designs there. For Walt Disney's The Story of Robin Hood and His Merry Men, and so on and so forth. Some more stuff there, some woodcuts he did, some images, chalk sketch and so on. So there's a lot of work that I found there. This is some of his work, but he also did designs for Cabaret and like the Embassy Review, and this one here, as well as fashion shows. He also, I forgot to mention, it's just here, he's made himself an Edwardian suit way before it became fashionable. He was one of the first teddy boys, really, and he made himself a teddy boy. 1952, that is, it's called The Latest Thing then. So Townsend was his personal assistant from the early 50s. She liaised through him through Burmans, and she travelled with him to fashion shows in the UK and abroad. It's obvious that Whittaker counted Jean Townsend as a friend and a colleague, and he rated her design talent, and though she's not credited, I'm pretty sure she worked on some major productions with him. This is a programme from 1954, around about the time that it happened there, and it's a programme that he's designed for a show that he produced in Scotland, and it was a fashion show to showcase Scottish design. Later on, he became quite well known as being a figure in the fashion industry, and became instrumental in creating what we now call the Fashion Council. And he toured the world showcasing British designs, went actually behind, it was one of the first British designers to go behind the Iron Curtain, as it was then, to show stuff in Russia. So just a bit about his biography, just kind of just give you an idea of where he's coming from. This is his father, that's him as a kid there, and that's him as a debonair young man. His father was a major, a military man, and also a writer and a journalist for the Times and so on. Not a very pleasant man. The marriage collapsed quite soon, and Whittaker, at the age of 3, I think, was left without a father, and was brought up by his mother and by his aunt. Luckily for the mother, she came from quite a wealthy background, so she had the money to kind of resources to fall back on, and especially she was helped by her sister, Mabel. Elsa was the mother's name, and Mabel was the sister. And Mabel was Mabel Twemlow, who was quite a well-known at that time. What should we call it? Musical act, a music hall act, but also a theatrical person. She for example, was in Wagner's The Valkyrie at Covent Garden. She did a bit of opera, and she became a kind of pin-up. I don't know whether you can see them. These are from the typescript, so that's why I put them together to do this quickly. But that's like a sort of Edwardian pin-up of her. That's some more stuff of her appearing in Cochrane's Babes in the Woods, etc. So she's quite a central figure in that sense. This is him with his aunt and his mother. He was very, very attached to both of them, and the aunt was especially attached to him and fostered his talent and fostered his career and guided his career quite a lot. Okay, now let me just see. So I want to try and cram something else into this as well. I found out through interviews quite a lot about him, through Anne and other people that I was talking to. So I was able to put some kind of biography together here. And one of the things I found out was that one of his closest friends was Pat LaFan, who's a B-movie actress who was starred in The Devil Girl from Mars. Has anyone seen that? You should see it. It's essential viewing. It's real kind of mid-50s trash. And this is it here. Okay, and she was Whittaker's closest friend. She's still alive, and she's in her late 90s now, but she won't talk to me. I don't know why. And you can see here the correspondence between that and that, can't you? Yeah. And okay, you might be starting to think, well, there's another agenda here, and of course there is, because one of the things I realised was looking through his notebooks. There was quite a lot of stuff razored out. So after all, I was wrong. This stuff had been weeded at some point. And where it was razored out was kind of intriguing. It was in images like this. There's a picture here, a page here of a fashion show. And then there's some stuff razored out. And there's a picture there that looks like men in uniform assaulting somebody. There's another picture of him looking very camp there. And another picture of he kind of has that kind of game gizmo kind of feel to it. Then I had another kind of lucky break because I was Googling, as you do, Michael Whittaker online, one day, and I noticed somebody auctioning some images, those images, the cut-out images. And of course, I bought them. It cost me quite a lot of money, but I just had to have these. Having got this, I was then able to go back to Anne and some of the other sources and say, look, come on, I know more about Michael now. Tell me a bit more stuff about him. So this is an extract from Anne talking about this, what used to go on.
And Michael had a fetish for leather, and they all wore leather, and they got leather wrist thingies on and leather underpants and anything else they could think of that might. And there's a sort of rubberized sheety thingy that went over the bed, and they had ampules of some sort, whatever, to spice things up a bit or get you going if you couldn't or whatever. And this was all frightening. It was really quite funny because I went on the wrong afternoon once and there were all these blokes sitting about, and I said, oh dear, I don't think I'll come back later and run away.
So I was then able to put together the fact these happenings were quite a big event at the time, and they were attended, for example, by Lord Snowdon, Princess Margaret, Barbara Golan, the fashion model. They used to go to these because I thought this is quite interesting, and it also chimed with another angle I've been pursuing, which was an unknown gay club called the Londoner, which Jane Townsend and he were a member of, which was just near to to Berman's, in fact. Okay, so there's a few more pictures from Whittaker, these contact prints and so on. Some of the stuff that I found in these suitcases and folders. Contact prints of his shows. There's him dressing somebody up. There's a newspaper article, and that's him with Jean, and those were in the suitcase too. So what does this tell you about anything? Okay, well, some of the things that I started to put out on a wide. How much am I doing for time? Because I want to.
You're fine, Fred.
Am I okay? Okay, good. I hope I'm not gabbling. I'm tripping over myself at some points here. One of the things I wanted to foreground here was, I understand Alex did a talk this morning in which he focused on a difference that you can see, which is very perceptible, and I've often commented on this, in fashion photography and the image of women from the 1950s to the 1960s. And I think Alex's take on this is that which I think is perfectly sound, is that this was an influx of young working class talent, yeah, who brooked no kind of nonsense and wanted to kind of get ahead. And it was a working class phenomenon. And what the passage we can see here between this image here, Barbara Golan by John French, 1954, and Shrimpton by Bailey, 1961, is due to this influx of working class aggression. What I would suggest is actually what happened here, as well as that, because of course that's part of the story. Another part of the story is that during this period, it became okay to be a fashion photographer and to be heterosexual.
That's what I said.
Oh, you did say that. Okay, fair enough. I wasn't there. I was anticipating you hadn't said that, but that was one. And I think that what we're seeing here by John French and here is two different images of women. One is let me just put it in this sense here. Popular images of 50s women, the official version of womanhood there, are very seductive in the sense that they are hermetic and fetishistic. And I've quoted Baudrillard here, explaining that one appeal of fetishism is its magical integrity. It suggests a secret which radically excludes us in the name of an internal logic or perfection, a mathematical formula, a paranoid symptom, a concrete jungle, a useless object, or again a smooth body, etc. I think that those images of women in the 50s are incredibly fetishistic, and they are pictures which don't really approach women. They look at women as kind of idealised nymphs. They put them over there somehow. They're icy, they're glacial, they're misty, they're arty, they're artistic in that sense with a capital A. And when you get people like Donovan and Bailey coming along, it all changes because they actually desire these women and they're sleeping with them. In fact, one of the reasons these guys, working class guys, went into that profession was, as David Bailey said, it was like working in a sweet shop. This is David Bailey here. He says the whole thing of fashion in the 50s was it was a sort of upper middle class, especially in Europe. Upper middle class gay men really ran the business. A bit less so in New York. In a funny way, it was a kind of gay mafia. In fact, he says John French, who Bailey was apprenticed to, sort of fell in love with me, and and then he says he wasn't interested, etc. Donovan as well, who worked as French's assistant too, who took that Golan picture, said that French was an extraordinary man and rates him very, very, very highly. But he says also he was a marvellous sort of queen. And he then adds, at that age in England, that stage in England, all fashion photographers were gay. That's a bit of an overstatement. Norman Parkinson wasn't, but you can see Norman Parkinson actually fitting in with a sort of agenda, with a sort of vision of womanhood that these other guys have created. And my point here is that Whitaker, he wasn't a photographer, but he was right at the heart of that kind of thing, that kind of culture, that the way that gay culture kind of was. I mean, in those days, of course, you couldn't step out of those confines because you would have been, you would have been trampled on, you would have been ostracised, you would have been imprisoned and so on. So it was very enclosed, and it was one of the ways that those people could, gay people could, exercise their talent and work within a kind of congenial sort of structure. Now, another thing that I noticed is that around that time, in terms of images of women, you get a kind of polarity, and it's a polarity that happens around the 1950s. I calculate as being from about 46 to around about 1961, 62, when we start to see a change and things start to shift quite radically and then quite quicker and faster and faster. But up to that time, you get this kind of polarity. You get two kinds of women. I'm talking about women as being represented in mass media, of course, and popular culture. You get Barbara Golan here, who looks like this, and you get Pam Green. I don't know if you know. Do you know Pam Green? She was a soft porn actress. She had a big moment in Peeping Tom, which you've probably seen. She plays the woman who gets murdered in Peeping Tom, the kind of slightly tarty one, and that's a picture of her in that movie. Now, these two models, for me, summed up that kind of difference, and I'll come back to how I link this to Townsend in a minute as well. First of all, Barbara Golan, who was the most successful and written about fashion model of that decade. And incidentally, here's a footnote because I've just mentioned Pam Green's archive. I found her private archive is very complete and preserved by somebody who befriended her in her last years, and he gave me complete access. Barbara Golan's archive I actually tracked down to the basement of her son Rupert's house, but Rupert got suspicious of me. And then he weeded it, and then my suggestion, after having weeded it, he gave it to the V&A, so it's now in the V&A in its weeded form. The problem is, of course, people, when they weed these things, they take out personal and things. They don't really know quite what they're doing, but they think anything that sort of might show the person in a bad light should be kind of excluded and cut out. Okay, now, that's Barbara Gowan. Pam Green was, as this woman Jackie Cliff, who I'll come to in a minute, says, like the Jordan of her day. Now I'll kind of skip this bit because this is talking about the way that Golan was represented as a kind of Mayfair upper class kind of gentlewoman, and the way that she then married into money because she married a stockbroker, and she ended her career in very successful career in 1954. It was actually when she married an old Etonian millionaire called Nigel. Nigel objected to chaps ogling his wife. Golan gave up working to swank around Mayfair and Malta doing what rich people call charity work, and that was the end of her career. I think Pam Green is much more interesting as a case study because she started her own business. She was selling herself. She did it through her then lover, Harrison Marks. And Harrison Marks gets all the credit for this, but actually she did the work. It was her who was composing her photos, who was making these little cards that they used to make of them and taking them around to the newsagents and so on. She also launched Camera with him, and it was her idea as the first soft porn magazine that was a big success here, which cost £5,000. In 1959 they made a movie filmed at the nudist camp in Hertfordshire. And then this was opened, this premiered at the Cameo Moulin in Great Windmill Street, and the queue was so long police had to call the street off, etc. And this was a hit, and the debut, I was saying there, of the soft porn movie industry in the UK, which again is something we need to think about. And this is what people were watching. You know, I mean, they were interested in this stuff at that time. Okay, so finally, I just want to now move on to another personality here, Jackie Cliff. Jackie was, I found out again, you see, this following this pathway through, I found out about her in this clipping. She lived near Jean Townsend, who's here. She was about the same, she was a year younger, she went to the same school, she lived 2 streets away from her, and she used to come back from her clubbing. She used to go to the 100 Club, and she used to always see Jean Townsend coming back from another club. They were the only 2 young women in that area who always came back late at night on the last train. And having done that, I think, and this gave me a really good insight, I think, into what being a woman was like at that time. Well, I'll play you a 4-minute clip of her talking about this, but I just want to point out that Jackie became a model, and she became first of all an artist model, and she posed for a lot of major artists like Topolsky, Norman Parkinson, Rodrigo Moynihan and his wife Eleanor Bellamy Smith, Fortuna Montana, and then she became a stripper, and as such she went into cheesecake. And the reason she did that, she told me, was because she wanted a house. She did want to get married, and in those days you could not get a mortgage if you were a single woman unless you were married or unless you had the cash. She needed the cash, and that's why she went into soft porn. She also incidentally became his mistress, Sir Mortimer Wheeler, long-term mistress. Okay, so let's just listen finally to her. She's talking about coming home at night and seeing Jean and what happened.
Every night that I came back from 100 Oxford Street, I caught the last train to where I sit, South West. And then I'd run for it. And in those days, I used to take sometimes a shortcut through the fields, and it was all boggy there. Well, most nights you just run, you know. Well, this cheap Jean Townsend, she was always in the same carriage as me, which was the last one. And I never saw her at 100 Oxford Street. But wherever she went, it was regular. Anyway, we were always in the same carriage. Now, I was a hippie, if you like. I was scruffy old clothes and looking awful, whereas she was immaculate. And she had her hair dyed red, and it looked beautiful, and she had this strange face. I always call these faces a witchy sort of face. She had a hook nose like that, and a big chin, which went up that way. But however, she was very, very attractive. She was always had the most beautiful clothes on, lovely colours, and she always had black stockings on, I remember. And she always took her shoes off. Well, there was nobody in the train bus. Usually, we never spoke to each other. She'd seen me, and I was a bit jealous of her, really. I think she might have been a bit jealous of me, you know, same sort of thing, two girls. Anyway, when it came to the station, we'd run for it. We'd run like the wind, both of us. Well, she always had our shoes in her hand, and they were always beautiful, velvet pointed shoes she had. Not old things like I used to wear, an old funny shoes, you know. But she had lovely, beautiful, everything was immaculate on her. And when we got down to the edge where the road started, Victoria Road, you know, because there were no houses in, it was all fields. So we just run for it. She used to go on further on than me. So I would always be behind her. I felt safe. And I always remember her lovely shoes, because they were pointed, you know, those lovely pointed heels, and I used to think, oh, I wonder where she's gone, where she's been. When I've been down the old Gyring place, you know, Gyring Way, she must have been to a posh
club. She'd been to the Londoner, in fact, it's a gay club. So finally, I just want to point out that it seems to me those two women had also internalised that kind of dichotomy, you know, that kind of, those two extremes. Very much, I think she was influenced by Barbara Golan. In fact, she knew Barbara Golan through Whittaker, and she modelled herself around Golan and that kind of way of dressing. Whereas Jackie was kind of more effortless about the way she looked, and she was, as she says, a hippie. And she was another kind of woman. Also, what strikes me about that image, I don't know if you realise what's going on here. They're coming home on the last train. They need to get home before the lights go out, because the street lights went out at midnight. So they've got about 20 minutes. So they're running across a field. What I find incredible is they never talk to one another, but they know one another. They're connected by fear, and they're connected by the fact that there are predatory people, as happened with Jean. You know, that was unfortunately the case, that someone got to her at the end of that. And Jean is running ahead. She's taken her shoes off, by the way. I don't know if you got that bit, because so she can run faster across the field. And Jackie's behind her, and while Jackie can see her, she feels safe. And Jean knows that Jackie's behind her. And I just found that incredibly quite moving, actually, that image of those two women running for their lives, in fact. Okay, so that's what there's. Do you want to say anything to them?
Thank you very much, Fred. We are running short of time, but we have time for one quick question.
Quick question?
Sure there is one. Alex has one.
It's not really a question, it's just a comment. I mean, I really like the way you kind of excavate these subcultural narratives, and it's just great, I think.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, these kind of, if you like, hidden subcultural stroke sexual histories which get written out of history, and which you would never get if you went to the archives in Kew, which kind of tell a completely different story. The only book I've read about that which has a connection with fashion is by a guy who works at the London College of Fashion. It's actually got a picture of Barbara Golan on the front cover. It's the famous picture of Golden at Paddington Station with the policeman. You know what I mean, don't you? And he gets. I read it actually.
I don't know the book, but I know there's a book called Queer London, which is very good, which goes by I forget his name now.
He goes through the case. He looks at it, and he does a whole study of the Turkish bath scene in London in the 1890s. It's basically a psychogeography of London in various decades. He does a similar one of the 50s, which is on a similar kind of track. But the other one that does that really well, but in a different way, is Nick Cohn's book "Today There Are No Gentlemen." You do know that? It's out of print now. But that's another really good one about men's fashion in London, which excavates that kind of thing, but in a different kind of way.
Thanks again, Fred.
Yeah,
Okay.
Everybody starts these things by saying it's a great pleasure, but it genuinely is a great pleasure.
I know you're just saying that.
Every other time. Every other time. No, but it genuinely is a great pleasure to welcome Will Brooker back to Richmond. Will's now Professor of Film and Cultural Studies at Kingston University and the first British editor of Cinema Journal. He's the author or editor of several books on popular texts and their audiences, including Batman Unmasked, Unmasked, Using the Force, Alice's Adventures, The Blade Runner Experience, Hunting the Dark Knight, and the BFI Film Classics volume on Star Wars. His next project, Forever Stardust, aims to be the ultimate academic study of David Bowie. Yeah.
2017.
2017.
Yeah, it's going to come out on Bowie's.
I saw the opening night of the Ziggy Stardust tour in Birmingham in 1972. Well, I did. Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Will.
Thanks very much for coming, everyone. So I'm going to be talking about what started out as I'll tell the story of how it came about, but it's a webcomic which has also appeared in print called My So-Called Secret Identity. The comic is on this website with that URL. You can read the 3 issues which are out so far. 4th issue coming out soon. The issues 1 and 2 have been published in association with Geeked magazine. It was available through online sales from Newsstand and also sold in foils. That happened in fall. Before I start talking about it, I want to show you a quick video which should very conveniently introduce the concept, the premise. On the Sound and Vision page we have tracks from unsigned bands and upcoming artists, and down below are 3 videos. I'll show you the first one. Let's just try it just to see.
I've actually lost Wi-Fi on here, so I'm not sure.
Oh, really? Okay. It could be the Wi-Fi, it could be the browser. But I think, let's try, does that seem promising? No, it doesn't seem promising at all. Maybe we'll try the video later on. Yeah. So without the video, I will tell you the premise. This is my title, Building a Better Batgirl. The premise is it's kind of Batgirl analogue. It's kind of as if Batgirl was done as a more independent, feminist alternative comic, which is set in the 1990s and borrows some of the aesthetic and approach of DC comic books in the 1990s, which is a period I was particularly fond of in comics. The premise within the story, it's about a young woman who's about 23, living in about 1993, in a fictional city called Gloria on the east coast of the United States. She's a PhD student in literature and philosophy. And her only kind of superpower is an incredible intelligence, which is a certain kind of cultural studies, cultural theory type intelligence, rather than mathematical or scientific. It's really the intelligence like, if any of you know Michel de Certeau, about walking in the city, observation, joining things up, making connections, keeping things in your head and establishing the links between them, reading situations and reading people and putting it all together. She's very, very intelligent, and the story is partly about her coming to terms with that secret identity, because for her entire life she's been told, conceal your intelligence. She's been told, like, you've been cheating, you've been plagiarising. No 16-year-old girl wrote this essay. Tone down your PhD, this is too good, people aren't going to believe you wrote it. She suffers a lot of microaggressions at work, like being assumed she's a secretary or something. She's been told, boys don't like it when you're more clever than them, that kind of thing. So for her entire life so far, she has really suppressed and contained and denied this incredible ability of hers. And the story is partly about, it's a superhero story, but it's partly about her coming to terms with accepting and affirming that there is something special about her and kind of finding an identity which she can be proud of. This was kind of the origin, the not-so-secret origin of Catherine Abigail Daniels, who's called Cat in the comic, but part of the story is kind of about, as a Catherine, and I think this is quite common for Catherines, she never quite knows how to introduce herself. She gets called Kitty, Kathy, Kate, Cat, and she doesn't quite know how to correct people and say, no, actually it's Kathy. She's been called so many different things, she doesn't really have the confidence to assert, this is my name. So part of her calling herself Cat as a kind of vigilante, as a costume vigilante, is again an affirmation of, this is who I am, this is my brand, this is myself. It kind of started then, not with practice, but with theory. It did start with theory. I wrote a book called Hunting the Dark Knight, which was another book about Batman, as if the world needed another book from me about Batman. I published one in 2000 and one in 2012, which was subtitled 21st Century Batman. It was a kind of study of what's happened in the last 12 years to Batman post 9/11 with the Nolan films and so on. It was kind of about intertextuality, and it uses theories like Derrida, Bakhtin, Barth, Kristeva and so on. So again, it's about matrices, joining the dots between things. So I finished this book on Batman, which obviously took about a year, 18 months, and I'd submitted it just before I wrote this, actually, which was an article on a blog called Mindless Ones, a comics blog. So I finished the book. I guess I wanted to write something a bit sort of lighter, keep writing, but write something a bit journalistic, a bit more conversational. And having become saturated with Batman, I turned my attention to Batgirl. Why? I guess I just kind of didn't really want to write about Batman, but I looked sideways within the Batman universe, and I wrote this kind of review essay of a comic about Batgirl, and that started to confirm my the things that I was uncomfortable with, the character and the way she's been treated, her narrative in the Batman mythos. She's been running this Batgirl, Barbara Gordon. She was introduced in 1967. There have been other Batgirls, but this one's from 67. And I was never really satisfied with her representation of the story. I was never convinced by her as a character. And so I started to really explore why. It started with this one article. And then I wrote another much longer one, an illustrated article, as you see, published November the 9th. So it's quite a while ago all this began. Which was really asking, why is she never why have I never found her convincing? She should be a potentially really good character. She should be strong. Why is it so unsatisfying? Why has she never been written properly or drawn in a very interesting way? So it's got a lot of pictures in it. This picture kind of, really starts to suggest what's wrong with Batgirl as a character, which is the fact that she's got massive yellow heel boots on and is leaping from a building. This is just, if I had to pick one thing, which is the problem with Batgirl, is the fact that she does all this stuff wearing heels. That's, as a visual problem, that's a good starting point. And you can see she wears a fairly kind of skin-tight suit. She's drawn in a certain way, accentuating her bust. And she has this kind of, badass, edgy attitude. It's not really, you don't really feel it. It's like she doesn't really feel it either. She's like a kind of pale copy of Batman and Robin that no one really quite knows what to do with. And symptomatic of that is a lot of the stories seem to end with her, in this domestic, stereotypically feminized setting. She lives with her dad, which is sort of, limiting in itself. It's not like Batman lives with his dad, of course. Batman becomes Batman because his dad is dead. We keep on hearing his mum and dad are dead. He obviously lives in a cave and has all those gadgets. Barbara Gordon lives with her dad, and we see her kind of moping and mooning around, wearing a towel around her head and a pink dressing gown. Dad, do you ever want to be Batman? It just sounds so exciting. So even though she's Batgirl, she has these kind of moony aspirations to be Batman. You see she's kind of drawn like a 1950s romance. It looks like a kind of Lichtenstein panel, the dreamy teenage girl. Here we see in another comic, written and drawn by entirely different people. It's funny she's wearing almost exactly the same outfit again. It's very feminized colours. Hair up, her red hair up, clutching the gown around herself. Again, it's not, if you try and gender switch it and imagine Batman doing anything like this, opening the door to a policeman clutching a gown around himself, the weaknesses in Batgirl's representation become clear. In this scene, again, the stories often end, she has these adventures, which is sort of, as I say, pale copies of Batman's adventures, chasing second-rate villains and so on. At the end, she always seems to be like moping, lying on a bed. Here she is again, like some sort of true romance story from the 1950s, lying on a bed, clutching a heart-shaped pillow. Why did Daddy have to show up just then? Like she's supposed to be in the 20s or something. And why do I feel like, just like the time he caught me and the neighbour boy in the treehouse? So it's very, infantilised, really. It's got this very little girlish sense about her. She's always goes back to the domestic and back to this relationship with her father. And she never really seems very independent or at all strong. She's always doubting herself. This scene, again, barely needs comment. She's often in situations where her clothes fall off, kind of like, Jane in the World War II comic strip. Any excuse for her to, well, she wears a skin-tight costume anyway. But in this story, through a flimsy premise, she chases Catwoman into a hedonistic nudist club, and so she has to take her clothes off. We can't imagine Batman or even Robin, a teenage boy, having to strip off his clothes. And it's not like she feels assertive or proud of that. You can see her position is very coy, biting her lip. Some disguise her. It says mortified. Catwoman thought I wouldn't follow her in here. Stupefied. She stole something right from under my nose, and this was the only way to get it back. Petrified. Again, all the words just speak weakness. Even though she's wearing the mask still, she's she is a sexualised figure, also she's kind of ridiculous. She has adventures, naturally, I write in this article, but are they memorable adventures? She says, I was mind-wiped, impersonated, turned into a snake. I haven't read the snake story, sounds interesting. But the greatest Batgirl stories ever told only features 10 chapters with no introduction and nothing from the 1980s, so they couldn't even find much to put in an anthology of the greatest Batgirl stories. Nobody ever seems to know quite what to do with Barbara Batgirl. She jumps around a lot and wisecracks a little and flirts uncomfortably with Robin, we see her there at the top, and has regular dinners with her dad, but at the end of every story, she almost seems ready to give it up. They were going to see her kind of wearing pink again, and her dad, Police Commissioner Gordon, is uncomfortable dinners. Again, it's very, very different from Batman in the Batcave, standing there looking like majestic with Alfred bringing him a plate of sandwich or something, Can't look at Alfred, too busy hunting the Joker on my Bat computers. It's very, very different from Batman's situation. In this comic, she actually does retire. She finally does retire. Again, wearing pink. You don't want to make too much of a deal out of it. She's very, very feminised in a stereotypical way. This is a 1980s comic, as you can tell from the hair and fashions. Here she decides, I don't even know why, I finished my last case, Batgirl's all finished. I'll help them, maybe without letting them know, but I'm done going out there myself. So, she hugs her roommate. She's got a roommate here. She must have temporarily moved out from her dad or something. So in the next story, we see she's with her dad. I don't know what's going on. Hang this up with your dresses, it's just a costume. And so, again, you wouldn't have Batman, it's a minor but significant point, you'd never have Batman hanging up the bat suit with his suits. The fact that it's contained within this sort of wardrobe, domestic wardrobe within fashion, again, is something which is specific to Batgirl. Robin doesn't hang up his clothes in his wardrobe with his other clothes. And he certainly wouldn't give it to someone else. And then we have this story, Killing Joke, 1988. An anecdote which has the ring of truth, I think. Alan Moore, the author of Killing Joke, I had a public spat with him recently. He's really become a very grumpy and bitter old man. Alan Moore, anyway, this was 25 years ago. Alan Moore called his editor, Len Wein, and asked if it was okay if Barbara was shot in the spine in the story of Killing Joke. Len Wein spoke to Dick Giordano and got back on the horn to Alan. Len said, yeah, okay, cripple the bitch. So these guys phoning each other, what can I do to Barbara Gordon? Yeah, we don't need her. Do what you want. Well, he says it even in extremely crude language, cripple the bitch. Which again, tells you an awful lot about the way editorial and authors saw the character. And here we have the story then. She's back living with the retired Jim Gordon. So it's like, this woman who's retired from her job as Batgirl. She used to work in the library, apparently. She lives with her dad. It's a very kind of cluttered house. You can see he's a bit of a kind of crotchety old man. It's not really much of a life for someone who, again, is in their early 20s. He's doing his scrapbooking. Doorbell rings, it's going to be Colleen from across the street tonight, say yoga class again. could read something into yoga class, are typically kind of a certain kind of feminised middle class pursuit. It's not like any of these are bad in themselves, but put together it's a certain kind of picture of womanhood, I think. You know, she's not going to a kickboxing class or something, which would be quite appropriate for someone who's given up a job as backer. You think she might want to, you know, stay fit and follow a kind of aggressive training routine. Anyway, doorbell rings. It's not Colleen, it's Joker, of course, Batman's arch enemy. And this is the scene where Barbara gets shot in the spine, crippled a bitch. A traumatic moment, which is a kind of almost, no, it's not a throwaway moment in this unpleasant comic, The Killing Joke, but it's not a moment which is about Batgirl at all, at the moment, or in the story, or even in the stories that came subsequently. The reason Barbara is shot in the spine by Joker is because Joker wants to try and prove a point to Batman by turning Commissioner Gordon mad by shooting his daughter. So Barbara is literally a pawn in a game between three older white guys. Police Chief Gordon, Batman, you know, who's obviously the vigilante on between law and chaos, and Joker, who's kind of anarchic, chaotic. So it turns up wearing this kind of holiday outfit, this Hawaiian outfit, shoots her, and this scene is repeated over and over again in comics over the next 20 years, 25 years. Funnily enough, it varies in some of the details. The people behind Joker, sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not, and who they are, his goons, often changes. He's usually wearing the same suit. So it's drawn in different ways. You know, sometimes technically you might prefer it, sometimes not. And you know, sometimes Joker looks really peculiar. But it's almost like a kind of recurring dream, almost that Barbara is having perhaps, where she remembers it in slightly different ways, but the key details recur. You can see there's different aspects to their apartment. Her outfit is generally the same. We're seeing it from different angles. So we see this over and over again. Again, a different style. There she is, from Barbara's point of view there, we're seeing another kind of, you know, a sadistic revisiting of this traumatic scene. But again, it's never really about Barbara, which is even, it's another, she's having another bad dream about it. Another one. Over and over again. Until we get to the point where, ironically, sorry I keep moving on. Batman starts to remember it as if Batman was there. It starts to get listed in this catalogue of tragedies that Batman has witnessed or experienced, which of course justify his Batmanness. He becomes Batman, as we know, because of the trauma of seeing his parents killed, and that's like, you know, I must fight crime. I must fight crime because my parents were killed. This is his personal justification for doing what he does outside the law and being a one-man capitalist billionaire army, taking the law into his own hands and supposedly fighting crime by beating up people who are dressed as clowns and petty crooks, whereas a billionaire could obviously do an awful lot with that money to try and eradicate or improve the conditions which might lead to crime. What's going off topic there? That's a valid point. So Batman starts to remember this as if he was there in the story, or rather the authors start to depict it as if it was a tragedy for Batman. We saw that he wasn't there in the scene at all. It becomes like, you know, Barbara, you know, I'm justified in doing this and continuing my war because of all the stuff that's happened to me. Well, it didn't happen to him in the slightest. Here, if the internet works, we'll see. This in a video game from last year, Injustice: Gods Among Us. Joker comes back.
That was the best, but I did. The thief until I discovered.
In this video game, it revisits the scene.
Took a terrible turn in the classic graphic novel, The Killing Joke. In a vile attempt to drive Commissioner Gordon crazy, the Joker paid a surprise visit to Gordon's home, where he shot and paralyzed Barbara in front of her father. 25 years later, it's time for a little payback.
So silly kind of, it's an advert for a video game, obviously, because you have scenes with where Batgirl can fight Joker. Interestingly, there isn't Joker's normal garb. That is explicitly, that is the Killing Joke outfit. Again, it's his Hawaiian shirt and hat, and he's got the camera around his neck. So it's very, very specifically referring to that story. You see in that recap, it said, you know, in a vile attempt to drive Commissioner Gordon mad, it was nothing really about, you know, because he had anything against Barbara. He didn't care about Barbara at all. He doesn't care that she was Batgirl. I don't even know if he knows she was Batgirl. He wasn't trying to eradicate other crime fighter because she's retired. The point was to prove a point to Batman by doing something to Commissioner Gordon. So she's a very indirect part of the process. However, something that we didn't see before is that after shooting her in the spine, while she is on the ground in agony, he takes her through her clothes and takes photographs of her. Again, why does he do this? Well, we don't see exactly what he does, because Alan Moore tastefully cuts away while he's undoing the top. So we don't know. I still think we can describe it as a scene of sexual abuse and violation, even though the comic doesn't show us exactly what Joker does. He takes these photos of her, again, not for his own pleasure or to do anything to Barbara, but to try and torment Gordon by taking him to this fairground, dressing him in this fetish gear, surrounding him by stereotypical representations of disability, and these kind of circus freaks is what he would call them, and putting him on this ride where he wheels him past disturbing images, including these pictures of his daughter, naked, crying, bleeding, and paralysed. Again, Alan Moore and Brian Bolland, the creators, tasteful. They think tasteful in their titillation. The original artwork has recently come to light, which you can see shows her fully topless with, shockingly. It's absolutely horrible that someone would write and draw that. You can see the traumatic wound in her pelvis. So it's obviously a scene of sexualised violence, which in a Batman comic book aimed at teenage boys and acclaimed as a classic graphic novel, I think is disturbing and concerning. Particularly I see, because we keep on getting flashbacks to Barbara Gordon as a girl. When you see these flashbacks to Barbara as a girl, I think what the editors and creators and writers did to that character, I think it's shameful. It's a kind of criminal, fictional act. Where can Batgirl go from here? So, in writing this article, I became frustrated to the point of kind of almost angry, really. I know it's only a fictional character, but, I'm kind of immersed in Batman. And representation of the one main female character in Batman seemed to me, the more I thought about it, the more I read about it, disturbing enough to make you furious enough to want to do something about it. So I wrote this article, which was very, very critical of the way she'd been represented. So I kind of took down the representation of Batgirl, and then it came to me, what would you do differently then? I kind of asked myself, after all this criticism, after kind of raising the existing representation, put your money where your mouth is. I started thinking, how could it be done better then? And I started thinking, I would, if I was to do it as a kind of hypothetical pitch, which obviously I wouldn't pitch, it wouldn't get published anyway. I would do it as if, like those Vertigo comics in the 1990s, the DC comics of the 90s, which I'm sure you in a bit. I would do it in a more indie, independent way. And this was the key to how I would rewrite Batgirl's character, I realised. It's on this page, which is from the origin of Batgirl, 1967. She's a librarian with Princess Leia buns, 10 years avant la lettre, before Princess Leia adopted that hairstyle. She dresses up in a Batgirl outfit, which she sews for herself, and it's going to be the highlight of her life because she's going to go to the policeman's ball with her dad, and that's the best thing that's ever happened to her, despite the fact, as this panel reads, she's got a PhD at Gotham State University, graduated summa cum laude, a brown belt in judo, so she can't be a black belt, to be a brown belt. But tonight will be the highlight of my life. Many people here have done PhDs, and if a night out with your dad at a policeman's ball is a great achievement in that. But however ridiculous this panel is, this was the key for me. Batgirl was a PhD student. Batgirl has a PhD, and at the same time, I was running inductions for the PhD students at Kingston. And because I'm in the Faculty of Arts and Social Science, they were often majority women, young women in their 20s mostly. And of course, as I'm sure many of you will know, PhD students, especially new ones, are very inspiring with their energy, obviously their intelligence, their commitment, their drive. They're very, very impressive, especially being in a room with them. And looking at these young women who are about the same age as Batgirl, the discrepancy between this PhD student in the comics and the way she's been represented the last 25 years, and the PhD students I can actually see around me in my everyday life, it was particularly striking. So my premise was, let's start writing Batgirl as if she was a PhD student, like the PhD students you actually see. So theory to practice then, kind of what would you do differently? Well, I started commissioning sketches, character sketches, just from artists I found online, liked their work, paying them. This was the first set by someone called Jennifer Viana. Now, this might not seem very progressive or different from existing representations of women in comics. She's very kind of wasp-waisted, she's very kind of doe-eyed, but that's the style of the artist. She's obviously very manga influenced. what I was trying to do here, the point of the commission was, what if you had Batgirl wearing clothes you could pick up in shops? Shops like Gap or Millets, where you can buy kind of utility gear. So she's wearing just a ribbed polo top. The mask, I hadn't really worked out how she'd get the mask. It looks a bit balaclava-like. She's wearing a little backpack, obviously, a belt, combat trousers, and what were supposed to be practical boots. Jennifer has drawn them with heels, and I would have this Die Hard, I guess. Well, she likes to draw superheroes, so that was how she drew it. But anyway, part of the idea was not in a costume, but in stuff you could buy and put together. So then I started commissioning more artwork from other artists. This is a very interesting one. Her cowl is obviously sort of knitted hat, I think, with the bits hanging down. You could obviously tie. She's wearing a snood, I guess. Lovely colours there. Lovely boots. These ones are sketches by Susan Shaw, who became the primary artist on my so-called Secret Identity. Again, you can see this is a Batgirl. It's still Batgirl. It was still Barbara. Wearing a slightly different kind of cowl, and again, it's the knee pads, elbow pads, belt, combat trousers, and so on. And Sue's here, and actually Henny Mode here as well, starting to draw the character as a bit more, she's not fat by any extent, but she's kind of got bigger hips than you might see. She's got bigger hips than Jennifer Baiano one, and her figure is slightly different, slightly more realistic, maybe more normal, average, than the pictures of Batgirl we saw earlier on. So at this point, my idea was really, it's a vague idea, it was a kind of little hobby thing to commission this art because that was fun anyway. I loved to, it was great to ask artists for, could you draw this, and to receive the art. It was very, very rewarding indeed. My idea was I'll publish these pictures and so on the same website, Mindless Ones, with maybe like a page of script, and the idea would be, the conceit would be, I've discovered, maybe I would say that, I've discovered these papers for a version of Batgirl which was never actually published. This was the proposal. Wouldn't this have been interesting? Or to kind of pretend it was like an alternative universe comic that, could or should have happened. It wasn't going to be a comic. It was going to be kind of portfolio of documents for something that would have been nice if it had happened. So they're going to write maybe a page of script, some character descriptions, little pictures. And it was going to be based on, as I was saying, the Vertigo Comics imprint of the 1990s, which was a kind of slightly indie imprint from DC Comics. Often had these covers by Dave McKean. The top two are definitely by McKean. That's obviously a photograph with painting over it. Enigma I'm going to refer to later on. So painted colour, glossy covers, partly because after the graphic novel boom of the mid to late 1980s, comics at that time had a higher cultural status. Technology had also improved. You could have glossy colour, you could have painted art, you could charge more for them. They were more for what they called mature readers. Sometimes mature reader just meant more kind of titillating and violent. In this case, it actually did mean a bit more nuanced, explored different themes, and the writing was a bit more sophisticated. A closer picture of a Dave McKean cover, where you can see actually photographs of a painting with pebbles on top. This is a Hellblazer comic called On the Beach. So he's actually using very, very mixed media there. And that, I had really liked that, and I wanted to try and capture and continue that in my hypothetical Batgirl from the 1990s, an aesthetic of college. Also in these comics, another thing I liked and valued about it and wanted to try and kind of capture an aesthetic of queerness. I use queerness in a very broad sense. So this one is from Enigma, a very interesting 4-issue comic. This guy, but the main character kind of dreams up. No, he kind of invents, a superhero that he dreamed up when he was younger, and kind of, drew in an amateurish way, comes to life, called the Enigma. And he kind of gets a crush on that guy, and it kind of starts him questioning his sexuality. In this scene, look, he's talking to someone else. You remember where in that bar, when you invited him back to the room for sex, you thought I was gay? I was wrong. Wrong about not being queer. Even more wrong to punch you, even if I wasn't. I guess I was scared of the truth. So it's kind of a story about a guy realising his identity, that he is gay. And because it's a superhero comic with kind of like science fiction magic stuff in it, the Enigma says at the end, look, Mike, it's Michael, that's his name. Look, Michael, I can turn you back. I did this to you. I can change you back. And Michael says, no, this is who I am. And that comic is actually just called Queer. That final issue is called Queer. Shade the Changing Man. In this issue, it was retitled Shade the Changing Woman. And again, through superhero science fiction magic, Shade, who is someone who has kind of powers to transform things in a psychedelic way, wakes up as a woman. So it's a kind of exploration of transgender identity in a science fiction magic way. It's not perhaps particularly sophisticated, but 20 years ago in a superhero comic, this was quite adventurous. Sandman also, I haven't included an example of this. The Sandman often has kind of households full of people like a lesbian couple, a transgender woman, and so on, a straight cis one. So there was a sense of kind of openness in terms of sexuality and gender as well, which I thought would be good. It would be interesting to have that in the backdoor pitch too. So my so-called secret identity enters production. Around this point, I had decided this could actually be a thing. This was actually really going somewhere. It was really shaping up. And at the same point, of course, I realised, well, it can't be Batgirl then. And it can't be about Batman, because it was going to be about Batman, Robin, Catwoman and so on. There was going to be different versions of their characters. So as it became something I thought might be a viable project of some kind, maybe I'd run a website or something, and I would write scripts for it, and it would really be a story. I changed all the names, and it wasn't just a superficial changing of names and filing of serial numbers. I changed the names, and I kind of changed the identities as well, and they became more like characters who are analogues of existing characters, or based on existing characters, who then developed in a different way. So everyone in the comic is kind of based on someone from DC Comics, originally, but some steps back. So we start to have a collage aesthetic here. This is in the lookbook. Can I see if I can get the lookbook up on the website? See if we're lucky this time. On the website has these lookbooks, which is a term from fashion, obviously, which has behind-the-scenes sketches, character sketches. Someone is coming slowly, I think. Character sketches and designs. Oh, it's still not loading properly. Maybe it's because of Explorer. Right, those should be down the side, but let's see if we can do that now. Oh dear. Well, it works for me at home now. I genuinely think it might be Internet Explorer. Okay, sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Over there. So lookbook, here's a page from the lookbook. You can see another picture by Jennifer Viano. They have that dress in mind, it's going to come up later on. Here are some sketches by Clay Roddery. Again, we were trying something different in terms, partly, having characters wearing clothes that you might want to wear. I mean, they are from the 90s, but they're not stupid superhero outfits, as Clay says here. I try to think less about these characters being costumed in a typical superheroic sense, but rather form their appearance that speaks to their personality. These people are real within the world of stories, and their clothes are personal statements. So, they're wearing clothes which are kind of science fiction superheroic, but cool rather than skin-tight latex outfits. So I wanted to have a sense of process. I wanted to show what work had gone into it. I wanted to show the sketches and designs by other people which had inspired the final comic book. So again, behind the scenes. So if someone had designed a costume, like Jen did, and Susan Shaw had drawn it, you want to give Jennifer the credit. You want to put the background work into the foreground. A sense of crafting, a sense of tactility. So you can see from this, we've got that sense of scrapbooking, physicality. It's like an actual notebook. And our web designer, Lindsay Searles, has got this kind of shadow. It kind of feels like a real book, and the pages do turn when the browser is working. Two other things about it then. We wanted to kind of, and I say we now, because by this point, I can't really claim any sole authorship for it anymore. It did feel much more like a collaborative project and a kind of co-owned thing. Mostly with me, Susan Shaw, the artist of the line drawings, and Sarah Zaidan, my former PhD student, PhD by practice, who did the colouring and the mind map collages, which we'll see later on. Most of the people we recruited for it were women, which was a deliberate choice, partly because it's simply a reversal of the usual proportions in the mainstream comic book industry where women are in a minority. So partly it's kind of a political act to sort of, in a very small way, well, not really tip that balance, but kind of critically address that balance by deliberately doing the opposite. Partly because I thought it would be interesting to see how women artists would draw women differently, and they did. I'm not saying Jen did actually, but a lot of the artists really welcomed what we were doing in terms of different, I say realistic, in quotation marks, because a real woman, a normal woman, these are very flexible, problematic terms, but different from the kind of mainstream stereotypical representation of women in comics. And the other thing, with the sense of craft, again, I think you could say is valuing and foregrounding what is sometimes derided as stereotypically women's work. Like, embroidery we had on the previous page. Sarah Zaidan did that. Stitching, sewing, materials, to foreground and value things like fashion, fabric, things which might often be marginalised as something in the space of the domestic, where Barbara Gordon was often confined, rather than the gallery. Again, a sense of scrapbooking, a sense of collaboration. So two very different paintings, the same character, Cat. Another thing we wanted to do was not have any one fixed image of what Cat looked like. She's always got red hair, she's always kind of the same age. Her body type kind of changes depending on who draws her, because the idea was to present an alternative image of a main character but still only have one image would also be limiting, because then you're saying, well, our heroine looks like this, and you know, obviously that's not going to be what everyone looks like. So to have different artists draw her, it's kind of like what she can, you know, her appearance varies. There is not one cat. There are more than one cat, like my house. A sense of process, a sense of crafting, a sense of tactility, a sense of textiles. Same kind of thing here. This is a mind map, which appears in the comic where we kind of go inside Kat's head and see how she puts these connections together. Here she's making connections between the superheroes that she knows, Urbanite, who's the kind of one-man army, Batman, Judge Dredd, Robocop type figure, who's actually not exactly an anti-hero, at best kind of pathetic, and at worst abusive, and anyway pointless in his war on crime. His war on crime is totally inefficient. It's something which he kind of created. He only fights people who are only there because of him, because he's there anyway. So it's kind of like a big game in which people get caught in the as collateral damage, much like in the Killing Joke. So she's linking this to his secret identities and so on. So she knows the secret identities of the Batman and Robin characters, basically. We've got this sense of, again, scribbling, notes, connections, the way you might plan an essay or something, or plan a lecture. So it's also trying to foreground, you know, a certain type of academic study, I suppose, or sort of academic writing or academic thinking, because this is the way that I might maybe plan a book or something, arrows or something. Also here, we have, again, a sense of textiles and tactility. Sarah has got these swatches of material, which that's the blue dress, in the previous picture by Jen. So again, it's collaborative. Susan draws the dress, Jen drew the dress in the first place, and Sarah finds a piece of material which is meant to be that dress. So we have one of this idea of kind of, you know, sort of it being real, it being touchable. In terms of crafting, this is Kat's waistcoat or vest from an early scene, and this is the scarf she wears later on as well. So again, this sort of sense that you could buy the clothes are sort of real. To counter the ridiculous costumes that dominate superhero comics. Again, this is our community page. It's got links to other sites that we like, including you know, kind of feminist blog and women-centered comics. The tapes lead to the Sound and Vision page, which has got music on it, original music and videos. And again, this is like Kat's bed, which we see in the comic, and Sarah's found a fabric which looks like her bed. So again, this kind of sense of touchable. This is actually Kat's superhero top, which is a black t-shirt sprayed with a logo. And there's someone cosplaying as Kat. There she is again, Samantha Langsdale, one of the editors at Geek, made an outfit based on Kat's rock chick outfit that she wears in the first episode. Again, this wasn't commissioned on anything, she did it off her own bat, which I think is entirely, it's inspiring. It's very much in the spirit of the comic, you know, making your own stuff. And Sarah made these knitted dolls based on Kat and the little girl in the comic Daisy. So it's lovely, I think, that it spins off into these things which are actually touchable, actually objects. Sound and Vision, so we saw, well, we didn't see the video, we saw the videos are there anyway, and a bunch of tracks by artists, as I say, up-and-coming artists, who gave us this stuff free for us to provide them with a platform. Sometimes they let us change the name, so it would link to the comic, like Clyde Art Gloria Sunday refers to the city Gloria. Fight Urbanite is obviously the vigilante character. And with this one, 5 Point Past Lightspeed, that is a band that we feature in the first issue. So again, the idea of it kind of being, not real, but there's a kind of intertextuality, there's a kind of paratextuality. You can watch the scene where Kat is. You can read the scene where Kat is at the club, and then you can actually listen to the track that we're saying is playing. Even a sense of taste, when it appeared in Geeked, the editors put some recipes in the back. Urbanite's Burgers, I think it was. And Daisy, again, is the little girl in the comic. Zorio's, which I've never made, I don't even know where. So, this is the first splash page of Kat. This is on page 2, the first time we see her in full. There you can see the scarf and the tartan waistcoat, if that's kind of best, which the swatches were from. A different kind of art. So the art is line drawn by Susan Shaw, coloured by Sarah Znaidan, and this is coloured digitally, but delivered in a watercolour aesthetic. And we wanted it to contrast to this kind of thing, which again is the dominant mode in superhero comics. This is from quite recent Superman. As you can see, it's digitally coloured. Well, so is Sarah's, but this is digitally coloured to look kind of very smooth, very sleek, very shiny, with a lot of things like motion blur and lens flare. So it's kind of trying to look like a Michael Bay film or something. It's got this very CGI sense about it. I think rather than trying to look like a comic, really, it's trying to look like action cinema. That's how it's trying to sell itself. By contrast, here's our main character in our main city. Yeah. You can see it's quite clean line and also watercolour. And we wanted to look kind of like, illustrations from a magazine or something. We wanted it, importantly, to look not like a comic, partly because we wanted it to be read by people who think comics aren't for me. And they kind of think comics aren't for me, understandably, because that sort of thing is written by like middle-aged, white, straight men for white, straight teenage boys. And it's not, it's going to turn some people off. A lot of people. So we wanted people to be able to look at the page and think, well, this doesn't put me off. Maybe it draws me in, but at least it's not what I see when I walk into comic shops. Except when in deliberate parody, here's a scene where Kat is being actually physically assaulted by Urbanite. There's Urbanite's ridiculous character who's like totally encased in metal. Not metal, well, what is it? Just kind of shiny riot gear plastic, very, very polished. And a mask that fits all over his head. And he speaks in this mechanised, amplified way, so we have him speaking in white on black. So this is very, very reflective page with things like motion blur, smoke and digital effects, because it is an Urbanite scene, and so kind of subtly part of the point of the scene is we're colouring it in the style which we associate with a mainstream Batman or Superman. And we can see here Kat's relationship with Urbanite. He's bullying to the point of assault. Some of the things that I asked the artists to emulate or use as inspiration. This nice comic by Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale, Superman 4 Seasons. You can see again it's got a sort of pastel-y, crayon-y watercolour look about it, quite nostalgic and retro. Another one, Daredevil Yellow by the same team. Again, there's something which looks a bit period about it somehow. Hard to say what, it reminds me a bit of Rockwell, even though it's obviously not quite in that style. There's something which makes a bit 1950s about it, maybe. And also these stories weren't just about fights, they were kind of sometimes about dating, about going out for a coffee and so on, as you can see from the scene. They were more about everyday life, normal life. The cover by the same guy, actually, Tim Sale, for Spider-Man Blue. It reminds me of a kind of 1960s fashion picture or an advert or something. And I asked Suze to do a pastiche of that for our 4 portraits of our 4 main characters. Connie Carmichael, who is a kind of Catwoman analogue of the African-American. Kat, Kyla Flight, who's a kind of Britney Supergirl combination. And Dahlia, who's an older woman, she's like 30. Very young to me, actually. Kat's landlady, a kind of almost a surrogate, big sister figure, who is also a single mother, and she works in the city professional. Other things I asked them to look at and try and capture, this old book, I can't remember which frame, but I read it when I was young. It's like this cat and the Catcher in the Rye. This kind of, I don't know, this sense of sort of nostalgia, melancholy maybe. I don't know, the city with the sun going down. I'm not quite sure what it was. But again, this sense of line and watercolour illustration. That it looks like a cover of a book rather than a cover of a comic. And also West Side Story. I asked them to see if they could capture something about West Side Story in terms of things like light and colour and just overall feel, overall mood. Even though it's set in the 90s, I wanted it to feel a kind of sadness and melancholy and a kind of, it's set in autumn. And this kind of sense of, as I've said, as we have here, like, sun through the leaves and so on. I don't know. At the end of the day, they're playing basketball. She's playing street basketball. Here she goes to an independent cinema on her own. Comes out, has a bagel. She's following Mispa, who's the kind of Robin figure. Here she goes shopping. I don't know, the sense of kind of life in, the sense of life in New York, everyday life in New York, Very hard for me to put my finger on exactly what I was trying to capture there, but I know what it was in my head, and they've done it. Another interesting thing about this, I didn't think about this when I wrote the scene, because I do walk around the street eating sometimes. A lot of women readers said, it was so wonderful to see Kat eating a big bagel on the street, because in comics, and maybe in other popular culture, it's very rare to see a woman pig in her face. And so, they found this positive and refreshing. So some things I wrote naively and ignorantly, I kind of thought, well, I would do that. Or I didn't even think about it at all. But when it's a woman doing it, people found it striking. Another inspiration, Christian Nolan's viral marketing for The Dark Knight. You had these posters, these Gotham newspapers, which are then vandalised, Jokerized, drawn over, and again a sense of collage there, that's on the left. In our one we have Gloria Mundi, the newspaper, and if you study the text, there's an awful lot of backstory and detail about other characters and the world There's some world building going on there, and again a sense of collage where the arch villain Carnival is leaving a coded message about an attack. Moving it beyond comics, so we've got things like sound, sound and vision we call it, music and videos, and things like toys, costumes and everything. We also use social media extensively. We have at this point 1,843 fans on Facebook. On our Twitter account, just before the launch, we asked people if they would change their Twitter avatar to Cat's logo, and it gave a nice kind of sense of branding and community the week before it came out. Building a fan base, building a world. If I click on that link, because we're probably running short. Building a business. Now, I'm no good at business at all, so it's a wonder this worked at all. One of the nice things about it, well, it's kind of miraculous. There were no contracts and no one involved in this is any good at business at all. We just kind of just did it, in a nice, trusting way, and people were nice and trusting with us. Again, it's kind of pretty naive. So there's no contracts, there's no legalities involved between anyone on this project. We started with a donation page. Within the first night, really, we launched at midnight. It was absolutely remarkable. We were all online in different, Sarah's in Boston and Sue's in Canada, and I'm in London. So we're all on email. Going wild, but people were donating money. They're actually donating big sums of money, like $500 or so. By the next morning, we'd funded issue 2. I paid for issue 1 myself, so all this came out of my pocket. The next 2 weeks, we'd funded the next 2 issues. We were giving donation rewards, like things like sketches, get your name in the comic. We've incorporated people's names as things like graffiti, brands, and posters. And we gave a donation to a Women's Refuge charity from it as well. Again, cosplay, someone dressing up as Cat for a magazine party. This is our social media coordinator, Ribbon Alex Buckley, who put together a costume by, again, getting things like knee pads, a helmet, spraying the black, and actually doing exactly what Cat does in the comic, which is make a t-shirt by getting a stencil and spraying yellow paint through it. And it says here, she actually writes in this little article in Geek magazine, she found it empowering. She felt strong doing it. It says, I still have all the kit. If you hear of any sightings of a short-arsed northern redhead taking out some knot whites and a load of black riot gear, don't give away my so-called secret identity. So it's got some actually becoming Cat, because she's a natural redhead. And so again, it kind of crosses over into something which is, which is touchable, which is kind of real, physical. We deliberately, again, didn't want the website to look anything like a comic book website. If I can bring up DC Comics here and see what theirs like, it's full of kind of, pin-ups of muscular guys and busty women in a certain style. It's kind of very big face, like young Bruce, tough outfit. This Nightmare Dad. It's always like gritty toughness and a certain type of masculinity and a certain kind of, it's not a very good site, isn't it? It shows it as your browser rather than, I don't even know. If you hover over that, anyway, you get pictures. Harley Quinn is drawn in a very cheesecakey way, skin-tight costumes. Here's all their heroes. You can say one woman, a bunch of guys. All of them look really tough and snarling. Well, their website doesn't even work. Great, you get a black guy, it's the same as the white guys. There we go. Anyway, so we wanted our website to look at all this, get to know. It's good if you like that kind of thing, but there's enough of that sort of thing. I'm not exactly putting it down, but if you want that kind of thing, there's DC Comics. If you want something different, there's our comic. We wanted to look very clean. We wanted to look not like a comic book website, and you can see that the logo is explicitly based on to evoke cosmopolitan. Not that women's magazines are unproblematic or something to embrace wholeheartedly, but it gave us a kind of identity which, again, looked very different from a teenage boy's website and seems to evoke, not even subconsciously, I guess consciously, evoke fashion, style, and something for women readers. A different model of heroism. It's valuing things which often aren't valued in comic books, like in this case, clever sense of shopping. It says, I don't have the overnight brute strength. This is Kat's narration. She's always the point of view narrator. I don't have gadgets. I don't see his little creep of a sidekick. But I know for a fact I'm smarter than him, and I can shop. And here she's buying a costume for the first time, which again is, she can shop. It's a bit like Millets and Gap. And I have friends who just happen to be fashion students. This is those two guys we saw earlier on in Clay Rodriguez's pictures, and this is the moment where they are spraying her T-shirt with the stencil, The stencil, and this is quite an important point, is an Urbanite official stencil, where it says spray your tea hard in a kind of Urbanite type innuendo. His logo is the Mars symbol, like a circle with a red triangle on it. So what she does is take it, spray it with yellow, and flip it over so it becomes two cat ears. And the point of having friends is also important, because Batman is notoriously, I work alone, so, a lone avenger. With Cat, her intelligence is one thing, but also her sort of social network, the fact that she is a nice person. Different sense of creative styles. Again, Cat doesn't look one way or another way. It's actually a more realistic, detailed picture by Clay. This is a draft of a watercolour by Leah Hernandez. Diversity of creative styles. A diversity of representation. We're going to bring in the future. Cat puts on significant weight. And again, that's not something you see a lot from superhero comics. She's still going to be active. She's still going to be attractive. She's still going to be heroic. But she's not going to look slim. So she's a bit bigger, and here's some sketches by Sue showing how the larger Cat is going to look. Our Catwoman is African American. In this picture, she doesn't really look it, but she's dark-skinned African American. So just again, including people who aren't always included in superhero comics. And Connie Carmichael is the one character who gets an origin story in this. She's the one character who we actually see why she became a costumed vigilante called Sekhmet. Kat does her research into it, pointing out here, which is kind of obvious. I can only imagine Connie Carmichael's background. I can't inhabit it. You'll see this is a flashback to Connie growing up. Again, she's drawn in different styles. She was a dancer in musicals who was fired because they got someone lighter skinned, basically. And she decided, I see all these costume characters around, I'm going to get into that game myself. They're not really crime fighters. They're more like brands. They actually sell products. They're more like celebrities. They're not really crime. Diversity of representation. Here we see Kat's housemates again. She moves in with Dahlia, Daisy, Dahlia's daughter, Kit. Wait, which one's Kit? I always get them mixed up. Kay, Nevermore, and Kit Farben. Kit Farben's the one, as Farben suggests, colour. He has these multi-coloured changing clothes. So the whole thing about Kit and Kay is like they're not explicitly a couple. We don't know what their relationship is. Deliberately, they're sitting with their legs very close to each other in a sort of cuddle there. It's never like these are our gay characters. We've got a gay couple in it. We don't know if they're friends, if they're boyfriends, if they're bisexual, if they're gay, polysexual, whatever else, or if maybe they're all flames, or they're just very comfortable with each other. And again, that's a deliberate not labelling of people's sexuality here. They're talking about the Batman character. Farley Granger's hot. He's an old guy. I could live with that if we met. Hanging out in the man cave. So winter. Kay is also taking hormones. He's actually transgender, and not at this point. That's going to be explored further in the future. It's been a slow process. Here's a sketch of Kay wearing more female clothes, wearing a skirt, and here in a bonus scene, which wasn't actually in the comic, Daisy catches him going through Kat's underwear drawer. So he's a and even his waistcoat is turned pink. Again, alternative form representation. Barbara Gordon was shot in the spine. She was disabled. She was in a wheelchair for 25 years in the comics. She became an information broker called Oracle, and who was actually valued by a lot of readers for being, an interesting, positive representation of a woman with disability. That's all good, but the way she's drawn, you can see, she's in a wheelchair and they still have to choose a shot. You couldn't get a shot which was more down blouse than that, and that isn't even like an exceptional cover. People wouldn't really blink at that and say, well, I would. But, your average comic buyer and creator would not think that was exceptionally bad. It's just so, it's very, very cheesy cheesecake, isn't it? By contrast, this is our hero shot of Kat finally affirming to us and to herself, actually, I am a very, very intelligent person. It's kind of from above, but obviously we're not seeing any cleavage, and again, that's a conscious decision. Alternative form production. So me, Sarah and Susan are the main artists on it, creators on it, but we also cite everyone else who has consulted, who has drawn character sketches or costume designs, or is giving money in this case. So it's quite a big kind of creative team, and by looking at the names you can see probably how many are women there. There's probably about 3 guys there, I think, maybe. It's certainly predominantly women, and again that's a deliberate thing. In fandom, you have a thing called beta reading, where stories are circulated to valued friends for their opinions. I did that as well with the scripts to to academic friends, again to women mostly, actually to feminists mostly. Suzanne Scott and Bambi Haggins are academic friends of mine in the US, so they read the script, and you can see here behind me the Word document with the script where Bambi Haggins has written a marginal comment about, can we have more rationale for Connie Carmichael's backstory? And obviously that was incorporated into why was she fired? And so we did give it a reason why she was fired. We've tried to deliberately include aspects of feminist theory. Now, feminist theory obviously isn't one thing; it's a series of debates which changes. But these are, I think, key aspects of feminist theory which are explicitly incorporated in the story without, I hope, being too preachy. Here is a scene where Kat is on a kind of date with Enrique, who's also the Misfit urbanite's sidekick. So he's a kind of character who's torn. He's a character in conflict. He starts to say that these two guys are fairy boys, and she's like, you can see from her face, she wants to like this guy, but that's not cool, man. So calling him out for prejudiced language, you're a good guy, Enrique, you don't have to act like you're not. And then changing the subject. Intersectionality, the idea that privilege works in different ways for different people. Here is a scene where, for the entire story so far, we've seen Kat as kind of marginalised and oppressed as a woman, but she is oppressed in a different way from a black woman. And so when she meets second mate Connie Carmichael for the first time, Connie sees her as someone who's coming to kind of usurp something that she's built up for a long time. And she says explicitly, now Kitten, give me one reason why she listens to some skinny little white girl and thinks she has the right to this cat's place. It's like, you're really going to come and call yourself a cat because second mate is a kind of African Egyptian cat goddess, and that's kind of her shtick as well. You see, she's very, very performative with these Broadway-style costumes, whereas Kat has a much more own. Women in refrigerators is a kind of fan theory, a concept which came from fandom, based on the trope in many superhero comics that women are violated and killed in order to justify more brutal revenge behaviour from men. In one story, a hero's wife was literally killed and put in a refrigerator, and he finds her and it's like, no, I've got to go on a killing spree and kill everyone who murdered my wife. In the same way, Killing Joke was about violating someone to make a point between men. In this scene, in a bit of an exchange, Kat makes the point, you're hiding these two guys in a refrigerator. So it's a little thing, but fans might pick up on it. The Bechdel test, which we see in this close-up, along with a film studies book that Kat is reading, and Reading the Romance by Janice Radway, a classic book on Milton Boone. The Bechdel test, just for anyone who doesn't know, is a test, a kind of very small test, invented by someone, a cartoonist called Alison Bechdel, which is based on the fact that does a film pass the minimal test of representation of women, there are two women in it who have a conversation with each other, which isn't about men in any respect, and many stories do not even pass this minimal test. So this is a kind of self-conscious reference because it is just before we see what Kat's been reading like before. Dahlia comes in, gives her a cup of herbal tea, and this is a scene which passes the Bechdel test because it's two women not talking about a man. In this scene, they also start to talk about, explicitly talk about, and again I hope without being preachy, how women are written out of history, how women are written out of comic book continuity, but also, of course, mainstream history. Kat literally cannot remember which female heroes there have been because in a sort of meta thing, it's like society's sort of repressed it, society's contained that knowledge. Dahlia, who's a bit older, does remember, look, I never even heard there were female members of the superhero group, the Fleet. Dorothy Kitson, the second Misfit. That's it, I knew they'd do that. She has this idea there were women in the role, but she can't quite remember it. Explicitly here, you've seen the story of women that do well out of this game, hushed up, paid off, written out of history. So many of the women who dressed up in costume are now disabled or dead, so it's referring to women in refrigerators and Barbara Gordon as Batgirl. Critical theory and practice. So I've just written my book on Batman, which involves certain theories. These words, which are hidden in the margins of Kat's mind map: discourse, repression, pharmakon, poison and cure, are terms from Derrida's chapter Plato's Pharmacy, which is kind of about how oppositional terms aren't really oppositional terms. And that comes into practice in the story because Urbanite, the Batman figure, and Carnival, the Joker figure, are very kind of interchangeable. They kind of create each other. They're in a sort of cycle where if one of them didn't exist, the other one wouldn't either. I'm going to skip over this It's about Carnival and Urbanite again. It's thumbnails from the next issue, exclusive glimpse of Susan Shaw's thumbnails, and actually in my script as well. So if you look at this more closely, if I send the slides along, you can see the relationship between script and comic. Where are we now? We came out in print, first 2 issues, in foils and so on. We have been featured and interviewed for these publications, which range from kind of mainstream, popular sites like MTV Geek, comic book blogs, all heard of Ms. Magazine, Times Higher Education, Transformative Works in Cultures and Participations or academic journals, Femina, the biggest women's magazine in India, and so on, and Guardian, etc. And this week, actually, I'm going to try and see if I can pick one up myself. In the women's magazine Stylist, which is given out with Evening Standard and Metro, we have a 4-page feature, including an original comic book. In fact, sorry, it's on the next slide. On the next slide, we're in Stylist. A 2-page thing about kind of, women in comics, about different kinds of superheroism. Be your own hero. Look, you don't have to wear heels, but if you can, do that. You don't have to relate as a cleavage, but if you want to, knock yourself out. You don't have to be blonde, you don't have to be skinny, you don't have to be straight. And here we see my so-called secret identity next to Stylist. You don't have to have a stupid name. She's just calling herself Cat. Find your own style. So like be your own hero and so on. And that is currently in Stylist magazine, along with as part of a feature about, if you thought superheroes weren't for you, there are some possible alternatives. What next? Well, I will remain on the slide for just a minute because this is at the end of the next issue. We have our kind of revisiting of the Killing Joke situation, where you remember that Barbara opened the door to Joker and everything changed for her here. And Kat opens her front door to Carnival, our Joker figure, who I deliberately made into an old guy. Because I thought, I didn't want to make him kind of queer and camp and so on, like Joker is, and make kind of queerness into a villainy. So I thought, who are the really dangerous people? It's like people like Murdoch and George W. Bush. It's old white guys, right? They're the people who hold all the power, really. Those are the scary guys. So he's an older white guy with purple hair. So she opens the door, and there he is. And this is our kind of revisiting of Killing Joke. He's got a knife to her face because he thinks that the way to destroy Kat is to ruin her looks. But as you can probably imagine, that is not where she sees her identity in her face. Her identity is her intelligence in her head. And that's going to be in issues 4 and 5. We're doing a Kickstarter in summer, advance warning of that, to raise funding to fund the 5th issue and to put out a book of all 5 issues with every bonus feature that we can possibly throw in. There's my Twitter and Kat's Twitter. There's the website. There's our Facebook group. There's our slogan. There we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Sorry if I went long.
Thank you, Will. What?
Should I stay here?
Yes, do. We've got a couple of minutes for questions.
Can
Gil.
I ask something? I obviously disagree with the sort of original depiction of Batwoman and everything else, like you did. And I empathise with that. But don't you think that your version is kind of perfect in a slightly different way? That you're trying to still depict an idealised form of woman.
In what way do you think I did?
I don't know. I mean, she's real in many ways, obviously body-wise and behaviourally to an extent. But she's super smart and she says the right things.
Oh, actually, she doesn't.
There is. I haven't read any issues,
Okay.
and I'm looking forward to.
Right. All we've got here is okay. Sorry. Please go on.
No. Just to finish off very quickly, I just got the impression, without having read any of the issues, that she's kind of trying very hard to get a message across that women need more. I don't know, visibility, space, that they're smart, and that they're doing all the right things in a way, apart from eating donuts in the street kind of thing. So that's the kind of image that I got.
Sure. Well, that's absolutely fair enough. I don't think she is idealised, really. I mean, as I was trying to say, the idea of a real woman is such a, it's a kind of meaningless term anyway. It's like a real man, you can have no character that represents or is relatable to all women, obviously. Perhaps from what I showed, she does seem very perfect, but she's actually not at all perfect. She's actually a lot of self-doubt. She's actually really quite clumsy, socially clumsy. She actually doesn't say the right thing at all. She's always putting her foot in it, actually. Well, not all the time, not to the point that she's kind of adorably kooky or anything. I just think like a lot of people, you know, she kind of stumbles over words, says the wrong things and gets embarrassed and so on. So she's really struggling with confidence, actually. And she only says she's really smart to us. She never says it to anyone else. She's been told her whole life, don't tell people you're smart. And she kind of doubts it herself. So I don't think she's at all perfect. I mean, personally, I think she's kind of relatable so do other people obviously think she's relatable. Obviously not everyone's going to. I have had criticism which surprised me from a couple of reviewers saying she comes across too confident and cocky. I think that maybe that's because she's a woman, because in most superhero comics, guys are always like boasting. I mean, think about the Doctor in Doctor Who, or like, you know, Batman and Sandman, they're always going like, I've got all these powers, how they trespass on my territory. You know, Batman is extremely arrogant, and no one really says he's too cocky. I can't relate to the guy. I feel that she has the kind of flaws which a lot of people, including me, have, that she isn't perfect at all, but it would depend on your reading.
Well, I can shop too, so let me know where I can buy the t-shirt.
Oh, you have to make your own, I'm afraid, for now. You have to.
I think we could raise a lot of money.
I think we should have t-shirts, yeah. I think for the Kickstarter we should have t-shirts.
Yeah,
that's a good one, yeah. Yeah, we'll make t-shirts.
One more question? Anyone?
Just a very quick one. Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued in your response to the previous question. So how have you been very conscious of, and how have you kind of negotiated the problem of kind of allowing the previous, the main kind of Batgirl figure to kind of set the terms of the debate and set the terms of how you.
Here's a page which I think is slightly relevant to her.
How you want to to kind of define her characters and her weaknesses, and
yes.
kind of this kind of realness that you're kind of interested in. You talked about this kind of clumsiness and things. So have you been conscious of yourself trying to kind of prevent you just negating an existing figure?
Oh yeah, I don't think it was negating in the first place, to be honest. I think it was trying to do it differently. And obviously I feel trying to do it better. It was trying to do it was like trying to say, okay, I'm good at knocking down existing depictions of Batgirl, but what could I do differently to build it? That is how it began.
Yeah.
But obviously I don't see Cat as as Batgirl in any way, actually, or a critique of Batgirl. I actually see Cat as a character, as any creator of any character does. I think as someone I could tell you a lot about. I kind of feel that I know Cat's tastes and how she behaved in certain situations. So I think she's a character which belongs to this project. She's not just not Batgirl in any way. That was how it started. But again, it wasn't not Batgirl, it was a different Batgirl. Are we trying to deliberately avoid doing things? Well, yeah, kind of. I mean, you can see we're deliberately trying to put in things that we feel strongly about, but it's more about things in comics which we want to occasionally explicitly comment on and subvert a mainstream convention. But the point is, I certainly hope, I'd be very disappointed if someone said, that's how it comes across, because I want it to be a story. It's a story about a character. It's, a story which is meant to be kind of like funny and exciting and has some romance in it. It's not supposed to be an essay, but I do think it's a story of ideas, perhaps.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Well, thank you again.
Thanks for those interesting, quite challenging questions.
Charlotte, would you like to introduce our second key?
So we're just sort of heading back to art and curatorial practice again. So pleased to introduce Dr. Rafał Niemandziewski, who is a lecturer at Sotheby's Institute of Art and Central St. Martin's. He graduated in History of Art and Curatorial Studies from La Sorbonne and earned a PhD from the Royal College of Art for his thesis on the proliferation of the contemporary biennial. More recently, his research interests have expanded to include history of exhibitions and institutions in relation to the changing ecology of the expanded artistic field. Outside academia, Niemandziewski Rafał has led projects for the Serpentine Gallery, Virgin Kunsthalle, Manifesta, and Documenta. And He has worked as a curator of programs at the Hayward Gallery, South Bank Centre. In 2013, he founded Art4, a research and commissioning agency exploring new ways to produce and experience contemporary art. So, thank you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Charlotte. So today I would like to just share with you some initial thoughts. So this is sort of brand new research that I'm embarking on right now. And just to give you some context, exhibition history is now becoming sort of proper academic discipline of its own. So at St. Martin's I teach at MRS called Exhibition Studies or Exhibition History. And I think at this moment when sort of exhibition history finally emancipated itself from art history, I think it's actually quite important to reflect on some givens here about the exhibition itself. So I'm just going to start with this research to sort of describe a few ideas. So excuse me if in the beginning it may sound a little bit hectic, but just to give you an example of your sort of average work that 100 years ago was considered as contemporary or recent Cézanne. And then I have a short video, hopefully it works. No, it doesn't. Okay. Videos, yeah.
I wouldn't know where to begin.
Okay, that's okay. No worries. I'm just gonna continue. But basically, I wanted to show you a short video of a Tina Segali installation in Last Documentarily. Some of you have seen it. It's basically entering a completely dark room from a daylight, so being completely blinded, your vision is taken away, so all the other senses trying to compensate. As the viewer enters the space, you start sort of sensing presence of other people, but it's not very, you cannot be sure really how many people are around you. And as you walk into the room, suddenly there's an air breeze because somebody just ran in front of you. So you start sort of realizing that there's a lot of people there, and then they end up singing and dancing. It's actually you would be able to hear a lot of it, but not to see a lot of it because, like I said, it happens sort of in total darkness. I think it's fair to say that over the past 100 years, art went through sort of countless shifts and permutations and left us with an array of practices that are continuously stretching the boundaries of what we understand or what we take as art. Now, if you move to exhibitions, this is the same Cézanne shown at the inaugural show at MoMA in 1929. This play was conceived by the founding director of Museum of Modern Art, Alfred Barr, after who sort of started with those displays, clearing the space of exhibition. Before, as you probably know, the paintings were hung on the walls, but sort of like a tapestry, filling the entire walls. But this is, the first time, sort of quite minimalist display. Everything is on the eye level. And as we know, Barr was inspired by some displays that he saw earlier in the late 20s during his trips to Russia and Germany, and especially, at the Wolfgang Museum in Essen. So this is this type of sort of classic modernist display. And just to show you a recent show of Damon Harris at Tate Modern, that pretty much the way we present contemporary art in the museum today hasn't really changed over 100 years. So I think there's quite a discrepancy between, what happened in arts and what happens in terms of exhibitions. So I think in last 30 years of 20th century especially, various cultural technological developments have together rendered meaningless one of the key concepts of modern art, which is that of a medium. However, no new typology or topology for art practice came to replace this media-based topology, which divided art into painting, sculpture, film, video, etc. So the assumption that the artistic practice can be neatly organized into a small set of distinct mediums has continued to structure organizations such as museums, art schools, funding agencies, cultural institutions, even though this assumption can be no longer reflected and no longer reflects, I think, what happens in the functioning of culture today. So a few different developments have contributed to this conceptual crisis. I think from 60s on, the rapid development of new artistic forms, from assemblage, happening, installation, performance, conceptual, process art, time-based art, just to name a few. I think they all threaten this centrist typology of mediums because of the sheer fact that there's so many of them, of the multiplicity. In addition, this traditional typology was based on difference in materials that were used to actually make art. The new mediums either allow for the use of different materials as very arbitrary combinations. To give you an example of installation art that sort of picks up, pieces of video photography and everything that may be laying around. But also, even worse, those practices increasingly dematerialize the art object, as in conceptual art. Therefore, those new forms were not really mediums, and at least not in a traditional sense of that term. So now, if we translate those changes into display, we may argue that in that case, in a typical modernist display, it was let's say, it is the exhibition space that sort of defines the artwork. Artwork inserted into exhibition space proclaims itself that, this is art, and on the other way around, exhibition space is defined by the artwork. I think what we could say there with the post-medium, it is, if there is an exhibition space to start with, I think, it needs to be also seen as sort of conceptual space. It's not necessarily something, defined by time and space. So to give you an example, Richmond had his retrospective that started in Paris, and it was sort of imaginary show. So this is what I mean by this conceptual exhibition space. It was completely empty. There were only guided tours, and the visitors basically were told by the guide, about Richmond's different works, walking through the empty exhibition space. So my point here is that the recent, more progressive artistic production finds it very difficult and increasingly difficult to be accommodated in the traditional form of the exhibition or traditional institutions such as museum. And it does not take, necessarily crazy, oversized installation like here we see the inflatable, bouncing castle, Stonehenge by Jeremy Deller. Sometimes it takes a very simple work, single-channel video work, to completely, to put in institution really in trouble, to present a challenge. So this work that was shown in the British Art Show, later on in the Venice Biennial, basically the concept is that artists put together pieces, film clips, 24 hours, showing at different points or clip or sort of suggesting that it happens. But of course, for an institution, quite a challenge. Not every gallery can sort of stay open, you have to do the staffing, etc., etc. So, so now I'd like to talk a little bit about curating, because I think for me the framing here may be that we should not think about the exhibitions at that instance, but more about the curating and how curating can enable those practices, the artworks that are difficult to accommodate in a traditional exhibitions. So I'm going to talk about a little bit what I call curating in the expanded field. Obviously, curating is a term today that is maybe a little bit abused sometimes. So I actually started collecting at some point like different examples of what can we curate. So at Whitney Museum, we can curate our membership from starting at $85. Equinox Gym propose a curated program to revitalize your body. London Tea House, Yamcha claims that they're curators of tea, etc., etc. I could give you quite a lot of examples. But to be serious, I think just as I showed you kind of this cloud, different varieties of practices, I think today what happens in curating also, curating basically went to sort of 100 different practices that are somehow existing within that field. And that field, I think the easiest way and the sort of safest way to somehow approach it is to position it between the extremities, which are the institutional and informal or freelance, if you wish. And then the other two are exhibition making and what I call cultural production, but that basically means all the sorts of curating or cultural production that are other than making a traditional exhibition. So, as you can see, it's a very sort of vast area, very flexible, expandable field. And this diagram, may recall what Rosalind Krauss proposed in the 80s in her seminal essay, Sculpture in the Expanded Field. So I'm somehow trying to, again, refer to practice each time, because one of my beliefs is that I'm starting, my assumptions is that what happens in curating or in exhibitions, it's nearly always prompted by a shift in practice. And just to back it up a little bit, I'm going to show you a few images of artworks or artist interventions from 50s and 60s. So this is where, this is sort of the genesis of what we call contemporary today, of that period. And these are the examples of artists kind of taking stands and trying to break out of the gallery space. So Yves Klein, Levitt in 58, of course, then Fluxus starting in early 60s, and Viennese Actionism at the same time, Race of the Performance Art, taking art to the street. Then Oscar Boni, The Workers' Family, dismantling the exhibition space, or some myths about the exhibition space that is sort of any different about any other sort of working social space. When attitudes become forms, 68, seminal show, Richard Sella, Robert Morris, Joseph Beuys here shown. Exhibition space becomes something else, becomes a display for a process, becomes a laboratory, space for action, an exhibition that basically changes every minute. Michael Asher, probably one of the first sort of critically site-specific installations, but also first time perhaps this term was used in that way at Pomona College. Asher simply just modified the gallery's light, sound, and airflow here. Artist Placement Group in London, early 70s. This is a shot from the show at the Hayward, when again they sort of used exhibition space as a meeting room, as a workshop. There wasn't really much to see, but there was much to do, definitely. And then one of my favorite examples, Darren Duran, 73, within and Beyond the Frame show in New York, where he basically created work that literally breaks out of the gallery space and runs through the street. So now let's look how those curatorial practices sort of exist within the ecology of contemporary art today. So for me, very roughly, and I guess some could argue, and I'm really happy to take some feedback if anybody of you disagree, but I would sort of very roughly say that there is sort of the modern matrix, so the institutions that were extremely important and they were relevant forms for production, dissemination, mediation of art, and they still remain for the modern art today, which is art museums, collection, and commercial galleries. But then for those new contemporary practices, I would like to mention here four types of institutions, which I think today are sort of becoming principal sites for contemporary art. So the first one is so-called new institutions. Institutional critique, again, is something that began with the artists, such as Daniel Buren, Marcel Broders here, Hans Hake, who basically started kind of critically examining exhibition itself in institutions in their practice. And now in the 90s, we have what is called sort of second generation of institutional critique in contemporary art, which is actually curators performing that critique. So some of the sort of really well-known examples here is Palais des Tokyo in Paris, Roseum in Malmö, during the time where Charles Esch was there, but also Kunstverein in München between 2011 2004, where Maria Lind was there. For example, one of the first things that she organized just after arriving, she invited Kerry Young, artist based in London, to do workshops with her staff, and this actually became this work using sort of corporate strategies. But the idea is that nothing is how it used to be, and artists are sort of greatly involved. And it's also about sort of making those galleries much more social, as you can sort of see here at the example of Palais de Tokyo. The second aspect, or the second sort of format, which I think has been extremely important over the past 30 years in terms of accommodating and enabling those new practices, it's contemporary biennial or perennial shows. And we've seen amazing proliferation. So this is just kind of modern biennials, Pittsburgh, that's Carnegie International, Venice, Sao Paulo. But as you're going to see from sort of 84 on, they start kind of spreading around the world and completely really redrawing. We can talk about sort of new cartography of a contemporary art. What used to be sort of center peripheries, it's not that easy. Those gravities are completely shifted, and I think biennials were sort of essential in that process. But talking again, going back to those new forms of curating and accommodating the practice. So one of the curatorial practices that I think today it's increasingly important is, and this is a brand new term actually, I just came from a conference in ZKM and everybody was kind of using it every 5 minutes. So the new buzzword in curating is context responsive curating. When I was working on my PhD, I simply was talking about sort of site-specific or time-specific exhibitions, that somebody else came up with this brilliant term, so I think that we're going to hear a lot of that in the future. And to give you an example of that, it's Berlin Biennial, the 4th edition in 2006, curated by the Rome Gallery team. Basically, the idea here is that the exhibition, we cannot imagine much more site-specific exhibition to Berlin. So this is sort of conceptual as well as physical site specificity. We have the Auguststrasse, which is one of the most historically charged streets in the Mitte. And basically the exhibition, all the exhibition venues are along that street. But not only that, there's also a story, there's also a narration along the street that is created because, and sort of as the visitor was walking around, there are those little plates everywhere to find the venues, but it starts in a church, with this installation. Then we go to the former school, Jewish school for girls, when you had installations, then the Kunstwerke. There was quite a lot of private apartments used also as exhibition venues, which was quite new. There's the ballroom, so we can think of sort of different stages of somebody's life. Maybe this is the wedding, I don't know. Another Tina Segal, impossible to photograph, and Tina Segal also hates to, his work to be photographed, so please, if you're meeting, don't tell me that I showed that. Eric Van Lee's school is, in a container sort of dropped on the street. Then we have the fake Gogosian gallery that has nothing to do with proper Gogosian gallery, but that's just another venue there. When you can see Netka Solakov brilliant works in the toilet actually. And then we ending at the cemetery, so sort of the end of the life cycle, a few amazing sound installations, including Susan Phillips. Istanbul Biennial, that's another biennial that here I would like to use to illustrate how much sort of production and commissioning goes on today in biennials. So one of the main venues there in that biennial was basically Old Abandoned Building in the Beylikdüzü district, where curators gave each artist the old bourgeois apartment, so almost the entire floor. The artist actually had a key, could lock it at any time. And each artist basically turned it into sort of like a mini solo show. Most of them just created one single exhibition or installation, but that somehow also responded to a site. But basically they were all, it's impossible to imagine something like that being taken, somewhere else and shown in a museum context. So they all can address the history of the building, the district, but also in the space. Another very important aspect today that a lot of curators are facing is how to kind of curate the time-based work, which includes performance, but also video. Basically, there are works, let's say, that are dynamic, and so it's impossible for a visitor, let's say, to come once to experience the entire work, or let's say, if, they actually should come, let's say, a week later to see how it evolved. So this show basically only included time-based pieces, a lot of performance, again, very sort of embedded in the city, tissue happening on the streets. And exhibition spaces basically what you were seeing as a visitor was sort of like a setup, like a stage for performance either about to happen, or here in case of Angela Pistoletto, I took a picture after the performance happened, so we sort of see the residue of the performance. But I think it's problematic, it opens a whole new set of questions, but I'm just not going to talk about it here. Another very interesting aspect in experience curating, experience economy. Since the book has been published, there was sort of a lot of talking about how people kind of today within exhibition space you can kind of curate experience, but some people take it very seriously. In Japan there is a Setouchi International Art Festival when basically kind of very manifestly they say that it's all about this experience, and sort of you have to take a ferry. Basically they create this amazing adventure of being there. And at now Shima Island there was already quite amazing museum. There's a complex, actually now 3 museums, Chichu, the Vanessa Art Site, which already kind of function on those principles. To give you an idea, there's a Bruce Nauman piece, but this building, Parte de Ando, also hosts a hotel, or sort of bed and breakfast, very luxurious bed and breakfast. And basically the idea is that you sort of stay overnight, and as you walk out of your room, sometimes you basically enter the exhibition space directly. So it's a completely sort of different, idea of what a museum is or what an exhibition space is. To give you an idea here, so these are all these islands. So this is the inland sea between different main Japanese islands. And you can see that, that it was all sort of scheduled. There was a ferry taking you. And also, just to show you that this is installation by John at Cardiff, but most of the work, as you would expect, also is this kind of experiential pieces, quite fun, really. So this is in old sort of traditional Japanese house. This artist creates basically experience of what would it feel to be there during a massive storm. So you enter then in 4 minutes. I mean, it's amazing sort of sensorial experience, quite scary. Curating digital, something that kind of, it's quite difficult because contemporary art still it's quite, people talk about the new sort of digital divide. It almost seems that there are sort of 2 different art worlds now. There is one kind of quite open and catching up with the digital, the other one much more, skeptical. But there is, for example, a specific biennial in Seoul today dedicated only to working and curating digital media. And just to finish the social and, the socially engaged works and kind of turning exhibition space into sort of public space and making sure that biennial is also a generator of public sphere. São Paulo Biennial now for 3 editions, they've been kind of doing experiments with that, and the one opening in September also once again, I think will be quite interesting in that respect. But this is the one that happened in 2008, which I think there was a very interesting incident that happened. So they have the sort of education space. There was very little art to be seen, really. It was all about kind of involving the visitors. So there was on the top floor, there was the sort of education space, but then the main floor in the Niemeyer Pavilion was actually left empty, was the void, because they said that this is sort of like a pause for critical reflection, rather than continue doing this biennial, why don't we sort of take a break? And what happened is that there was quite amazing violent reaction from the public, so they have those taggers, pichadoras, who actually were quite well organized. They actually published a manifesto on the website that they're going to reclaim this space as a public space. The contemporary art is extremely elitist. Unfortunately, ended up, with crashing with the police. Some of them got arrested. So I think Biennial actually handled it in a very clumsy way. But just to give you an idea that the exhibition space can still be space of drama, and a lot of things can happen today if it is presented in a specific context. Now, the new commission agencies, I think this is really, in terms of going forward with contemporary art, I think, I just started one few months ago because I really think that this is the future. This is how we're going to be experiencing and producing arts in the future. So, I think they all started, in London. You probably know Art Angel very aptly named. It's the idea of, enabling artists to do the impossible. If an artist goes to a museum, talks about a project, they would probably be sent off and said, oh, you're just completely crazy. But I think those agencies increasingly, pick up those projects. So it's about producing, not that many projects per year, but really quite significant. So Art Engine typically has a score of the Turner Prize winners, Rachel Whiteridge, Jeremy Deller, his staging of the miners' strikes, and Roger Hiron's also Turner Prize winner in 2009. Quite a few of them in US, Creative Time, I think the oldest running since 73, and typically here one of those pieces that impossible and yet. So it was all about sort of making drawings and doing signs on sky over Manhattan. Tanya Bruguera, very complicated, socially engaged piece right now. Eventually, I think Creative Time started it and funded the first 12 months. Tanya is what she's doing right now is a little bit of a withdrawal from contemporary art. So she kind of doesn't present. She created this Immigrant Movement International. Basically, it's an NGO based in Corona, in Queens, and she's basically helping immigrants to legalize their status, providing advice and workshops with skills, etc. Some other examples that you've probably seen before, Olaf Aureliuson, so this is Public Art Fund, another of these organizations based in New York. And more recent, the Discovering Columbus, Tatsu Nishi, at the Columbus Circus, as you can see, created very intimate encounter with the statue. And just to finish, Public Art Production Fund, so more recent, working sort of around the US, and they're probably most kind of emblematic example, Ergine Drankset Prada Marfa, in the middle of nowhere, Texas, close to Marfa, but not in Marfa, Prada store that suddenly sort of appears and actually it's still there. And just to finish, I think the last, it's something that we cannot really neglect is the art fairs that have been proliferating, especially in the past 10 years, globally, just as much as biennials have been, let's say, in the 90s. Obviously there are sort of franchises. So Art Basel, one of the first art fairs funded in 1970. It's also interesting to know that there actually is quite substantial connection between the history of biennial and art fair. And it is that in '68, when there are sort of protests around Europe, and this is the first time that actually Venice Biennial goes through crisis. Until '68, in Venice Biennial, all the artworks were for sale, so it was a little bit more like an art fair really of today. In '68, finally, in the first edition, in the following this crisis in '70, Venice is no longer selling works. And then, just by accident, in June, coinciding, Art Basel happens in very close relief to Venice. So since then, of course, Basel went to Miami, to Hong Kong, and funded an amazing extension by Herzog and de Moran that just opened in 2012. But I think what's really interesting for me within what art fairs do, because I think the kind of market, the booths and trading art, it's from the point of view of exhibition history of curating, we cannot get any more sort of boring, it's completely not interesting. But I think what is interesting, there are a few things that are actually really exciting about art fairs. I think first of them is that I think this is one of the few places where contemporary art actually rubs shoulders with popular culture, with the vernacular. That really that we don't see. So just to give you an example, I just did it this morning. Again, I've been Googling Art Basel and seeing what the sort of first results in Google search are, and usually you have some sort of glamorous celebrity. Recently, I think Beyonce went last time. So this is actually like what comes out, if you're trying to find some information on Google. More celebrities, sorry, but. Since 2000, I think what's really interesting that those, especially those major art fairs, are coming up with those curated sections now. So Art Unlimited, obviously in Basel, enabling production of those works of installations of massive scale. A lot of them sort of participatory, experiential, and again quite a lot of overlap between the biennials and art fairs. So just to give you an idea here. This is the John Bock work produced for the Lyon Biennial in 2005. 2 years later, we find out in Basel exactly the same work, and it's not a sort of isolated case. And then also in terms of kind of public programs, the discourse, I think art fairs increasingly are playing more and more important role. Local example of Frieze since 2003. Recently moving to New York, but also just as Art Basel did, expanding here locally and having this Frieze Masters, Frieze Foundations, so commissioning artworks, that are not for sale but somehow related or funded by the galleries, and Frieze projects, series of education programs and talks. So just in a conclusion, I would like to say that that I think. Again, we have, now finally the exhibition history, but I think it's really ironic that at the time when actually exhibition history takes up as separate academic discipline, I think we're actually facing a major crisis of exhibition as a medium. I don't think contemporary art, exciting contemporary art today really happens or is presented in kind of traditional exhibition form. So I think that today maybe we should refer to this field of study as curatorial history, and rather than think about a linear history of exhibitions, to include all this polyphony of projects, formats, institutional structures, which are sustaining the production, mediation, and dissemination of contemporary art. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva.
Any questions?
Sure.
Alex? Do you think there are too many biennales now?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, that's I don't know if I can answer that question. Too many. Why would you think that there are too many?
It seems to me that the kind of biennales are now also being used as a way that towns promote themselves, as a kind of urban PR exercise by various kind of town funding. They are.
So are museums, so are opera houses, so are stadiums.
Yeah.
It's part of the same sort of modernist aspirational economy.
The reason I'm saying it isn't because I'm anti-art.
Yeah.
I'm worried that.
I would say that there are too many art schools rather than too many biennials.
Yeah.
If anything. But it's a very difficult question. I mean, it's too many. I mean, from a perspective, if you sort of sit in London, in South Kensington, probably yes. But
I'll put it in a different way. Do you think that the explosion of the number of biennales has actually been good for art practice? I mean, has it produced more worthwhile art?
Oh, it certainly produced more, but then, in terms of quality, it again, I think it encouraged, certain types of practice, and it's not by accident that if you go to sort of any average biennial, you're probably not going to see any painting at all or any photography. Like, all you're going to see is sort of installation, conceptual art, etc. So I think it moved the practice towards a certain way, and I think there is also response from academia. I mean, if you look today at all the art and education e-flags, like every week there is sort of new MA summer opening in public practice, social practice, critical. I mean, so I think it's also very important to realize that soon, in 10 years, this is going to be the mainstream. It's not sort of avant-garde cutting edge anymore. It's really, this is kind of the mainstream of contemporary art, and I think biennials were definitely part of that process.
Thanks for that whistle-stop tour of it all. There's two things. Actually, the first thing I was going to say, I'll come to my question in a second, but I don't agree that there isn't any painting. Biennials are replete with painting, and they are, what's very interesting about the painting is the types of painting that are in them. So if you go back to Venice, you showed the Christian Maclay clocks there in the Arsenale. I assume that was the shot that you were showing. In that very same show, we also saw Robert Ryman. And what's quite interesting about that is that the time before, there was Inaugural. What's actually going on, I think, is that these paintings have a kind of fluidity, or are given a kind of fluidity. They're able to kind of have a new currency precisely because they're in another location. So I think you're absolutely right when you said that that there's something kind of context specific. So that Robert Ryman, for example, that was shown in there, we suddenly see them in relation to the wall. So we start reading the wall of the Arsenale and stuff, and then we start to see, and then we're taken through to another piece and another kind of painting, so that the painting draws attention to the building, which draws attention to the city, and so forth. So these kind of become coextensive. So actually, there's a lot, and there's a huge amount of painting, and the painting kind of doesn't read in the white cube space as this is a totally separate thing. So that context-specific thing, I think is absolutely right. But I think that that there's a kind of paradox or doubleness to that, because it's context-specific in that. In other words, that Robert Ryman reads only in relation to that Biennale, in terms of reads that way. We see that particular wall. Or the Christian Maclay clocks, for example, I'm not sure if everyone knows this, but you see the clock is always the time that it is of the city that you're in. Yeah, so you see that you've got a 24-hour exhibition, and every single minute he's basically culled all these clocks from every single film he could possibly find a clock in, until he's got every minute of the day covered. And it's the time, so you even know what time it is when you're in the Biennale. But what's bizarre about that, this is the double-edged thing, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. So, for example, you can do the same trick. So you can move the exhibition to Sao Paulo, you can move it to Shanghai, it doesn't matter. So it both is specific to that city, and yet the other specificity is the Biennale. Like there's this kind of ultra global connected city of Biennales that exists within a circuit of.
Sure. I think Venice is a very particular example. It's really sort of like a case apart because it's a modern biennial. It also does not have a site. I mean, what is local in Venice? Where is the local population of 65,000 people decreasing every year? There is a Documenta more so. Kassel is still, it's a small town, but it's a fully functioning town. Venice is not.
But I think that they're all operating exactly the same way then.
Yeah, I think Venice is particularly tricky, and it's always been a case apart, so it's difficult, I think, to address this issue. But of course, I think a lot of biennials are criticized for sort of being very shallowly site-specific, or not enough. There's most of criticism related to biennials is actually about, that is just kind of like foreign curator, jet setting somewhere to a location, bringing artists. It's very, it's a very complicated discussion. It's also, biennials have sort of double sets of expectations because obviously you want to make it somehow local, but then if you talk to a local public, they're actually not really interested in seeing local artists. What they want to see is the sort of big international names. So I think there is sort of contradicting sets of expectations that always comes with it, and it's really the curator that somehow has to manage all those translations. And just to answer about painting, so painting, again, Venice is a very particular case. If you would sort of go and see biennials in Asia, there would be very little painting. Also, a lot of biennials use venues simply that prevent showing of painting because there is no climate control at all. A lot of biennials happen in sort of post-industrial venues. I think Venice has a budget and has a means to kind of present painting, let's say, in photography. But I think generally, sort of, from kind of research I've done, I think it's still, comparing to what you see, let's say, in museums, I think there's very little painting actually. Sarah disagrees.
I think that you showed us the Atelier de Eichhout, the shipping container.
Yeah.
I think that's a brilliant piece of work because he's got example. This thing is this shipping container. You bring it into this city, and you make a piece of work that seems to be in some way related to the kind of city, and yet it's a shipping container. We can next move to Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
And I think there's a kind of comment.
Right, but I think so these are for me again two very different questions. So I think what I try to address is the context responsive curating, which means the site specificity as performed by curator. But that necessarily equals that the works in the show will be site specific. They may be. But I think these are kind of two separate stories, really. So the work can be sort of completely non-site specific, and the exhibition can be, or they both can be site specific, or neither can be site specific. So, but I think these are the distinctions that usually in the past haven't been made, and specifically that I'm trying to, from now on, make. That there is the sort of artistic and there is the curatorial, and they kind of can be quite independent, really.
Just a quick question. You said that practice has kind of pushed the institution, and we can see that through kind of institutional critique and institutionalism. How do you see the role of obviously the role of the curator, has changed massively as well. I'm just wondering what is driving, is it kind of increasing kind of power of the curator that, or is it practice again kind of pushing the curator into new directions?
I think that there has been several shifts. So in the 90s, I think we had maybe something that started earlier, probably with Hal Zeman and Paul Tuskultian, who created this sort of very potent image of, very powerful curator in the 90s. We had another generation of curators with Hans-Uli Hobreis, Rosa Martinez, that suddenly being seen around the planet, in 10 different countries during 1 week. And I think, again, it created like a very sexy media image. But at the same time, you also, in parallel, you still have institutional curators who kind of been at a museum for, 20 years without. So I think it's difficult to kind of generalize. But people who actually I meet now, traveling for research, I noticed that a lot of people, but also maybe because the term curator has been sort of so overused recently, that increasingly people actually start introducing themselves as cultural producers. And maybe one reason is maybe not to be associated narrowly with exhibition making. That can be one of the reasons. Or another reason is sort of a problem how that term curating has created a certain economy itself, which is kind of reputational economy, and maybe is trying to stay out of that circuit and economy. But I'm kind of guessing. Well, what's your thought on that?
I think that there's a new curatorial skill set that's required, and I think that probably is linked to some commissioning agencies.
Mm-hmm.
What are you if you work for commissioning? Is curator the right term? So I think it probably is practice driving profession, but it's interesting that it's almost taking a step back from that superstar, curated model that we had in the 90s. Maybe it's more about kind of managing, with more formative practices like managing people. It's coordination. It's working with an artist, but not having a kind of creative autonomy in the way that you would if you were authoring an exhibition. Yeah, so I would probably say it probably is practice driving.
But I think that's definitely that, and I think there's also certain exhaustion, definitely, because if you look also at the number of new biennials, it's actually finally decreasing now rather than kind of constantly increasing as it was the case in late 90s and beginning of the century. But I think, we can say that, your question in the beginning, that maybe they reach the critical mass simply. There's obviously that number of practitioners and simply, there's the whole ecosystem cannot sustain anymore. But I think, again, that's probably a broader question, which is also part of, negative reaction to globalization processes in general. That, there is also this new ethos today of artists trying to work locally and, the kind of whole politics of localism that I think is being very powerful. So I think that it's also probably part of that story as well. Any other questions?
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you.
And thank you, everyone. Thank you. Just very briefly, thank you to everyone who's been involved in making this event happen, whoever you are.